This is Abby. She and her husband, Tom, are trying to start a family while struggling to afford the high cost of living in California. Abby and Tom have been saving every penny that they can to afford the down payment on a new home, which they're hoping to move into before their first child arrives. This has been no easy task, given that homes in California are more than 2 times as expensive as they are in the rest of the country. Abby and Tom finally have enough to begin searching for a home when...
Yes, and so it is decided that all new homes must be built with solar panels.
But won't that increase the cost of the average home by $10,000? And won't the cost of inspections, cleanings, and repairs also cost homeowners an average of another $1,000 annually? And isn't California already the poorest state in the union when factoring in cost of living? Wouldn't this likely be the biggest and costliest change in the last 40 years of the CPIA's history, at a time when regular Californians are struggling horribly?
No! Now we'll never be able to afford a home.
But at least the environment will be helped?
Maybe, maybe not. Solar energy has its benefits, sure, but it has a lot of drawbacks as well. Because most energy consumption takes place at night when the sun isn't shining, lots of energy needs to be stored in batteries, which are terrible for the environment. Not only that, but it's extremely expensive. Germany, which leads the world in solar energy consumption, has some of the highest utility bills because of it, and solar still only accounts for less than 10% of their energy consumption.
I guess not everyone can appreciate the genius of our policymaking.
Hey folks, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, please check out fee.org for more educational content. Thank you.
John Dillinger, the gangster, was gunned down in Chicago.
Will almost certainly accelerate the collapse of the country. Zimbabwe 2.0 incoming. Sub-Saharan Africa, since the end of European colonialization, has been one of mass famine, blood-soaked coups d'etats, tribal, ethnic, and civil wars, as well as genocide. And all of this is set against a backdrop where much of the continent is kept on life support.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from
aid. And this, in turn, is fueling the growing migrant crisis, slamming into Europe via those fleeing their failed societies and producing one of the largest migration waves in human history. And this is very true of Zimbabwe. 3 to 4 million Zimbabweans, the greater part of the nation's skilled workforce, has left the country in response to the man-made catastrophe engineered by Robert Mugabe, the Marxist guerrilla-turned-politician who came to power in 1980. And in the following years, Zimbabwe's economy steadily deteriorated and then simply collapsed. Living standards declined, life expectancy was reduced, average wages lowered, and unemployment exploded, and hyperinflation destroyed the value of the nation's currency. During his tenure, Mr. Mugabe made many decisions that choked off the economic progress of the country. Most critical of these decisions that turned the nation from the breadbasket of Africa to a country that needed to import food was the stripping of white farmers of their land and handing it over to members of the black population who, in many cases, had no farming experience. As the nation's economy disintegrated, Mugabe started blaming the country's economic problems on Western countries and the white Zimbabwean minority, and he called on supporters to, quote, strike fear into the hearts of the white man, our real enemy. And it would seem that their neighbor South Africa has learned nothing from the failure that is Zimbabwe and looks dead set on making the exact same mistakes, foremost among them the racial theft of land that created the Mugabe disaster.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we've not called for the killing of white people. At least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal
cry babies. Crybabies.
I'm not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now.
Eu gostava de imaginar se ele não seria um crybaby. Bebê chorão se não morresse à fome. À fome. Não te esqueçam, ele, população do Sub-Saara, África, veio, como qualquer população que veio daqui, desceu, foram invadindo, matando os Zulus, que são mais, como qualquer outra população de África, veio até, o Ganda é o nome de uma tribo e tudo. Vieram daqui, eles são mais ou menos aqui desta zona, mais daqui, provavelmente daqui, exceto Cabinda e os outros. Vieram para aqui, vão matando, invadindo, invadem. Eles são uma população invasora, eles não são os Zulus não são nativos daqui. E vieram os europeus.
Let's talk about global warming, then I want to get to the snowflakes.
Okay.
We were on stage, and a woman got up and asked you a question about global warming, and you went on to explain why you don't believe in it. You said you got some new evidence recently.
Yeah.
What happened that night?
Okay.
Why did that clip go viral?
The lady said, I have children and you got a few bucks and I want to leave the world a better place for my kids, essentially what she was saying.
Which is a good question.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fair enough. Yeah, I like my children. I want my children very much, but I realize it's up to them. It's not up to me. See,
You're one of the biggest force multipliers in the world.
Yeah, but I don't have a following. Yeah, but it's up to the individual. I can give you all the information, but if you don't pull the trigger and take action. So getting back to the lady, and I said, I went through my story, which is not a story. Sally and I are in the South Pole, 2011, and we're there, and there's a big $500 million scientific station there that's mostly funded by the U.S. government. And the scientists came over and gave us presentations, and they had drilled 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 cores in the South Pole. Not many people realize the South Pole is on a mountaintop, so you're up about 12, 13, 14,000 feet. So a lot of people suffer from oxygen deprivation. Didn't bother Sally and I. And so he's going through these cores, and then he says, in 55,000 years ago, it was 1.96 degrees warmer Celsius than today. And stop. Let's go back to that. How do you know that? And then all these MIT, Caltech, all these guys, because of this, E equals bullshit. We know for absolutely within 1,000,000% it was warmer.
But no one's denying that.
No, wait, okay. And we all know it's cyclical.
Yeah, we know it's cyclical.
Okay, and then what about global warming? Everybody laughs all at the same time. It's a load of shit. I mean, we could have predicted this global warming 100 years before, but nobody did because nobody figured out a way to make any money out of it.
Okay, but when people talk about global warming, they're talking about the human being accelerated version of the warming. No one's saying that it's not cyclical.
No. They say it has nothing to do with the hairspray, the ozone, nothing. Zero. In fact, if you read Scientific American like the good MIT guy you are, you would have known 3 months ago they said for the first time in 40 years, the ozone, is thickened up again.
Yeah, the ozone has, but that's a little different than carbon dioxide emissions. And
they also said that we've known for at least 50, 60, 70 years that every square meter on the ground, on the planet, has between 10 and 15,000 times more energy from the sun than is needed. 10 to 15,000. How does it vary? You're closer to the sun, it's 15,000. Farther from the sun, 10,000.
Okay. What does that mean? Now, there's tons of energy on this.
Tons and tons and tons. Okay. The first electric car was in 1846, I believe. I don't believe, I know. 1846. Do you think if we really wanted fucking electric cars, we couldn't have them? It was 35 or 40 years before gasoline cars. But now, since then, and then of course, then Sally and I went to the North Pole.
Okay. The electric car thing is because of the oil business and all that, right?
Correct. I'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that.
So then we go to the North Pole. And now there's Russian scientists. Hardly anybody spoke English, okay? And we got remarried at the North Pole, and we talked to the scientists, and same questions, same answers as we got from the South Pole. And global warming, they all laughed, drinking vodka. Everybody's drinking when on the North Pole, the Russians. And Russians do like to drink vodka, as they say. And they were saying, yeah, it's just a load of shit. Everybody knows it's a load of shit, and we've known it for years. When I was in the energy business, and forevermore I'm be an oil man, okay?
You are an oil man.
Well, an oil man. Everybody knew that when people will take more seriously global warming is when Aramco, Saudi, the kingdom, runs out of oil. Now, 2 years ago, Aramco, which is a petroleum company of the Saudi government, announced they're going to go public. This was when oil was $28 a barrel. Now, why would smart guys, MIT kind of guys, say they're going to go public at the lowest oil price in the last 30, 40 years? Why?
Why?
Because when you go public, and they're going to sell 2% of the company off. When they go public, they have to publish a reserve report, which means that for the first time in the history since they discovered oil there, J. Paul Getty discovered oil there back 70, 80 years ago, they're going to know about plus or minus 10% how much oil the Saudis really have. Now, I'm here to tell you, they have hundreds of trillions of barrels. They're never going to run out of fucking oil in your children's lifetime. Now, they've now pulled back and they've changed 3 times the date of the public offering. 3 times in the last 2 years. Now, 2019 looks good, but maybe not. We'll let the market dictate. Of course, oil is up from $25, $26 a barrel up to 65-ish, more or less. They don't want to publish that number if they don't have to. The price, I hear, where the lines cross, supply and demand for Aramco, for the kingdom, is around $75 to $80 a barrel. Stabilized over 2, 3, 4, 5 years, not one day. Okay, so I don't see one they're going to go public, because if they do, they're going to have to tell what the reserves are. And you know what the price of oil is going to do when they say that there's 42 gazillion barrels of oil?
It's going to drop.
Like a fucking stone.
And so what does this have to do with the global warming argument?
No, because global warming is an anomaly based on hyped up by this generation for something to bitch about. We've had it. We had it 55,000 years ago. We had it 300,000 years ago. But to blame it on us is bullshit.
Isn't it not accelerated by humans and carbon emissions?
100 millionth of a percent. Okay. Who cares?
So this is just a scam and a sham and all this.
I'm jealous of Vice President, what's his face?
Gore.
I'm jealous. And Sally and I were on a plane with him. A few years ago, he got in trouble because of the footprint, the big G3 he flies around, or G5, I guess it is. And so he was flying commercial. We were coming back from Peru, Lima. And Sally and I were down there on some safari. And I noticed, God, well, why are these guys with fucking suits in here? Business class, they had no first class. And so it's Vice President Gore. He stands up and and he's not, all these people that say they're 6'3", I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, he's about your height. And,
everyone says
only 6'1". He's only 6'1". He's about...
everyone says I'm as tall as you.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Okay. I'm not 6'1".
No. Oh. Okay. And
does Gore believe in climate change, or is it all made up?
I don't know. I can't speak for the former vice president. But he's got to know the same stats I know. Now, since the thing went viral because of your movie premiere, I had my crack staff do some research. And then I double-checked the research. I found one error. You know how many people have been to the North and South Pole? Both since the beginning of motherfucking time, recorded time.
Couple hundred? Just you and Sally?
No.
How many?
Not counting the teams, but the lead people, 10 people, plus Sally and I. 12. Since the beginning of fucking time. You know how many of those other 10 are bitching about global warming? 0. I can't wait. I was supposed to be on a panel at George Mason University last March. First it was going to be a talk. I could talk about anything, and then it wasn't. Then it was a panel, and then they wouldn't let me film it, so then I dropped out. But I was hoping global warming would come up.
And so you're saying because you were at the South and you were at the North, I mean, it doesn't make you an expert. But
No, but I talked to the experts.
Okay, and none of them buy it.
These fucking journalists that are writing about this, they haven't talked to Dick. They haven't talked to anybody. Nobody's asked me what I saw there. Nobody's asked me the scientists that I met with. Yeah, 10 plus Sally and I. And Sally and I are bipolar.
Let's talk about climate models. Specifically, let's talk about the climate models that attempt to predict the future temperature of the planet. But before we do, it's important that you know a little bit about me. I'm a physicist. I taught at Columbia University and then at Princeton for 5 decades. I've published over 200 peer-reviewed scientific papers. I have co-authored several books, including one of the first on how carbon dioxide emissions, CO2, affects the climate. I served as the director of the Office of Energy Research at the U.S. Department of Energy. And before that, I invented the sodium guide star, which is still used on most big astronomical telescopes to measure and correct for atmospheric turbulence. That is, for the unpredictable movement of air and water. This turbulence blurs the images of stars and other space objects. One more thing. I care deeply about the environment. We live on a beautiful planet. I want to keep it that way. I've spent a lot of time working to do just that. In short, I know a lot about the Earth's atmosphere and climate. I also know a lot about long-term predictive climate models. And I know they don't work. They haven't worked in the past. They don't work now. And it's hard to imagine when, if ever, they'll work in the foreseeable future. There's a common-sense reason for this. Aside from the human brain, the climate is the most complex thing on the planet. The number of factors that influence climate, the sun, the Earth's orbital properties, oceans, clouds, and yes, industrial man, is huge and enormously variable. Let me try to narrow this down. For the purposes of illustration, let's just focus our attention on water. The Earth is essentially a water planet. A major aspect of climate involves the complicated interaction between 2 very turbulent fluids, the atmosphere, which holds large amounts of water, think rain and snow, and the oceans, which cover fully 70% of the Earth's surface. We can't predict what effect the atmosphere is going to have on future temperatures because we can't predict cloud formations and the convection of heat, oxygen, salt, and other quantities that pass through the oceans, not to mention weather cycles like El Niño in the tropical Pacific, make predicting ocean temperatures an equally difficult business. We can't predict either side of the atmosphere-ocean equation, but we can say this with certainty. Water in all its phases has huge effects on atmospheric heating and cooling. Compared to water, H2O, carbon dioxide, CO2, is a minor contributor to the warming of the Earth. It's devilishly difficult to predict what a fluid will do. Trying to figure out what 2 fluids will do in interaction with each other on a planetary scale over long periods of time is close to impossible. Anyone who followed the forecast of Hurricane Irma's path in the late summer of 2017 should understand this. First, the models predicted a direct hit on Miami and the east coast of Florida. Then, defying these predictions, the hurricane suddenly veered to the west coast of Florida. In other words, even with massive amounts of real-time data, the models still could not accurately predict Irma's path 2 days in advance. Does any rational person believe that computer models can precisely predict temperatures decades from now? The answer is they can't. That's why over the last 30 years, one climate prediction after another, based on computer models, has been wrong. They're wrong because even the most powerful computers can't solve all the equations needed to accurately describe climate. Instead of admitting this, some climate scientists replace the highly complex equations that describe the real-world climate with highly simplified ones. They're computer models. Discarding the unmanageable details, modelers tune their simplified equations with lots of adjustable inputs, numbers that can be changed to produce whatever result the modelers want. So if they want to show that the Earth's temperature at the end of the century will be 2 degrees centigrade higher than it is now, they put in the numbers that produce that result. That's not science. That's science fiction. I'm Will Happer, Emeritus Professor of Physics at Princeton University for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
As you know, one of the biggest arguments against us is there's a consensus. As though this was some kind of an argument. Can we all practice that? There's a consensus. Now, Aristotle, 2,350 years ago, some of you are old enough to remember, actually said that argument from consensus was a species of feeble-mindedness known as a logical fallacy, one of the commonest logical fallacies in human discourse. But the fact is that there may be a consensus, and we're going to check that now by doing an experiment, and Diane is going to help with this. And I'm going to ask you half a dozen questions. Here is the first question, and Diane is going to read it out to you.
Does climate change?
Right, hands up all those who do not think that climate changes. Diane is going to tell me how many people don't think climate changes.
No hands.
So we have, ladies and gentlemen, 100% consensus that climate changes. Cook et al. 2013, eat your hearts out. Now then, read this one out too, number 2.
Has the atmospheric concentration of CO2 increased since the late 1950s?
Right, hands up all those who do not think that the concentration of CO2 has gone up since the 1950s. Diane, how many hands?
No hands whatsoever.
Another 100% consensus. Go on to question 3.
Is man likely to have contributed to the measured increase in atmospheric CO2 concentration since the late 1950s?
Hands up all those who disagree with that proposition.
No hands.
No hands. Number 4.
Other things being equal, is it likely that adding CO2 to the atmosphere will cause some global warming?
Anybody disagree with that? No. No hands again.
No hands.
Number 5.
Is it likely that there has been some global warming since the late 1950s?
Anybody disagree that there's been warming since the late 50s?
No
Once
hands.
again,
no hands.
Very good.
Is it likely? Good. Is it likely that man's emissions of CO2 and other greenhouse gases have contributed to the measured global warming since 1950?
Anyone disagree with that? Once again, no hands. Now, you may say, why have I bothered to ask these actually fairly crass questions, which are an insult to your intelligence? That is because we are all too frequently accused of not accepting any of those points. And I wanted it to be made absolutely plain to those who are watching this from afar that we are not climate change deniers. We do not deny that climate changes. We do not deny that CO2 is increasing or that we are somehow responsible for some of that. We don't deny, therefore, that we could be causing some global warming. So get that clear. Climate skeptics are not skeptical of the things we're accused of being skeptical of. But look at the results of this survey of 11,944 papers in the scientific literature published between 1991 and 2011, a period of 21 years. They said that 97% agreed that humans are causing global warming. In fact, they say we are the cause. We would say, the only difference is we would say we are a cause. But we have 100% consensus. Now, what I want to do is to have a little closer look at this particular survey. I've nearly finished with you, so don't worry, you're doing very well. Isn't you doing well, ladies and gentlemen? She had no prior notice of this, and I think you've stood up very well under this onslaught. Now, on the slide that you see there now, you will see three separate definitions of consensus. The first one, that humans can be causing some warming, is the definition of consensus that all of us agree with. We have 100% consensus, they only have 97%. Now, the next definition of consensus is that most of the recent global warming since roughly 1950 was caused by us. Now, on that, I suspect there would be much less unanimity in this room because we do not know what fraction of the warming since 1950 was caused by us. And yet, when Cook et al. Reported their results, they said that they had found a 97% consensus to the effect that most of the warming since 1950 was caused by us. That was their definition of consensus. It is the same as the IPCC's definition of consensus. It's the official definition of the climate consensus, that we are responsible for most of the warming since 1950. Now, I'm not going to ask you your views on that, because as good scientists, you don't have one. It might or might not be true. But let us therefore look at how they managed to present what is actually a 0.3% consensus in the reviewed literature on that question as a 97.1% consensus. The first thing is they eliminated 2/3 of all the papers they were looking at on the grounds that they hadn't expressed an opinion. Now, that is not normally how these surveys are done, but that's what they did. They knocked those out. Then they congregated together three levels of endorsement, only one of which was the majoritarian endorsement that most of the warming since 1950 was caused by us. They lumped that with the explicit or implicit endorsement of the consensus that we all agree with, that maybe we have contributed some warming and we don't know how much. They put all those together, and by conflating these two completely different definitions of consensus, they claimed there was this consensus of 97.1% that most of the warming since 1950 was caused by us. They said so in their paper, and they said so in a subsequent paper commenting on their paper. And it was only when my good friends David Leagates, Willie Soon, and Matt Briggs and I got together, did the math, and published a paper in Science and Education showing what the true figure was, that the truth began to emerge.
The future than we otherwise would. So if the governments could deal with climate change, there'd be no such thing as national debts. So let's look at this 97%. Wow. So it comes from a study by an Australian whose name is John Cook. As in Cook the data? Well, let's find out. He's the Climate Communications Fellow for the Global Change Institute at the University of Queensland. And so he and his colleagues published in the journal Environmental Research Letters in May 2013. And this paper doesn't say anything about whether there's dangers in climate change, whether it's catastrophic. And what it does is it got 12 or 13,000, the number changes depending on which one of them you ask or when. They reviewed 12 or 13,000 articles, and they did not check to see whether these articles were representative of the discipline as a whole, and the number of articles is not the same as the number of scientists. So they came up with this 97%. That's not the same as the number of scientists, which is what everyone else says. So there are, of course, hundreds of papers on the causes of climate change and thousands of papers on the impacts of climate change and climate policy. And they basically went through these articles, two or about two environmental activists went through these articles and tried to figure out if they supported anthropogenic climate change and activity responsible for the CO2 growth, which is responsible for climate change. And their methodology was terrible. And in fact, Cook later on admitted that the data was not exactly great. And so what happened was they looked for anything to do with climate change, and if they found it, they assumed that it was for anthropogenic climate change. So, for instance, a paper on the impact of a carbon tax on emissions was taken as evidence that the world is warming. A paper on the impact of climate change on the red panda was taken as evidence that human beings are causing this warming. Even a paper on describing television coverage of climate change was seen by these researchers that carbon dioxide is to blame. So they analyzed between 12 and just under 13,000 papers, but of those 12 or 13,000 papers, only 64 of them were initially explicitly stated that humans are the primary cause of recent global warming. So that shaves it down just a little bit. And then they re-examined the data, and that number came down to 41 papers. Out of 12 or 13,000 papers that were examined, only 41 of those papers explicitly stated that humans are the primary cause of recent global warming. And for that, Cook said, well, the papers have to say like 50% of the increase is the result of human activity. And the IPCC anthropogenic global warming scenario is that 90%. So it's way below what the IPCC suggests. They could still only get 41 papers out of 12 or 13,000 to support their thesis. So far from 97% of climate scientists supporting this thesis, anthropogenic global warming, and that it's dangerous and whatever, right? The actual consensus on simply that human beings contribute 50% of global warming is actually about 0.3%. So not 97%, but 0.3%. That's terrible. This is appalling. And the fact that a movement would need to create and invent these kinds of numbers tells you everything you need to know about this movement. So these hand-picked raters that Cook used to go and rate they mostly just read the abstracts, not even the papers. They disagreed on what a paper was about a third of the time. In 63% of cases, they disagreed about the message of a paper with the authors of that paper. So the authors would say one thing, and the reviewers, who were not scientists to my knowledge, said, oh, well, it's not really about that, it's about what we want it to be about. The editor of the magazine praised the authors for the excellent data quality, even though neither the editor nor any referees had the opportunity to check the data. Crazy. Now, of course, other people outside scientists requested the data. One of the basics of the peer-reviewed scientific method is that I need to see your data to make sure you didn't make any mistakes or lie. And so there were lots of requests for Cook and his crew to hand over the data, and they evaded and they dragged their feet. And this is a clear violation of publishing policy for validation and reproduction of data. So, I mean, Cook hoped to keep his data under wraps, but apparently his internet security skills are sort of on par with his statistical skills, and a hacker reached through and got the data. Now, Queensland University threatened him with legal action if he talked about the data or did anything with the data or ran any numbers on the data, and they said, well, you know, if releasing these rater identities would violate a confidentiality agreement, but that confidentiality agreement does not exist. So people went through the data after it was got, and when people asked for timestamps, right, if you're doing article reviews, timestamps are important because, you know, later in the day you might be a little bit tired, you might, you know, as the project grinds on. And so Cook first said, well, releasing timestamps won't do anything. And by the way, we didn't get timestamps. There aren't any timestamps. Turns out that there was. And one of the timestamps shows, just one out of many, one of Cook's raters inspected 675 articles within a 72-hour time block. That is quite staggering. Cook and his group also broke one of the fundamental rules of scientific data collection, which is that you have to get all the data and then you run your analysis. And that is it's very important, right? So what they would do is they'd go out and review a bunch of articles, and then they'd analyze the data, and then they would change their sample standards or their selection criteria. They'd go out and get a bunch more data, and then they'd change their criteria. No, you have to have one thesis, one standard of data collection, go out, get all the data, and then analyze the results. You're not allowed to do that in the scientific method. And some people really pushed back. So a bunch of investigative journalists went into this data set and found that Cook and his colleagues classified papers as supporting the 97% consensus, even though they were written by real global change or climate change skeptics. Willie Soon, Craig Itzo, Nicola Scarfetta, Nir Shaviv, Nils Axel Morner, and Alan Carlin. These are all people who vigorously are rejecting this catastrophic anthropogenic global warming consensus, but they were enlisted in support of this 97% consensus. So they classified a peer-reviewed paper by Craig Itzo as explicitly supporting the consensus position on global warming. And so a magazine or a group named Popular Technology asked the guy whether this is an accurate representation of his paper. He said, "That is not an accurate representation of my paper. The paper examined how the rise in atmospheric CO2 could be inducing a phase advance in the spring portion of the atmosphere's seasonal CO2 cycle. Other literature had previously claimed a measured advance was due to rising temperatures, but we showed that it was quite likely that the rise in atmospheric CO2 itself was responsible for the lion's share of the change. It would be incorrect to claim that our paper was an endorsement of CO2-induced global warming." When these, they also asked physicist Nicola Scarfetta whether Cook and his colleagues were accurate in classifying one of their papers as supporting the consensus position. He said, Cook et al. Is based on a strawman argument because it does not correctly define the IPCC anthropogenic global warming theory, which is not that human emissions have contributed 50% plus of the global warming since 1900, but that almost 90 to 100% of the observed global warming was induced by human emission. What my papers say is that the IPCC, I should have mentioned the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, view is erroneous because about 40 to 70% of the global warming observed from 1900 to 2000 was induced by the sun. The sun. Now, the reason why, of course, climate change activists don't like the idea that the sun has an significant effect on climate, and why they don't like to talk about the fact that all the planets in the solar system are experiencing global warming, probably because a bunch of SUVs have been left idling on Jupiter. But they don't like talking about it because, at least so far, to our knowledge, the sun remains outside the control of government bureaucrats. So far, obviously it's still working on it. So, also, to get to the 97% number, Cook and his colleagues also took a bunch of papers and classified them as saying no position. They take no position on human-caused global warming, and that is a lot of times that was incorrect. Now, when Cook and the reviewers classified a paper as having no position, they simply pretended for the purpose of the 97% claim that the paper did not exist. Doesn't exist. Doesn't support or doesn't exist. Right? So if I say 9 out of 10 dentists love X, and I surveyed 100 dentists and 90 of them wrote back and said I have no opinion on it, and I still say 9 out of 10 dentists say X, that's not correct. It's not valid. So It's brutal. It's brutal stuff. And so, as mentioned, the University of Queensland is taking legal action to block the release of the data. And that's not good. And another study, because this 97% thing has come up a bunch of times, another study asked geologists, when compared with pre-1800 levels, do you think that mean global temperatures have generally risen, fallen, or remained relatively constant? And of course, most geologists and most sane people agree that temperatures have risen because since 1880, the Earth has been warming out of a chilly period known as the Little Ice Age. There is the cause, of course, is wildly debated because the warming prior to 1940, in other words, the 60 years from 1880 to 1940, that warming could not have been caused by CO2 emissions because the emissions were too low. So is warming continuing according to the data set? No. It's been for almost 2 decades, there's been no warming. So that's a challenge. And the models don't predict it. That's number one. And number two, is human activity primarily responsible for the warming which is supposed to be occurring but isn't? Hard to find. Certainly the 97% is almost completely fictitious, so we'd have to sort of say that doesn't matter. But even if we accept these two, that doesn't seem to be the case. Even if we accept that the warming is increasing and human beings are primarily responsible, like 90% or more according to the IPCC, is it bad? Is the global warming that human beings are responsible for bad? It's hard to say. You know, it's that old joke about the American president who said, I want me a one-armed economist. Why, sir? So that one time, at least in my life, an economist will not say, on the other hand. And I've not been working on my accents for those who are keeping track. So is it good or is it bad, global warming or climate change? Well, it's both. It's good and bad. According to significant research, and again, the sources for all this stuff is below in the low bar. According to some significant amount of research, the overall effect so far of global warming has been positive, and it's likely to stay positive until at least 2080. So that's quite a long time down the road. I'll be 114, so keep our fingers crossed. And so 14 different studies were reviewed by a professor at Sussex University, and overall effects have been positive and likely to remain that way until about 2080. So what's positive? Well, global warming means fewer winter deaths, lower energy costs, better agricultural yields. Remember, CO2 is a plant food. And probably fewer droughts, probably richer biodiversity, because not many people know, but winter deaths exceed summer deaths, and not just in cold countries like England, but even in warmer countries like Greece. Greece and England see a mortality rate increase by 18% every winter. Really cold winters, for reasons that escape me, cause rises in heart failures. And so cold and not heat is the biggest killer. So for the last decade, English people have been expiring over the course of winter at an average rate of 29,000 excess deaths each winter. Global warming so far has cut heating bills more than it has raised cooling bills. So it is causing a reduction in the need for energy consumption to heat places. Now, of course, as you know, CO2 is a very, very rare, in fact, you could really call it a trace gas in the atmosphere. It's less than 0.04% of the air on average. And plants have to really work like crazy to get enough of it. They're always at the edge of not getting enough of it. So on a windless day full of sun, a field of corn will suck like half of the carbon dioxide out of the air. And so commercial greenhouse growers, they pump CO2 into their greenhouses to raise plant growth as plant food. So the increase in average carbon dioxide just over the past 100 years has been from 0.03 to 0.04% of the air. This has actually had a measurable effect on plant growth rates. So Dr. Ranga Maineni of Boston University has looked at 3 decades of satellite data and has documented that 31% of global vegetated areas have become greener. And only 3% has become less green. So 31% are getting greener, 3% have become less green. That's a 14% increase in the productivity of ecosystems and has been observed in all vegetation types. So good for plants, good for agriculture in particular. Dr. Randall Donoghue, colleagues at a department in Australia, also analyzed satellite data and found the greening of the Earth is clearly attributable in part to carbon dioxide and its fertilization effects. Greening is especially pronounced in dry areas like the Sahel region of Africa. Satellites have shown a big increase in greening in that area of Africa since the 1970s. So global warming, you hear, will harm the world's poorest and hardest and so on. But in the Sahel region in Africa, there's been a significant decline in famines recently, partly due to more rainfall caused by moderate warming, and partly due to the fact that more carbon dioxide means more greening. And more greening is more greenery to grow, and also more greenery left over for gazelles. So the entire ecosystem has benefited from this. Of course, the polar bears, the tragic winter animals of climate change death, are actually doing very, very well. Some of that, of course, a lot of that is to do with a cessation of hunting. But if we look at polar bears, the 3 years that had the lowest polar bear cub survival in at least Western Hudson Bay, 74, 84, and 92 of last century, well, those were the years where the sea ice was too thick for the seals to appear, which are the food that the polar bears need after they come out of hibernation. So bears thrive on thinning and broken ice as well. I mean, just as a whole, I mean, just by the by, the death rate from droughts and floods and storms has dropped by 98% since the 1920s. And this is not because the weather has become less or more dangerous, but just people are getting better protection as they get richer. So this is important to understand. There will be changes and we will adapt. Some of them will be beneficial and some of them will be challenging. Now, what we do know for sure, though, is that climate policy is already doing a lot of harm. So policies designed by governments to help with problems of climate change are doing a lot of harm. Building wind turbines, growing biofuels, and substituting wood for coal in power stations, this is all the policies that are supposed to fight climate change, have had almost no effect on actual carbon dioxide emissions, but they have driven people into what is called fuel poverty, which means that they simply don't have the energy they need to cook, to heat their houses and so on, and so they go cut down trees and do other kind of stuff like that. So it has also made various industries uncompetitive, thus driving jobs offshore, particularly from the advanced economies of the world. It has accelerated the destruction of forests because, like, we don't want to use coal, so we'll use wood. Where do you get wood from? It has killed rare birds of prey. The wind turbines are just guillotines for birds of prey. Nearly we talked about 200. I talked about 200,000 at the beginning of this chat. So globally, nearly 200,000 people are dying every year because, as a result of the desire to combat global warming, we're turning 5% of the world's grain crop into motor fuel instead of food. And this is causing 200,000 people a year to starve to death. For what? For almost no effect on CO2 emissions. 200,000 people. This is a huge, staggering, significant number. 200,000 people starving to death every single year for us to assuage the prickly idiots of our environmental conscience. So, now Björn Lomborg, who's I think a great environmentalist, has been on this show. He's pointed out that the European Union pays 165 billion pounds a year for its current climate policies, and it will be doing that each and every year for the next 87 years. And even climate policies in England, subsidizing windmills, wood burners, anaerobic digesters, electric vehicles, and all the rest of that junk, will cost 1.8 trillion pounds over the course of the century. And exchange for that truly staggering sum, the hope or the goal of spending all of that money is to lower the air temperature by about 0.005 degrees Celsius, which is completely undetectable to normal thermometers. And there is a pretty accepted consensus. Here we get to another 97 number. That one actually is valid consensus. Accepted consensus among economists is that for every $100 you spend fighting climate change, you get $3 of benefits. For every $100 you spend fighting climate change through government programs, you get $3 of benefits. There's your $97 wasted. Now, I would love to see less consumption in the world. I would love to see better environmental protection. I'm going to give you just a couple of thoughts about things that can be done that don't involve trusting the temperature 100 years from now to self-interested, vote-hungry government bureaucrats and politicians in the here and now. Right now, this is conservative, I think, but there is about $50 trillion in government debt worldwide. The worldwide GDP is about $75 trillion. There is about $50 trillion of government debt around the world. Or, to put another way, that's more than 3 Americas worth of government debt. Now, when you borrow, you are spending in the here and now and deferring the payment till later. In other words, you're consuming the present while starving the future. So debt fundamentally drives environmental predation. The more you borrow, the more you spend in the here and now, the more you are destroying the resources to produce consumer goods and services in the here and now. Now, have you ever heard an environmentalist say, you know what we need to do is make sure governments can't go into debt? I mean, you can't stop individuals from going into debt, but at least individuals suffer the consequences of their own debt addiction in general. Well, unless you're a large bank and then you get a bailout. But anyway, so have you ever heard an environmentalist say, what we really need to do is go on the gold standard, because the gold standard means governments can't create money out of nothing to buy votes, and therefore we will not destroy the planet at an accelerated rate through the cancer of fiat currency? No. Or maybe we'll go to Bitcoin, which also can't be created out of thin air, and that way governments will actually have to fund their own initiatives. Because on the one hand, governments are saying, well, let's control carbon emissions, and on the other hand, they're handing out thousands of dollars to taxpayers to go and spend stuff and go and buy stuff, which drives CO2 emissions. Anyway, my head will explode if I think on it too long. So, and most of the Western economies are well over 100% in terms of debt to GDP, but it's actually worse than that. Because what you want to do, if you're trying to figure out government debt, is you want to figure out not government debt to GDP, because the government doesn't have access to all the GDP, at least yet, but you want to compare debts to government tax revenues, because that's the actual income you have to pay off the debt. And of course, countries have different levels of taxation and so on. So if you do that, if you forget about debt to GDP, which is kind of meaningless, you compare debt to tax revenues, that's where things really matter. That's where the numbers really matter. So if you do that, well, Japan has a debt to tax revenue ratio of about 900%. 900%. Greece, still number 2 at 475%. The US jumps to 408%. 408% debt to tax collection ratio. That's staggering. Horrifying. And anybody who cares about the environment must want governments to stop spending beyond their means. Must stop governments spending beyond their means. It's not that hard to do. Go back to a gold standard, get a basket of fixed commodities, go to some cryptocurrency. It's not that hard to do in terms of implementing it. I mean, we have a political challenge, let's say, but that's what you would have to do. Another thing that would be helpful is let's stop paying people to have kids, right? So if you are a single mom in America, you can get about, depending on where you are and what you're, about $35,000 of tax-free benefits for having your 2 kids. Well, that's not good. More people is more environmental use. Now, I get maybe those people will grow up to invent something that solves global warming. I don't know. But let's at least stop paying people to have children. That would be, I think, a pretty good idea. What about divorce? Divorce is terrible for the environment. You have people living in one house and then they get divorced. Now they need 2 houses, 2 cars, 2 sets of clothing, 2 toys, driving back and forth all the time. You know, we have this no-fault divorce where you can sign up forever but get out on a whim. Should that be more restrictive? Hard to say, but divorce is really bad for the environment. These are just off the top of my head sort of interesting and creative solutions to these kinds of problems that involve a reduction in government power to a large degree. So I just really wanted to point out the 97% number is worse than fiction. It's worse than fantasy, because at least fiction and fantasy have to have that printed on the book jacket, and you know that it's not a documentary. This is passed off as truth. So if we look at these 4 dominoes, number 1, temperatures are continually increasing. Not really the case. And number 2, human activity contributes significantly. Still highly debatable. The effects will be catastrophic. Not yet, and certainly not, or at least largely likely not for the next more than half century. And that government control, bureaucracies and regulations can solve the problem. Not true at all. They will make the problem worse. They are making the problem worse. And the consumerism, the rampant consumerism that is eating up the environment and destroying our children's future is driven in large part by government spending. And government spending is driven by debt. Debt is the illusion that you can have something for nothing, and that illusion is made more possible and more cancerous by governments. So Francis Bacon, one of the originators, in fact the originator, you could argue, of the scientific method, wrote in The Advancement of Learning in 1605. He said, "It is advisable to sift the merits of knowledge and clear it of the disgrace brought on by ignorance, whether disguised in 1, the zeal of the divines, 2, the arrogance of politicians, or 3, the errors of men of letters." Well, Frank, it's more than 400 years on. Maybe we could start listening soon.
President Donald Trump wants to pull out of the Paris Climate Accord. So this is something that everybody is talking about right now. Good. I'm all for it. It's one of those issues where I've had a rough couple of weeks. I have no problem praising Donald Trump for wanting to pull out of it. Now, by the way, I was in Cancun when there was a climate summit. Back then, it was the Kyoto Protocol. For people who don't know what this accord exactly is, it used to be the Kyoto Protocol. It was that for many, many, many years. And Cancun, I remember seeing Ted Turner go up and advocate for China's one-child policy. Classic. And people wanting to put tariffs and taxes on energy. So the Paris Climate Accord, was adopted by consensus in December 2015, signed April 2016, and went into effect in November 2016. So it's been about a year. And pretty new. Yeah, it's pretty new. And President Donald Trump has said, you know what, no, I don't think it's fair to the United States, and I want to pull out. Now, people will say you're a climate change denier. That's not necessarily the case. A lot of people will present this argument, and I understand it. They say, listen, if climate change, though, if it is real, and if it is catastrophic and imminent, don't we have to do something? Why wouldn't you do something? Okay, well, let me give you a few arguments as to why we wouldn't do this thing. This proposal would create an average shortfall of nearly 400,000 jobs in the United States. That's over 200,000 manufacturing jobs. An income loss of more than $20,000 annually over the course of this proposal for a family of 4. GDP loss of the United States for up to $2.5 trillion. An increase in household energy expenditures by 13 to 20%. So this also disproportionately asks Americans to curb and pay for the world's carbon emissions. Specifically, it asks for Americans. America, India, and China are the ones that they claim are the biggest, carbon emitters. But then if you look at the list of people who've pledged the most amount, the United States, right at the top. China, nowhere on that list.
None.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. You expect these other third world countries who have no EPAs, they couldn't care less about environmental regulations to play on an even playing field alongside the United States. So what ends up happening? It ends up hurting the United States economy. And as with everything else, we're the world's greatest peacekeeping force, we're the world's greatest humanitarian force. They want us to foot the bill for everybody else's carbon emissions. And here's what's so telling. There is almost a direct correlation between carbon emissions and advancement in technology and innovation. And thank God for the United States and their advancement in innovation. And this bill would disproportionately harm the American populace. The term globalist has been thrown around so flippantly it's lost all meaning. This is a globalist bill with other foreign governments having the right to mandate, to create sanctions, and tell Americans what they can and can't do with their economy, with their energy. This bill is basically asking the United States economy to just bend over and take it.
Oui, oui, ha ha.
Righto!
Me feel horny.
We're going to have Gary Wilson on after this to discuss the negative ramifications of pornography. That's the kind of show you signed up for. What we're talking, I was watching CNN this morning, and they were talking about green energy jobs. And it was telling me, because someone was talking about, how we need to access all of our energy resources right now, whatever it is, with fracking, coal. And someone on there, I don't know who it was a DNC strategist, something like, I think Elizabeth Granholm was on there as well. And they said, well, you know what, this is a lie from President Trump. He's promising to bring back jobs he couldn't possibly. Coal, there aren't enough coal jobs. Most jobs have gone to green energy, to solar, to wind. Well, no crap, stupid. We had a president who put moratoriums, who said he had no problem with putting the coal industry out of business while simultaneously subsidizing green energy, renewable energy that doesn't work.
Solyndra.
And by the way, is opposed by Democrats because Ted Kennedy didn't want to have windmills outside of his country home. So yeah, it's remarkable how many jobs will be lost in a sector that you cripple through government intervention while simultaneously using our tax dollars to pay for other sources of energy regardless of market. Well, in Germany, the government decided to force the economy into green, renewable forms of energy. Solar, wind, what happened? Well, guess what? If there's not enough solar power, if there's not enough wind power, they don't have giant generators. So they can harness this power and keep it for a long time, for an entire country, for entire cities. So what they would have is they would have droughts when they didn't have enough wind or solar. And then when they would have a surplus of wind or solar, they would have to sell their energy at negative price points where they were actually losing money. It is incredibly unreliable. Oh, and by the way, their carbon emissions are still up. Surprise! We know the negative effects that this specific bill would have on the United States. That's why America first, by the way, doesn't mean America by its lonesome. Someone in the Trump campaign actually said that recently. I thought that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, sure.
But we're not a global community. That's just not accurate. We still are a world with borders and countries, and you do need to look out for your own country's best. You don't think China is? There's a reason they haven't pledged anything. It's not because you caught them at the wrong time right after the Jerry Lewis telethon, okay? You shake them down, you're gonna find some yen coming out of their pockets.
They're that crappy friend who owes you money and just never gets around to it. It's like, I'll get you back next time.
I get paid Friday.
Next
You see me
time.
Saturday, right? You're breaking my balls. So let's get into the negative consequences, not for the United States. Well, in the first world, it's inconvenient. In the third world, it can be deadly. 15% of the world's population, that's 1.2 billion people, still have no access to electricity at all. And they have no capability of getting it through green energy. Sorry, rich, white, privileged, gender studies feminist who wants to change quantum physics because it's oppressive. These people, these over 1 billion people in the world, just need energy to not die, and they can't do it with your Don Quixote windmill.
Send them a Tesla.
Yeah, send them a Tesla. It's subsidized as well.
That's living.
I was in Cancun. Like I said, we went to the actual villages in Cancun to see how people lived. We got out of the resorts. There was Copenhagen, Cancun, I don't know if it was Paris. They just had a recent summit at NYU. They always go to the cool cities, right? So it's not like they're going to the worst area of Tijuana to meet about climate change. Like we need to see how these places have been ravaged. No, we're going to a Cancun resort.
Support the people.
Yeah. So we went to a village and we saw, like, there was a person there who would work all week just to have enough energy, just to have enough fuel to light a fire so that they could heat a can of beans on a dirt floor in their house over an ironing board over a trash can. You think they can afford doubling your energy prices? It's something that a lot of people forget about. Something else, production of biofuels. Rich white guilt. Seems really good. It's actually led to at least 192,000 additional deaths the last time we ran these numbers in 2010. Because the crop is not being used to produce food, but energy because of government mandates. By the way, energy that often is not super efficient. So if you look at the worst estimates from the World Health Organization, they estimate that 141,000 people die annually because of man-made climate change. And that's a very generous estimate. So even if you just add the numbers, more people are dying in the third world because you are preventing them from having their own industrial revolution. Think about that. If there was some other foreign government who told the United States, no, you cannot have the industrial revolution. If they said, sorry, Mr. Ford, no automobile. Sorry, no internet. Sorry, no factory. Sorry, we're not going to allow you to make things more efficient. There would be no United States of America. We wouldn't be able to broadcast this right now with equipment, by the way, that only 3 years ago would have been reserved for the singularly most professional, expensive studios in the world.
It was a mistake letting us
It was a mistake letting us get our paws on it. It's funny they say you're a climate denier. Listen, no one here denies the idea of climate change, okay? I don't know anyone here who even denies that humans have an effect on the overall climate on planet Earth. The question comes down to, is climate change a catastrophic event which is imminent? And is there anything that we can do to stop it if that were the case? If so, what are the direct effects of the Paris Climate Accord? How would that stop this Earth from warming 1 degree over the next 100 years? Although actually, remember, NASA said in the next 50 years it's going to drop half a degree, then go up a degree. What would this do? Because we're going to give up hundreds of thousands of jobs and we'll potentially kill millions of people in the long term in third world countries, preventing them to thrive through innovation and energy. Because, paying an extra, 2-3-fold for your gas, for your groceries, for anything that requires energy or transportation here in the first world, yeah, it's cost prohibitive, it's annoying, it's inconvenient, it will plunge people into the depths of extreme poverty, kind of like you see with Venezuela, but it's not deadly. In the third world, it kills people. Hey, this video is taken as a clip from the full show, daily show at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub, where it's available exclusively $69 a year. That's less than $6 a month, less than 2 expensive cups of coffee, or you can feed an African child. But what would you want to do? Just buy coffee or join the Mug Club. Daily show, louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. See you there. Don't feed children.
Hi, everybody. Stefan Molyneux from Freedom Made Radio. I hope you're doing well. Here, you can see with me Dr. William Happer, a professor at Princeton University in the field of atomic physics, optics, and spectroscopy. I guess women's studies was all full up, so he had to go with Plan B. He is a director with the CO2 Coalition and served as the Department of Energy's Office of Science Director under the George H.W. Bush administration. He will be speaking at the Global Warming An Inconvenient Lie conference in Phoenix, Arizona from December 2nd to 4th, 2016. The link will be below. It is inconvenientlie.com. Dr. Happer, thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thank you.
Now, it's been about 20 years since the predictions that originated the global warming scare, hysteria, story, fantasy, fable, whatever you want to call it, have been steadily deviating from reality. How is this being passed off as science anymore? It seems, look, at the beginning, I'm like, okay, well, there are all these models. It's weather. It's a complex system. There's going to be some divergence. But this steady differentiation between empirical data and theoretical projections would seem to be undercutting the theory a little bit. Yet still it marches on like this undead zombie that can't be finished off.
You're right. I mean, if it were any other branch of science, it would have been abandoned a long time ago, or they would have made major changes in the theory. But they're unwilling to do that. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. But they're trying to rationalize the lack of agreement by, for example, saying that there's lots of warming, but it's being canceled by aerosols. Particulates from coal stations and stuff like that. But that's getting harder and harder to defend. It looks like aerosols are not nearly as effective in canceling warming as people originally thought. So I think the most obvious thing is they've grossly exaggerated the effects of CO2 itself. That, of course, it will cause a little bit of warming, but the amount looks like it's 2, 3, 4 times smaller than what they have been assuming.
Which is, of course, in accordance with the 3 times multiplier that they tend to have applied to their original estimates in order to get this sort of runaway greenhouse effect, this sort of turning us into Venus effect that they projected. So that multiplier, which a lot of people don't understand, I can look like a great businessman if I could just multiply my profits by 3, although that would actually be kind of illegal if I didn't have a basis for it. But that combined with the fact that CO2 seems to have a law of diminishing returns when it comes to global warming in terms of its capacity to trap or maintain heat increases. I wonder if you could step people through both the multiplier, and you've got a fantastic analogy about a barn being painted red that I think is a great way of explaining it.
Okay. Well, you're very familiar with the theory of global warming. My hats are off to you. Most of my academic colleagues don't know that much. But, you can estimate the warming from doubling CO2. If nothing else changes in the atmosphere, you just double the amount of CO2. And no matter what you do, you always get around 1 degree centigrade, a little more in Fahrenheit. So that's often called the climate sensitivity, how much the Earth warms if CO2 doubles. You often have to wait 10 or 20 or maybe even 50 years because the ocean absorbs some heat. But so they call it the equilibrium sensitivity, meaning you wait long enough for transients to die down. So 1 degree is not enough to worry anyone. It's probably good for the Earth. I would like to have a little longer growing season. All my backyard garden has been killed by frost, and I would have gotten a better crop this year if we'd have had a few more growing days. In order to alarm people, in the cynical view, they have said, well, that's only the direct effect of CO2. There are feedbacks, and there are feedbacks that amplify this warming. So they're positive feedbacks. And that's a little strange already because most feedbacks in nature are negative. Positive feedbacks occasionally occur, but they're very unusual. For example, in thermodynamics, one of the first things they teach you is something called Le Chatelier's principle, which says that, if you change some system, the system will try to figure out how to cancel the change, not to make it bigger. So they somehow convinced themselves that you could amplify these direct effects of CO2, and the mechanism that was suggested was that the main greenhouse gas is not CO2 at all, it's water vapor. So if you can somehow have a little bit of CO2 make the effects of water vapor, the warming effects, much bigger, then that would be enough to alarm people and, keep your research funding coming in indefinitely. So that's what they did. And now the years have passed. Those first suggestions were by one of my colleagues here at Princeton many, many years ago. And there's been time enough to see whether it works. It doesn't seem to work. It looks like if there's any feedback at all, it is just as likely to be slightly negative. In other words, the warming may be even less than the 1 degree direct warming that people had expected. And so that's the situation. The warming has been disappointingly small from the point of view of the alarmists. And it's not even clear how much of the warming we've seen that is actually from CO2. There are natural fluctuations of temperature that could easily have caused it, half of it, or maybe all of it.
Well, this is the remarkable thing, is that given that we've had enough time as a species to evolve from single-celled organisms, there must have been dampeners on the complexities of the system so that there wouldn't be this runaway. I mean, if we were going to turn into Venus, it would have happened, billions of years ago. And so there must be mechanisms by which any sort of big spike or change in the system is self-correcting. And of course, one of the big ones is that if you get more CO2, you get more plants. And when you get more plants, they take out more CO2. And so these kinds kinds of things, it's kind of a common sense thing. And given that CO2 was far higher in the past than it is now, if runaway CO2 was going to happen, it would have happened long before we had the chance to evolve the capacity to come up with a global warming theory.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, all of the geological evidence indicates that CO2 is a minor player. I mean, we've had ice ages with 10 times more CO2 than we have today. That's not supposed to happen according to current computer models, but it did happen. And so people agree with you. There must be some kind of negative feedback that tends to keep the Earth's temperature about the same. There are many suggestions. One of the more attractive ones is by Professor Dick Lindzen at MIT. He calls it the iris effect. But it's related to the fact that clouds and water vapor are the big players in global warming. And clouds are interesting. Low clouds tend to cool the Earth. You know that if you go out on a summer day and a cloud comes by, the sun doesn't beat down as hotly and you feel a little better in the shade. But high clouds, cirrus clouds, which you can just barely see, high above us, tend to warm the Earth because they let the sunlight through, so we get hot, but they trap the infrared. So Professor Lindzen's argument is that because of the details of the way cirrus clouds are produced, many of them near the equator in the tropics, you will get actually less cirrus clouds if things get a little bit warmer. And so that will tend to cancel the warming and keep the temperature stable. So he called it the iris effect. I think it's promising. It may be right. It may be wrong. But anyway, all of the evidence is there's some kind of negative feedback mechanism that's working.
Now, you've also mentioned that there's a huge boon to agriculture. And of course, most people who know the crazy argument that CO2 is some kind of a pollutant rather than what we're all made of, it makes all of us pollutants. But you've pointed out that CO2 has a significant benefit to agriculture just in terms of making plants more drought resistant. I wonder if you could help people sort of follow that reasoning, because I hadn't heard of it before you had mentioned it.
Well, yes. When I was in grade school, my teacher told me, well, CO2 is good because plants use CO2 to make sugar, with the aid of sunlight. They need some water too. And so I was surprised as I grew up to discover CO2 is called a pollutant, especially since each of us, with every breath we exhale, we exhale, 40,000 parts per million CO2, which is 100 times more than is in the atmosphere now. So you have to scratch your head and think, why is it a pollutant if I'm exhaling this stuff? And indeed, plants are really happy to have more CO2. They're in a kind of a CO2 famine now with respect to geological history. If you look over the last 600 million years or so, 550, so-called Phanerozoic, when there's been a good fossil record that you can use, CO2 levels have typically been 4 or 5 times higher than they are now, measured in thousands of parts per million, not hundreds of parts per million. And plants loved it. The earth flourished, life flourished on the land, in the sea. There was no danger from ocean acidification, all of the other scare stories you read about. They just didn't happen, nor should they happen if you do the science correctly. So the reason that happens, there are 2 key reasons that plants like more CO2. One reason is that when photosynthesis evolved, maybe 4 billion years ago, it was a long time ago from the geological evidence, there was almost no oxygen in the air. And so the key enzyme that the plant uses to make sugar and other products of photosynthesis is called rubisco. And this enzyme is the most abundant protein in the world. We all hear about protein, but the most abundant is the one that fixes carbon. And this evolved so long ago, at the time of practically no CO2, that it turns out it's poisoned by oxygen. So we think of oxygen as something that's good for us, but if you read the health literature, actually, living things have a problem with oxygen. It oxidizes very well, including your DNA and other things. So we're full of antioxidants that help us to live and to cope with the oxygen atmosphere that we live in now. And plants have the same problem, but in spades, because their basic enzyme, rubisco, is poisoned by oxygen. So at low levels now, when there's not enough CO2 in the air and the plant is desperate to find a CO2 molecule, it's been primed by sunlight, it wants to do something. If it can't find a CO2, it finds an oxygen molecule, and there's plenty of oxygen. And instead of making sugar, it makes nasty things like hydrogen peroxide, which chew up the insides of the plant. And so the plant has to have all sorts of biological machinery to detoxify the products of, this is called photorespiration, and it's not good for the plant. So the more CO2 there is in the air, the less oxygen is needed, and so the less this photorespiration damages the metabolism of the plant. So that's one reason. Now, there's a second reason, and that is that the plant, for every CO2 molecule that diffuses into the little holes in the plant, the little stomata they call them, little mouths, roughly 100 water molecules diffuse out. So the plant has this dilemma that it has to have CO2 to eat, so it has to have holes in its leaf, but the holes allow the leaf to dry out. So if you have more CO2, if you double the amount of CO2, the plant only leaves half as many holes, and so it's not so leaky for water vapor, and so it can live with less water vapor. So now if you look at satellite images of the Earth, the Earth is greening, but where it's greening most is in arid regions near the edges of the Sahara Desert, Western Australia, Western United States. And that's because plants that were struggling to cope with low rainfall now have enough rainfall. Rainfall hasn't changed, but there's more CO2, so they don't need as much water. So there are these two basic things that make CO2 good for green plants. One is it suppresses photorespiration, this toxicity of oxygen. And two, it means the plant doesn't need as much water vapor. I shouldn't say water vapor, doesn't need as much water.
Well, and of course, it costs a huge amount of energy to get water and desalinate it if it's salty and get it out to plants and so on. So the fact that it's kind of hanging out in the air, or at least that the plant needs less water vapor or less water as a whole, is beneficial for the environment because you don't have to spend all this energy getting this water out to where the plant is if you're a farmer.
Right, that's right. And that's why the edges of deserts are getting greener.
Now, the theory, of course, to do with global warming has to do with if you double CO2, of course, you're going to get an increase. And then if you add more sort of in a sort of step-by-step, an extra 400, 400, 400, it's going to get crazy. It's going to go off the rails and it's going to go up in this crazy way. But the reality seems to be that, okay, you double from 400 to 800, you get a degree of warming. But if you add another 400, you don't get a degree. You have to go to 800, then to 1600. So it's got this logarithmic dependence that would cause a diminishment of the effects of CO2 over time, even if you add the same amount proportionately.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And the technical term for that is that the warming saturates, that as you add more CO2, you use up the easy infrared that you can catch, and you're stuck with trying to get infrared that the molecule isn't really designed to absorb. So at present, CO2 is really absorbing all of the infrared it can in its main absorption band. And as you add more, it's just getting a little more infrared at the edges of this band, and that's not very efficient. And that's why when people say compare CO2 to methane, they say, well, methane is much more potent as a greenhouse gas, but that's only because methane is not yet saturated, so it still has lots of its easy pickings left to pick off, but CO2 has already used it up long ago. So you're quite right. CO2 absorption goes logarithmically as the concentration. If you want to get one other degree of warming, you have to double again. So it's a multiplicative thing, not an additive thing now.
Yeah, if you take a white wall and paint it red, you say, wow, that's a whole lot of red. But if you keep painting it red, you only get a little bit more every time.
That's right. The first coat is the most important.
Right. Now,
one thing that sort of struck me when I was looking into these 70-odd, I don't even know what the exact number is, but these 70-odd models of climate change that have been wending their way through the somewhat scientific milieu over the last couple of decades, is that they tend to agree with each other a lot more than they agree with reality. And it sort of struck me like in a court case, if you have 20 people all saying the same bad thing about you, it sounds really bad unless you find out that they've actually talked it over beforehand and come to a particular arrangement as to what it is that they're going to say. And the only way that I can imagine how these very complex models could agree with each other a lot more than they agree with reality is if there may have been some, I don't know if it's covert or overt, ways of exchanging data or agreeing on parameters to make them look similar enough to be compelling to people who are ignoring the basic empirical data.
Yeah. Well, you're right, and it's kind of an echo chamber. The problem is that the models are not very realistically, and they're not. You have to parameterize them, so there are parameters that you adjust in a model, and there's more than one. There are lots of them. And if you look at all these models, they do what they call tuning. They put the model together, and then they fiddle with these numerical parameters until they get the community accepted answer. So if the community decides the answer is half a degree, they'll tune the model so they'll give a half a degree. Or if it's 2 degrees, they can do that too. They can get any answer you would like. So they're not really predictions. People who think the models are predicting something don't understand really what's happening in the models. So I don't know. There are lots of models like that. For example, models of how nuclear weapons work, what the yield is. They have parameters in them that are adjusted, and but at least in this case, you're not permitted to cheat. If the model doesn't work, it's too important, to cover it up. So we've spent a lot of effort in the U.S., I would guess in other countries too, to try and make sure that these codes for nuclear weapons really do work and have the basic physics right.
As far as the global warming goes as well, as you had mentioned, Dr. Happer, that the water vapor is sort of a key thing. 70% of the warming effects tend to come from water vapor and cloud cover. But until recently, didn't they not really work with cloud cover at all? That seems to me to be missing a rather large component in what you would want to calculate if you even thought it was possible to achieve these kinds of predictive models.
Yeah, the cloud cover is very difficult, and it's one of the parameters I mentioned. So they put in a very crude estimate for clouds. They're trying to get better with it, but it's still very crude. And it's extremely important because many people believe that the warming and cooling episodes of the Earth are probably driven mostly by clouds. Because, if you look, say, at the sun, it does seem to be correlated with the climate. For example, we had the little ice age during the Maunder minimum when there were practically no sunspots. So the sun was clearly different. At least it wasn't making as many spots at that time. But there's no evidence that the energy coming out of the sun varies very much with spots. It's a fraction of a %. But if the sun somehow affects cloudiness, then that could easily explain the temperature changes. So there's a fair amount of evidence that the sun does affect cloudiness. It's associated with ideas that go to the Danish physicist Svensmark or near Chevive, or the French physicist Jean Vizier. And the idea is that clouds are nucleated by cosmic ray tracks in the lower atmosphere. So hot, very energetic cosmic rays come into the Earth from the galaxy. And if the sun is very active, when there are a lot of sunspots, the magnetic field from the sun deflects these cosmic rays. And so you don't form as many low clouds, and so the Earth is less shielded by low clouds, and it gets hotter. And during inactive periods, for example, during the little ice ages when there were not as many sunspots and presumably less solar magnetic field, the Earth was cloudier, and so it was colder because it was more cloudy, not because the sun was weaker. It's just that there were more clouds to shield us from sunlight. Anyway, that's one theory. it may be right. I don't know whether it's right or not, but it's certainly something that should be investigated.
All right. And this question of where the heat is going, it seems to me a bit like in philosophy we would call it begging the question. Well, there must be heat. The heat isn't here, so let's go play hide and go seek with the heat. Like find out where the heat has gone mysteriously. And of course, one of the places it's supposed to have gone is like a bath escape. It has submerged into the oceans. But I think that the new sensor, it came out about 10 years ago or so, that they're dropping these sensors into the ocean, and then they're coming back up and radiating, or they're radioing out the heat readings as they come back up. And it doesn't seem like the ocean is the place where the heat has gone to hide. Do you think it could be there? Is there anywhere else, do you think, that they're going to try and find where this mystery heat has gone?
Well, the mystery heat is what's predicted by the models. It's not measured, so the models say the Earth isn't heating, or the models say the Earth should be heating. You don't see the atmosphere warming, even though the original models predicted it would warm, so that worries you. So if they got it wrong on the atmospheric temperature, why should they get it right anywhere else, like the oceans? But I think the most important point here is that, as you mentioned, there is this new network of buoys floating in all the oceans. It's called the Argo system. You can, click on Argo and Google or something and read about it. And it's a very fine system. It has buoys that descend several thousand meters into the ocean and float around. So you measure the amount that they drift in those underwater currents, and then they come to the surface every couple of weeks, and they radio the temperature profile they measured as they were ascending to the surface, and the salinity, everything that they have accumulated, and then they duck down and come up again a few weeks later. So that's allowed much better measurements of many ocean properties, including heat content. And it's very hard to make the case that anything unusual is happening there. For example, the North Atlantic heat content is going steadily down over the last 5 or 10 years. And the surface heat content is hardly changing. And now these buoys don't go low enough to get the entire depth of the ocean. And so the alarmists say, well, the reason you don't see it warming up is it's all below the buoys, where you can't measure it properly. So, so be very, very worried. That's where it is.
I'm not specialized in this at all, but the idea that heat from the surface would end up thousands of meters below the ocean in any appreciable time frame seems to me beyond ludicrous.
Of course. Well, you're right, of course. It takes a long time for things to transport in the ocean. They're normally transported by currents. Diffusion is much too slow. And so, for example, there's this famous ocean conveyor belt where salty, cold water up near Svalbard, near the Arctic, it finally gets heavy enough that it falls to the bottom, and then it flows southward and takes a very complicated path, eventually coming up in the central Pacific of all places, but that takes thousands of years. It's a long time period. It's not a few years. We've only had a few decades that CO2 has been going up. So it doesn't compute, as they say.
Now, let's turn a little bit, and now we're going to the speculative part of the conversation, but I think it's important. So if we're looking at some shaky science, the first question of me is always motive, follow the money and so on. Now, we expect, I guess up until the recent election cycle perhaps, we expect reporters to push back against government narratives and to try and dig in and find the truth. And in the same way, I sort of view particularly publicly funded scientists as having a responsibility, if there's fear-mongering coming out of government bureaucrats and government agencies, to push back and calm the population and get them out of the hysteria, which we're all led to when experts tell us we're doomed and we're going to all burst into flames next Monday. We all get a little alarmed. It doesn't seem to be happening as much with global warming or climate change, that there's a pushback from scientists. I mean, yourself and others who I've had on the show are doing a very admirable and it seems courageous job in pushing back against this narrative. It's not happening as much, I think, in the general scientific community. I wonder if you could speak, if you know anything about it, as to why this pushback might not be occurring.
That community, of course, and many of my friends who I respect a lot are climate alarmists. Few of them know anything about climate. The less they know, the more they're willing to accept the meme. That this is the greatest existential threat the Earth has ever faced. But it's not based on knowledge. It's because they go to a cocktail party with other academics and they wring their hands, and then the fact that conservative politicians whom they hate or profess to hate feel that climate is dangers are being exaggerated. That just reinforces their belief, and they have another Chardonnay and get even more upset about it. But, they don't take the trouble to actually learn about the spectrum of CO2 or the Navier-Stokes equation in the atmosphere or the sun and all of these other things. So it's a tribal thing, it's sort of solidarity that, a part of our tribe is under attack, the climate alarmists. So we have to rally around and protect them. They've got to be right. How's it possible that a conservative senator could be right, or a right-wing candidate for president? How could they possibly be right? We're right. So it's not based on real science. It's based on tribalism.
But it is also an astonishing waste of resources. I know we're a wealthy society in general, and there is this feeling that there's this infinite pile of gold and treasure that we can keep plucking from. But when I think of the billions upon billions of dollars that are poured into this kind of stuff, the opportunity cost of what else could be done with the money seems to me quite significant. In other words, if it's a mistake, it's not a mistake without consequences for the world as a whole.
That's a very good point, that there are opportunity costs. If this were just some minor dispute in science, we have those all the time, and people go off on tangents and they have a good time, and eventually it gets corrected, but it doesn't cost very much money. But this is costing enormous amounts of money, and it's having huge effects on public policy, and in my effect, it's been very corrupting for science, because there's so much money pouring into science that, you think twice about rocking the boat. It's a little bit like this Ibsen play, what did they call it? An enemy of the people. But this Norwegian doctor discovers that this health spa actually isn't helping people, it's hurting them. But all the town fathers gather around and remind him that the town livelihood depends on these spas, and so he has to shut up. And so it's a little bit like that. When there's enough money involved, normal customs, morality get changed, There's this nice quote from Pushkin. I'm a big fan of Russian literature, but it's where there's a trough, there are also pigs.
Again, I sort of view it as, I don't know if it's just America, because this is somewhat of a worldwide phenomenon, but it seems to me that the madness of crowds seems to go through this sort of bell curve, where only a few people are afraid, and then there's this general all-out panic, and then it kind of ebbs away at some point, and then people either rush off to something new, or you get a couple of years of peace and quiet. If this sort of rough bell curve of sort of panic within society is correct, where do you think we are? I keep thinking we're sort of at the peak and we're maybe heading down, but then there's some new other thing that comes up that people seem to get jump-started about. Do you have any idea where we might be in this sort of bell curve of panic?
I think we're pretty close to the peak, but I mean, that's optimistic, so I'm hoping that things will get better. The whole thing really depends on nature, and so if there's no warming for another couple decades, then it will be clear to all but the most obtuse, that this is all nonsense. And so I think if we can delay for another 10 years, then the answer will become clear. There never was any big rush anyway. There's the only people who needed the big rush were the crony capitalists who wanted subsidies for this or that, and the academics who wanted to keep their empires funded, but in fact, nothing we did needed to be done right away. There was no need to immediately put in windmills or solar cells. So we put in a lot of junky equipment that, it's going to be hard to get rid of, and it's wasted a lot of money.
Yeah, so killed a lot of birds.
We're close to the peak, and that nature itself will save us.
All of these political solutions don't seem to be achieving anything according to what was said that needed to be done in order to avert disaster, because it always seemed to be imminent. There was always this mysterious tipping point that if we don't act now, there's going to be an absolute catastrophe which will be irreversible, and then the next, if we pass that, there'd just be another one, and it's like, well, didn't we just have one that was supposed to be irreversible? And so this urgency, to me, when people have this kind of panic for a decision now and resources now, it's usually to overcome the faint voices of skepticism and let's wait and see if it's as big a disaster. And so one of the things that I guess I'm concerned about is they're just going to keep inventing new and greater panics. And because I'm not sure if the scientific literacy of the population is going down as a whole, but now when the word skeptic is used in the realm of science, it's considered to be a very bad thing, which is why, of course, they invented the term denier, which has its Holocaust parallels. But skepticism, I think it was Richard Feynman who said all science is founded upon skepticism of the opinions of those in authority, and the idea that consensus is somehow a valuable thing in science rather than skepticism is really kind of an alarming lack of literacy in the scientific method, in my opinion.
No, you're absolutely right. When you keep hearing about scientific consensus, it doesn't mean anything. There have been scientific consensuses many times in the past. Most of the time they were wrong. A good example of that was the consensus around eugenics, in the early 1900s, when there were all these studies of every one of them showed that the master race was good old white Anglo-Saxon America, and so we had these restrictive immigration laws to keep out, these low IQ Chinamen and Eastern Europeans and Italians. That was all nonsense. It was fabricated data, but all the best and brightest people in America subscribed to it. The presidents of Ivy League universities, Alexander Graham Bell, you couldn't hold your head up if you didn't support eugenics in those days. That was, 1900, 1910, 1920. And it was simply fraud. And yet nobody seemed to recognize it was fraud.
Yeah, and in fact, the Chinese score better than whites on IQ tests as a whole. So, yeah.
I mean, you look back on it and you can't believe it, but and I think this hysteria over climate change has many of the same characteristics. If your right-thinking neighbors are alarmed about climate change, then you should be alarmed too. If you're not, then you're not, in their league.
You're anti-science if you're skeptical, right?
That's right, yeah.
So I wonder if we could close off, and I just wanted to remind people that Dr. Happer will be speaking at this Global Warming and Inconvenient Lie Conference. This is in Phoenix, Arizona, December 2nd to 4th, 2016. You can get more information at inconvenientlie.com, but I wonder if you could help people. We have some, of course, younger listeners, and this is all they've grown up with. I grew up with skepticism as sort of the basis of the scientific method, and recognizing that models were, I've done computer modeling in the past with regards to environmental issues, and I know you can garbage in, garbage out. You can tweak a program that's not dependent on empirical data to produce anything that you want. But for the younger people who've grown up with this as a constant drumbeat of doom, I wonder if you could give them the statements around patience and the fact that we have time to figure out if this is true or not. Even if there is something that's been missed, we do have time. We don't need the urgency to burn up billions of dollars worth of resources in the here and now. We can actually wait and still be safe.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with that. If I were king, I would certainly continue supporting research on climate. I really admire these Argo buoys, for example. I would not spare any money that was needed to keep those going and put in better varieties. Same for satellites. Good measurements are the thing that's going to eventually solve this problem. I would not be nearly as enthusiastic about supercomputers. I think a real problem with supercomputers, especially with the display, is you can make this display, you can see the Earth in lurid colors of red, and it looks so real. But in fact, it's nothing but virtual reality. It's not reality. There's a difference between a computer and the real world. So my advice to young people is, when you go out, look up at the sky, try and figure out what you're looking at. Why is the sky blue? Why do the clouds look this way? Why is the wind blowing in this direction? Try to understand the world that you live in. You'll learn a huge amount of science if you do that. And you'll enjoy life a lot more too. So look at that. Don't look at computer programs.
A perfect way to end the program. And thanks so much, Dr. Happer, not only for this conversation, but for the work that you're doing, bringing stability, skepticism, and sanity to what is often a contentious, fear-mongering, I guess it's going to become a debate again soon, we hope. But I really appreciate your time today. And again, please, everyone, check out inconvenientlife.com for the chance to see Dr. Happer speak in Phoenix, December 2nd to 4th, 2016. Thanks so much, Doctor. The Skeptic's Case by Dr. David M.W. Evans. We checked the main predictions of the climate models against the best and latest data. Every serious, skeptical scientist has been consistently saying essentially the same thing for over 20 years, yet most people have never heard the message. Here it is, put simply enough for any lay reader willing to pay attention. What the government climate scientists say. The direct effect of CO2 is well-established physics, based on laboratory results and known for over a century. Feedbacks are due to the ways the Earth reacts to the direct warming effect of the CO2. The threefold amplification by feedbacks is based on the assumption, or guess, made around 1980, that more warming due to CO2 will cause more evaporation from the oceans, and that this extra water vapor will in turn lead to even more heat trapping because water vapor is the main greenhouse gas. And extra heat will cause even more evaporation, and so on. This amplification is built into all the climate models. The amount of amplification is estimated by assuming that nearly all the industrial age warming is due to our CO2. The government climate scientists and the media often tell us about the direct effect of the CO2, but rarely admit that 2/3 of their projected temperature increases are due to amplification by feedbacks. What the skeptics say. The serious skeptical scientists have always agreed with the government climate scientists about the direct effect of CO2. The argument is entirely about the feedbacks. The feedbacks dampen or reduce the direct effect of the extra CO2, cutting it roughly in half. The main feedbacks involve evaporation, water vapor, and clouds. In particular, water vapor condenses into clouds, so extra water vapor due to the direct warming effect of extra CO2 will cause extra clouds, which reflect sunlight back out into space and cool the Earth, thereby reducing the overall warming. There are, literally, thousands of feedbacks, each of which either reinforces or opposes the direct warming effect of the extra CO2. Almost every long-lived system is governed by net feedback that dampens its response to a perturbation. If a system instead reacts to a perturbation by amplifying it, the system is likely to reach a tipping point and become unstable.
like the electronic squeal that erupts when a microphone gets too close to its speakers. The Earth's climate is long-lived and stable. It has never gone into runaway greenhouse, unlike Venus, which strongly suggests that the feedbacks dampen temperature perturbations, such as that from extra CO2. What the data says. The climate models have been essentially the same for 30 years now, maintaining roughly the same sensitivity to extra CO2, even while they got more detailed with more computer power. How well have the climate models predicted the temperature? Does the data better support the climate models or the skeptics' view? Air temperatures. One of the earliest and most important predictions was presented to the US Congress in 1988 by Dr. James Hansen, the father of global warming. Hansen's climate model clearly exaggerated future temperature rises. In particular, his climate model predicted that if human CO2 emissions were cut back drastically, starting in 1988, such that by the year 2000 the CO2 level was not rising at all, we would get his scenario C. But in reality, the temperature did not even rise this much, even though our CO2 emissions strongly increased, which suggests that the climate models greatly overestimate the effect of CO2 emissions. A more considered prediction by the climate models was made in 1990 in the IPCC's first assessment report. It's 20 years now, and the average rate of increase in reality is below the lowest trend in the range predicted by the IPCC. Ocean temperatures. The oceans hold the vast bulk of the heat in the climate system. We've only been measuring ocean temperatures properly since mid-2003, when the Argo system became operational. In Argo, a buoy duck dives down to a depth of 2,000 meters, measures temperatures as it very slowly ascends, then radios the results back to headquarters via satellite. Over 3,000 Argo buoys constantly patrol all the oceans of the world. The ocean temperature has been basically flat since we started measuring it properly and not warming as quickly as the climate models predict. Atmospheric hotspot. The climate models predict a particular pattern of atmospheric warming during periods of global warming. The most prominent change they predict is a warming in the tropics about 10 kilometers up, the hotspot. The hotspot is the sign of the amplification in their theory. The theory says the hotspot is caused by extra evaporation and by extra water vapor pushing the warmer, wetter, lower troposphere up into volume previously occupied by cool, dry air. The presence of a hotspot would indicate amplification is occurring, and vice versa. We have been measuring atmospheric temperatures with weather balloons since the 1960s. Millions of weather balloons have built up a good picture of atmospheric temperatures over the last few decades, including the warming period from the late 1970s to the late 90s. This important and pivotal data was not released publicly by the climate establishment until 2006, and then in an obscure place. Here it is. On the left is the data collected by millions of weather balloons. On the right is what the climate models say was happening. The theory, as per the climate models, is incompatible with the observations. In both diagrams, the horizontal axis shows latitude, and the right vertical axis shows height in kilometers. In reality, there was no hotspot, not even a small one. So, in reality, there is no amplification. The amplification shown in Figure 1 does not exist. Outgoing radiation. The climate models predict that when the surface of the Earth warms, less heat is radiated from the Earth into space on a weekly or monthly timescale. This is because, according to the theory, the warmer surface causes more evaporation, and thus there is more heat-trapping water vapor. This is the heat-trapping mechanism that is responsible for the assumed amplification in Figure 1. Satellites have been measuring the radiation emitted from the Earth for the last 2 decades. A major study has linked the changes in temperature on the Earth's surface with the changes in the outgoing radiation. Here are the results. Outgoing radiation from Earth, vertical axis, against sea surface temperature, horizontal, as measured by the ERBE satellites, upper left graph, and as predicted by 11 climate models, the other graphs. Notice that the slopes for the graphs for the climate models are opposite to the slope of the graph for the observed data. This shows that, in reality, the Earth gives off more heat when its surface is warmer. This is the opposite of what the climate models predict. This shows that the climate models trap heat too aggressively and that their assumed amplification, shown in Figure 1, does not exist. Conclusions. All the data here is impeccably sourced: satellites, Argo, and weather balloons. The air and ocean temperature data shows that the climate models overestimate temperature rises. The climate establishment suggests that cooling due to undetected aerosols might be responsible for the failure of the models to date. But this excuse is wearing thin. It continues not to warm as much as they said it would, or in the way they said it would. On the other hand, the rise in air temperature has been greater than skeptics say could be due to CO2. The skeptics' excuse is that the rise is mainly due to other forces, and they point out that the world has been in a fairly steady warming trend of 0.5 degrees Celsius per century since 1680, with alternating about 30-year periods of warming and mild cooling, whereas the vast bulk of all human CO2 emissions have been after 1945. We've checked all the main predictions of the climate models against the best data. Test. Air temperatures from 1988. Climate models overestimated rise even if CO2 is drastically cut. Air temperatures from 1990. Climate models overestimated trend rise. Ocean temperatures from 2003. Climate models overestimated trend rise greatly. Atmospheric hotspot, climate models completely missing, therefore no amplification. Outgoing radiation, climate models opposite to reality, therefore no amplification. The climate models get them all wrong. The missing hotspot and outgoing radiation data both independently prove that the amplification in the climate models is not present. Without the amplification, the climate model temperature predictions would be cut by at least 2/3, which would explain why they overestimated the recent air and ocean temperature increases. Therefore, 1. The climate models are fundamentally flawed. Their assumed threefold amplification by feedbacks does not in fact exist. 2. The climate models overestimate temperature rises due to CO2 by at least a factor of 3. The skeptical view is compatible with the data. Some political points. The data presented here is impeccably sourced, very relevant, publicly available, and from our best instruments. Yet it never appears in the mainstream media. Have you ever seen anything like any of the figures here in the mainstream media? That alone tells you that the debate is about politics and power, and not about science or truth. This is an unusual political issue because there is a right and a wrong answer, and everyone will know which it is eventually. People are going ahead and emitting CO2 anyway, so we are doing the experiment. Either the world heats up by several degrees by 2050 or so, or it doesn't. Notice that the skeptics agree with the government climate scientists about the direct effect of CO2. They just disagree about the feedbacks. The climate debate is all about the feedbacks. Everything else is merely a sideshow. Yet hardly anyone knows that. The government climate scientists and the mainstream media have framed the debate in terms of the direct effect of CO2 and sideshows such as Arctic ice, bad weather, or psychology. They almost never mention the feedbacks. Why is that? Who has the power to make that happen?
Much has been made of the Paris Climate Agreement, signed by the leaders of 178 countries in 2016. French Foreign Minister Laurent Fabius, speaking for many, called it a historic turning point. The head of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Gina McCarthy, echoed the minister's remark when she testified before the House Committee on Science, Space and Technology. The Paris Agreement was, she said, an incredible achievement. But when pressed by committee members to explain exactly how much this treaty would reduce global temperatures, she would not or could not say. This combination of grand pronouncements and vague specifics is a good strategy for Paris Agreement fans to take, because the agreement will cost a fortune but do little to reduce global warming. Consider the Obama administration's signature climate policy, the Clean Power Plan. Using the same climate prediction model that the UN uses, I found that the power plan will accomplish almost nothing. Even if its cuts to carbon dioxide emissions are fully implemented, not just for the 14 years that the Paris Agreement lasts, but for the rest of the century, the Clean Power Plan would reduce the temperature increase in 2100 by just 0.023 degrees Fahrenheit. The president has made further and grander promises of future U.S. carbon cuts, but these are only vaguely outlined. In the unlikely event that all of these extra cuts also happen and are adhered to throughout the rest of the century, the combined reduction in temperatures would be 0.057 degrees. To put it another way, if the U.S. delivers for the whole century on the president's very ambitious rhetoric, it would postpone global warming by about 8 months at the end of the century. Now, let's add in the rest of the world's Paris promises. If we generously assume that the promised carbon cuts for 2030 are not only met, which itself would be a UN first, but sustained throughout the rest of the century, temperatures in 2100 would drop by 0.3 degrees, the equivalent of postponing warming by less than 4 years. Again, that's using the UN's own climate prediction model. But here's the biggest problem. These minuscule benefits do not come free. Quite the contrary. The cost of the Paris Climate Pact is likely to run to $1 to $2 trillion every year, based on estimates produced by the Stanford Energy Modeling Forum and the Asia Modeling Exercise. In other words, we will spend at least $100 trillion in order to reduce the temperature by the end of the century by a grand total of 0.3 degree. Some Paris Agreement supporters defend it by claiming that its real impact on temperatures will be much more significant than the UN model predicts. But this requires mental gymnastics and heroic assumptions. The Climate Action Tracker, widely cited by Paris Agreement fans, predict a temperature reduction of 1.6 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century. But this prediction is based very heavily on the assumption that even stronger climate policies will be adopted in the future. Actually, 98% of the assumed reductions will come only after 2030, which is what the current Paris Agreement covers. And even such wishful thinking won't achieve anything close to the 2 degrees Celsius reduction that has become the somewhat arbitrary but widely adopted benchmark to avoid the worst effects of global warming. The actual promised emission reductions under the Paris Agreement literally gets us just 1% of the way to the 2 degrees target. 99% of what would be required is put off until after 2030. The Paris Agreement is the wrong solution to a real problem. The right solution will most likely be found through green energy research and development, like that promoted by Bill Gates and the Breakthrough Coalition. Mr. Gates has announced that private investors are committing $7 billion for clean energy R&D. Instead of political hot air and ever larger government subsidies of today's inefficient green technologies, those who want to combat climate change should focus on dramatically boosting green energy innovation. The U.S. already shows the way. With its pursuit of fracking, making it safer and more efficient every year, America has drastically reduced the cost of natural gas. This momentous switch from coal to lower CO2 gas as a source of energy has done far more to drive down carbon dioxide emissions than any recent government climate policy. Turns out that those politicians who gathered in Paris, France, could learn a lot from Paris, Texas. I'm Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus Center.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
One of the most persistent claims in the climate debate is that global warming leads to more extreme weather. This is a common concern expressed by those who fear a dangerously warming planet. President Barack Obama did so eloquently in his 2013 State of the Union address when he talked about the devastating impact of raging fires and crippling drought and more powerful storms. Many others have offered similar sentiments. Global warming is a problem that needs to be addressed, but exaggeration doesn't help and often distracts us from simple, cheaper, and smarter solutions. To find those solutions, let's address the three horsemen of the climate apocalypse to which President Obama referred. Historical analysis of wildfires around the world shows that since 1950, their numbers have decreased globally by 15%. Estimates published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences shows that even with global warming, the level of wildfires will continue to decline until mid-century and won't resume on the level of 1950, the worst for fire, before the end of the century. Claiming that droughts are a consequence of global warming is also wrong. The world has not seen a general increase in drought. A study published in Nature in March 2014 shows globally that there's been little change in drought over the past 60 years. The UN Climate Panel in 2012 concluded, some regions of the world have experienced more intense and longer droughts, in particular in southern Europe and West Africa. But in some regions, droughts have become less frequent, less intense, or shorter, for example in central North America and northwestern Australia. And finally, the third horseman, hurricanes. Global hurricane activity today, measured by total energy, hasn't been lower since the 1970s. While it's likely that we will see somewhat stronger, but fewer, storms as climate change continues, damages will be lower because we'll be better adapted. A March 2012 Nature study shows that the global damage cost from hurricanes will be 0.02% of gross domestic product by 2100, down 50% from today's 0.04%. Let me make this clear. This does not mean that climate change isn't an issue. It means that exaggerating the threat concentrates resources in the wrong areas. Consider hurricanes, though similar points hold for wildfire and drought. If the aim is to reduce storm damage, then first focus on resilience, better building codes, and better enforcement of those codes. Ending subsidies for hurricane insurance to discourage building in vulnerable zones would also help, as would investing in better infrastructure, from stronger levees to higher capacity sewers. These solutions are quick and comparatively cheap. Most important, they would diminish future hurricane damage, whether climate-induced or not. Had New York and New Jersey focused resources on building seawalls and adding storm doors to the subway system and making simple fixes like porous pavements, Hurricane Sandy would have caused much less damage. In the long run, the world needs to cut carbon dioxide because it causes global warming. But if the main effort to cut emissions is through subsidies for chic renewables like wind and solar power, virtually no good will be achieved at very high cost. The cost of climate policies just for the European Union, intended to reduce emissions by 2020 to 20% below 1990 levels, are estimated at about $250 billion annually, or about $20 trillion over the century. And the benefits, when estimated using a standard climate model, will reduce temperatures only by an immeasurable 1/10 of a degree Fahrenheit by the end of the century. even in 2040, under its most optimistic scenario, the International Energy Agency estimates that just 2.2% of the world's energy will come from wind and solar. As is the case today, almost 80% will still come from fossil fuels. As long as green energy is more expensive than fossil fuels, growing consumer markets like those in China and India will continue mostly to be powered by them. Solar, wind, and other renewables are still inefficient because they require subsidies of more than $120 billion a year. And even in 2040, they won't be efficient. The International Energy Agency estimates they will still require more than $200 billion annually. Instead of pouring money into subsidies for existing inefficient wind and solar energy, we'd be far better off supporting research and development of green energy technologies to make them cheaper, faster. When innovation eventually makes green energy as cheaper than fossil fuel energy, everyone will use it, including China and India. Until then, let's cool the fear-mongering and make practical decisions that will help people now. I'm Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus Center.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
Carbon emissions are rising, and faster than most scientists predicted. But many climate change alarmists seem to claim that all climate change is worse than expected. This ignores that much of the data is actually more encouraging than expected. Yes, Arctic sea ice is melting faster than models expected, but models also predicted that Antarctic sea ice would decrease, yet Antarctic sea ice is increasing. Yes, sea levels are rising, but the rise is not accelerating. If anything, two recent papers, one by Chinese scientists published in January 2014 and the other by US scientists published in May 2013, have shown a small decline in the rate of sea level increase. We're often being told that we're seeing more and more droughts, but a study published in March 2014 in the journal Nature actually shows a decrease in the world's surface that has been afflicted by droughts since 1982. Facts like these are important because a one-sided focus on worst-case stories is a poor foundation for sound policies. Hurricanes are likewise used as an example of things getting worse. But look at the US, where we have the best statistics. If we adjust for population and wealth, hurricane damage during the period of 1900 to 2013 actually decreased slightly. At the UN Climate Conference in Lima, Peru, in December 2014, attendees were told that their countries should cut carbon emissions to avoid future damage from storms like Typhoon Hagupit, which hit the Philippines during the conference, killing at least 21 people and forcing more than 1 million into shelters. Yet the trend for strong typhoons around the Philippines have actually declined since 1950, according to a study published in 2012 by the Journal of Climate. Again, we're told that all things are getting worse, but the facts don't support this. This does not mean global warming is not real or a problem, but the one-sided story of alarmism makes us lose focus. If we want to help the world's poor, who are the most threatened by natural disasters, it's less about cutting carbon emissions than it is about pulling them out of poverty. The best way to see this is to look at the world's death from natural disasters over time. In the Oxford University database for death rates from floods, extreme temperatures, droughts, and storms, the average in the first part of last century was more than 130 dead every year per million people. Since then, the death rates have dropped 97% to a new low in the 2010s of less than 4 per million. The dramatic decline is mostly due to economic developments that help nations withstand catastrophes. If you're rich like Florida, a major hurricane might cause plenty of damage to expensive buildings, but it kills few people and causes only a temporary dent in economic output. If a similar hurricane hits a poorer country like the Philippines or Guatemala, it kills many more people and can devastate the economy. So let's be clear, climate change is not worse than we thought. That doesn't mean it's not a reality or not a problem. It is. But the narrative that the world's climate is changing from bad to worse is unhelpful alarmism that prevent us from focusing on smart solutions. A well-meaning environmentalist might argue that because climate change is a reality, why not ramp up the rhetoric and focus on the bad news to make sure the public understands its importance? But that's exactly what we've done for the past 20 years. Yet despite dramatic headlines, apocalyptic documentaries, and annual climate summits, carbon emissions continue to rise, especially in rapidly developing countries like India, China, and many African nations. Alarmism has encouraged the pursuit of a one-sided climate policy of trying to cut carbon emissions by subsidizing wind farms and solar panels. Yet today, according to the International Energy Agency, only about 0.4% of global energy consumption comes from solar photovoltaics and windmills. And even with exceptionally optimistic assumptions about future deployment of wind and solar, the International Energy Agency expects that these energy forms will provide a minuscule 2.2% of the world's energy by 2040. In other words, for at least the next 2 decades, solar and wind energy are simply expensive, feel-good measures that will have an imperceptible climate impact. Instead, we should focus on investing in research and development of green energy to lower its costs. So everyone will want it, including China and India. We urgently need a more balanced climate conversation if we ought to make sensible choices and pick the right climate policy that can actually help fix climate change. I'm Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus Center.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
There's lots to talk about in today's episode of How Is This a Thing? We're going to cover this new climate emergency strategy in Ireland that definitely isn't a plan to massively increase our taxes or anything. We'll cover some unfortunate reports about electric cars and conclude with the story about how 007 from the Bond films is now going to be played by a black woman. All that is coming up right after this. It's time now for a word from our sponsor for this video, Vikings War of Clans, a strategy game inspired by the classic role-playing games of the 90s like Civilization and Command & Conquer. Vikings War of Clans is a free-to-play MMO strategy game now available to play in your browser. For me, this is perfect, because sometimes when I'm working and waiting for a video to finish rendering in Final Cut Pro, I often have a second browser window open with a game running. Now I can play Vikings on my desktop computer. What I really like about this game is the potential for sophisticated tactical combat and endless strategy and customization, and the experience is made 2040 project somehow, right? Irish people just don't realise how worse off they're going to be in the long run financially, and the people here are too distracted and placated by this current sexual liberation movement. The populace are being enslaved to their own vices. That's why all this vice is being promoted. People are only concerned with materialism, being good little consumers. Impulse control is just out the window. Now, true freedom is being able to practice.
He is not a Jewish shill. He is his own man.
Today, I wanted to comment on a video that was uploaded to Tommy Robinson's YouTube channel recently that gave me a few well-needed laughs at the beginning of my Sunday morning. This video of his had its title changed twice since being uploaded, currently called The Elephant in the Room, but it was previously called How to Burn a Real Nazi. This video could easily be described as a hit piece, at least if it wasn't so scatterbrained. His video attempts to label several people, including Mark Collett, as an unironic National Socialist. While I don't doubt there are sympathies from Mark himself, the attempt to group others with him was laughable at best. I haven't seen such a pitiful failure at smearing people like this since the media itself attempted to label Tommy Robinson a National Socialist. There is some irony here, and I wanted to make it clear that I support everybody's right to express themselves and even express themselves out towards others. Just as Tommy Robinson has every right to shill for Israel, Mark Collett has every right to advocate for the future of his own people. It was eerie seeing a video like this, considering that Tommy Robinson is sitting in a jail cell right now nursing his wounds from a 70-year-old man who beat him up. It wasn't even a political thing, by the way. The old man didn't like that Tommy was acting like a celebrity. Seeing as Tommy Robinson has fame in his sights, it should be no surprise to anyone that he is now punching right in order to win the favor of those that will never accept him. Still, there were a few clips that I wanted to share with you and ask all of you to make your own decision on whether or not you think he's a shill. I absolutely think he's a Zionist shill.
Tommy is not a Jewish shill. He is his own man, makes his own decisions, and stands by them, whether people agree with him or not. Those are the qualities of a true leader. People who suggest Tommy is a Jewish shill tend to be people who have issues with all Jews. That says more about them than Tommy.
You were punching Nazis before it was cool.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Because, I mean, if Mike Stokesbury must be a big fan of your early work.
Now, I got another question for you. I noticed you're wearing a shirt or a button that says "I'm a Zionist." What does a Zionist mean to you? What is a Zionist?
Well, a Zionist is someone believes in a homeland for Jewish people.
I believe. My definition, when I've looked at that in the dictionary, is Israel first.
It means Israel first.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
well, you know, there is a negative connotation in a lot of realms about Zionism, about international banking, about a lot of things like that. And since it does denote that it is Israel first, can you possibly serve two masters? Meaning, can you serve England and Israel at the same time?
There is no dual loyalty.
He worked as a fixer for fraudulent mortgage broker Deborah Rothschild. The Rothschild family founded Israel.
Oy vey, 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 oy Gewalt. כשהגעתי לתל אביב וראיתי מה מתרחש כאן, הרהרתי בליבי, אוי גוואלד, אוי גוואלד, אוי ווי, אוי ווי.
The point of the video is this. Look, Tommy Robinson, you do not have to lie to kick it. You can be a shill for Israel, just admit it, buddy. It's fine. You're not fooling anybody. We can all see through you. Okay? You're a shill. It's okay. Just be honest about it. And with that, here it is. Your moment of clarity.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from
Arresting me
HellClimateScience.com.
for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So I posted on Twitter how I found a couple of different Game Boy Pockets at a local thrift store, and I was really excited desoldering stuff.
So welcome back to another episode. Welcome back to another Kim.
Hello.
And this is not a different Kim. This is my same wife.
Mark my words. When we get into power, Muslim migration will completely stop because it poses a threat to this country. Now, it poses a threat because number one,
I know so many white people that pose a threat.
Yeah, so do I. You're one of them.
How do I pose a threat?
Because
All right, Mouse, listen up. We gotta save all the meme accounts.
Okay.
Instagram is doing a purge. So, we need to save Shark Puppet.
Yeah.
We need to save Daquan. Or Daquan. Do you know how to pronounce it?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah.
We gotta save Grande.
I love you, Grande. Yeah.
We gotta save Loud equals funny. And most importantly, Mouse, look at me. We gotta save Belle Delphine.
Belle's gone.
What?
Yeah, Belle's gone.
What do you mean she's gone?
She's gone, man. She got deleted.
Since when?
It was 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Should I? She's a thought.
All right, Mouse.
Shenmue 3 is a game that, technically speaking, should not have been made. It's a sequel to a nearly 20-year-old Dreamcast game which underperformed commercially despite achieving critical acclaim. The creator of the series, Yu Suzuki, had also left Sega several years prior. He even held a Shenmue post-mortem event at Game Developer Conference 2014, detailing his original vision of the series and sharing never-before-seen concept art. For many Shenmue fans, this signaled the end of our beloved series, the final nail in the coffin for what could have been a legendary series of games. It was near this time that I had personally lost all hope of ever seeing a sequel, a continuation of Ryo's story. Ryo would never meet Lan Di again,
would not avenge his father, wouldn't unlock the secrets of the mirrors, and never see his friends or family in Japan ever again. Then, at E3 2015, the impossible happened.
A crazy conference.
Shenmue 3 was announced, but as a Kickstarter project. Yu Suzuki formed his own independent studio to develop the game called Yznet. The game would be made as long as the support from the community was strong enough. Without a doubt, the support was there. This crowd-funded project broke records and Kickstarter servers. It was official, Shenmue was back, and fans around the world rejoiced. Seeing this enthusiasm and success, Sega took another look at re-releasing Shenmue 1 and 2 on modern consoles, and eventually did so in summer 2018. This not only allowed older gamers to relive their Shenmue memories, but also ushered in a new generation of gamers to experience the world of Shenmue. In the years since that fateful night in 2015, the development of Shenmue 3 had been underway, with progress updates shared with the fans from time to time. A trailer here, some new screenshots there. Although not all updates have sat well with most people, it has been an interesting game to follow nonetheless. Easily the most divisive event in the game's development story has been the revelation that the game would be released on the PC as a timed exclusive on the Epic Game Store, with the Steam version coming a year later. Many Shenmue fans simply aren't bothered by the news at all, while others who are expecting the Steam version on day one are furious. This decision was made to secure additional funding for the game's development, resulting in a more complete and polished experience. What has fueled the outrage fire is certain YouTubers with large audiences telling them what opinions they should have on the subject without doing proper research. The purpose of this video is not to discuss this non-controversy, but to remind people why us Shenmue fans are so excited to see Ryo's story continue. We're very lucky to finally be able to play the next chapter in Yu Suzuki's Revenge Odyssey. While the developmental bumps in the road have not been convenient or expected, they were necessary to deliver the best possible version of the third entry in the saga. While the commercial success of Shenmue 3 is not guaranteed, it will be required for there to be any hope of continuing the saga to its conclusion. I hope one day I see Ryo return home from his journey, older, stronger, and wiser. I want to see him walk through New Yokosuka Harbor, ride the bus to Dobuita, walk past the eerily empty spot where Tom's hot dog truck was once parked to the familiar residences in Sakuragaoka. As Ryo approaches the Hazuki residence, he reflects on his journey, feeling fulfilled and enlightened. This is the same feeling that will come over the player as well, because when you play Shenmue, you become Ryo, and you make his experiences your own. His journey is your journey. It's a journey that now belongs to all of us.
Did you say it should Oh, yeah.
And conclude with the story about how 007 from the Bond films is now going to be played by a black woman. All that is coming up right after this. It's time now for a word from our sponsor for this video, Vikings War of Clans, a strategy game inspired by the classic role-playing games of the 90s like Civilization and Command & Conquer. Vikings War of Clans is a free-to-play MMO strategy game now available to play in your browser. For me, this is perfect, because sometimes when I'm working and waiting for a video to finish rendering in Final Cut Pro, I often have a second browser window open with a game running. Now I can play Vikings on my desktop computer. What I really like about this game is the potential for sophisticated tactical combat and endless strategy and customization, and the experience is made ever more compelling by the millions of online players who help to constantly change the way the game evolves in a never-ending fight for resources. You'll forge new alliances and compete in live events. The game also offers some gorgeous and detailed graphics and gameplay that includes clan battles and competitions. By downloading the game and using my links in the description box below, long run financially, and the people here are too distracted and placated by this current sexual liberation movement. The populace are being enslaved to their own vices. That's why all this vice is being promoted. People are only concerned with materialism, being good little consumers. Impulse control is just out the window. Now, true freedom is being able to practice self-control, abstinence, restraint, but instead, slavery to one's own hedonistic and primal urges is being sold to people as a form of freedom. It makes people easy to control. According to scientists, including Cambridge engineering professor Michael Kelly, who has previously explained that such proposals represent total madness. In energy terms, the current generation of renewable energy technologies alone will not enable a civilized side of our country are using our politicians as pawns in their long-term plans for Western nations. The article goes on to point out, but plans to dramatically slash carbon emissions by ditching tried and tested energy sources such as coal and nuclear in favour of renewables will necessarily result in a collapse in living standards, according to scientists, including Cambridge engineering professor Michael Kelly, who has previously explained that such proposals represent total madness. In energy terms, the current generation of renewable energy technologies alone will not enable a civilized modern society to continue, pointing out that renewables such as solar, wind and hydropower supply just 7% of electricity needs globally, while the rate at which fossil fuels are growing is 7 times that at which the low carbon energies are growing. The Hughes Medal decorated physicist cautioned, the call to decarbonize the global economy by 80% by 2050 can now only be described as glib, in my opinion. As the underlying analysis shows, it is only possible if we wish to see large parts of the population die from starvation, destitution, or violence in the absence of enough low-carbon energy to sustain society. But to make matters worse, here's an article from Zero Hedge from back in April. Electric car owners shocked. New study confirms EVs considerably worse for climate than diesel cars. The Brussels Times reports that a new German study exposes how electric vehicles will hardly decrease CO2 emissions in Europe over the coming years, as the introduction of electric vehicles won't lead to a reduction in CO2 emissions from highway traffic. According to the study directed by Christoph Buchel of the University of Cologne, published by the IFO Institute in Munich last week, electric vehicles have significantly higher CO2 emissions than diesel cars. This is due to this, zero emissions. James Bond.
What are two of the dirtiest words in the English language? Well, if you're concerned with global warming, as so many people are these days, the answer is obvious. The two words are carbon dioxide, or as it is known by its chemical symbol, CO2. 1 atom of carbon and 2 atoms of oxygen. If we pump much more of it into the atmosphere, the argument goes, we're going to alter the climate, catastrophically. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, CO2 emissions from fossil fuels, which constitute 85% of our energy use, must be reduced to 0 by 2100. If we don't save ourselves from ourselves, we're toast. That's the claim. Here's what's strange, though. All life is carbon-based, and the carbon for all that life originates from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. All of the carbon in the fossil fuels we are burning for energy today was once in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide before it was consumed by plankton in the sea and plants on the land. Coal, oil, and natural gas are the remains of those plankton and plants that have been transformed by heat and pressure deep in the Earth's crust. In other words, fossil fuels are 100% organic and were produced with solar energy. Sounds positively green. If there were no carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth would be a dead planet, period. Talk about catastrophic climate change. Take away CO2 and you'd have it. And yet the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has deemed this essential ingredient for life a pollutant. But how can something that makes life possible be bad? Before I deal with that question, let's get clear on our terms. It has become common to refer to the emissions from burning fossil fuels for energy as carbon emissions. That is entirely misleading. Carbon dioxide is not carbon. Carbon dioxide is a colorless, odorless, tasteless gas which is an indispensable food for all living things. Can you have too much of it? In theory, yes. That's what climate alarmists say is happening now. CO2 levels are getting too high. Are they right? Well, if we look at the big picture, we find something surprising. For most of the history of life on Earth, carbon dioxide has been present in the atmosphere at much higher levels than it is today. During the Cambrian explosion, when multicellular life first came on the scene, CO2 levels were as much as 10 times higher than they are today. From a big picture perspective, we're actually living in a low carbon dioxide era. The optimum level of CO2 for plant growth, for example, is 4 to 5 times what is currently found in our atmosphere. That's why greenhouse growers worldwide actually inject additional CO2 into their greenhouses. They want to promote plant growth. Likewise, higher CO2 levels in the global atmosphere will boost food and forest productivity. That will come in handy, since by mid-century, we will have to feed 8 to 10 billion people. In fact, we're already seeing the positive effects of increased carbon dioxide now. Satellite measurements have noted the greening of the Earth as crops and forests grow due to our higher levels of CO2. It turns out that carbon dioxide are not dirty words after all. We should celebrate CO2 as the giver of life that it is. I'm Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at prageru.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
Do electric cars really help the environment? President Obama thinks so. So does Leonardo DiCaprio and many others. The argument goes like this. Regular cars run on gasoline, a fossil fuel that pumps CO2 straight out of the tailpipe and into the atmosphere. Electric cars run on electricity. They don't burn any gasoline at all. No gas, no CO2. In fact, electric cars are often advertised as creating zero emissions. But do they really? Let's take a closer look. First, there's the energy needed to produce the car. More than a third of the lifetime carbon dioxide emissions from an electric car comes from the energy used to make the car itself, especially the battery. The mining of lithium, for instance, is not a green activity. When an electric car rolls off the production line, it's already been responsible for more than 25,000 pounds of carbon dioxide emissions. The amount for making a conventional car, just 16,000 pounds. But that's not the end of the CO2 emissions, because while it's true that electric cars don't run on gasoline, they do run on electricity, which in the US is often produced by another fossil fuel, coal. As green venture capitalist Vinod Khosla likes to point out, electric cars are coal-powered cars. The most popular electric car, the Nissan Leaf, over a 90,000-mile lifetime will emit 31 metric tons of CO2 based on emissions from its production, its electricity consumption at average US fuel mix, and its ultimate scrapping. A comparable Mercedes CDI A160 over a similar lifetime will emit just 3 tons more across its production, diesel consumption, and ultimate scrapping. The results are similar for a top-line Tesla, the king of electric cars. It emits about 44 tons, which is only 5 tons less than a similar Audi A7 Quattro. So throughout the full life of an electric car, it will emit just 3 to 5 tons less CO2. In Europe, on its European trading system, it currently costs $7 to cut 1 ton of CO2. So the entire climate benefit of an electric car is about $35. Yet the US federal government essentially provides electric car buyers with a subsidy of up to $7,500. Paying $7,500 for something you could get for $35 is a very poor deal. And that doesn't include the billions more in federal and state grants, loans, and tax write-offs that go directly to battery and electric car makers. The other main benefit from electric cars is supposed to be lower pollution. But remember Vinod Khosla's observation, electric cars are coal-powered cars. Yes, it might be powered by coal, proponents will say, but unlike the regular car, coal plant emissions are far away from city centers, where most people live and where damage from air pollution is greatest. However, new research in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that while gasoline cars pollute closer to home, coal-fired power actually pollutes more, a lot more. How much more? Well, the researchers estimate that if the US has 10% more gasoline cars in 2020, 870 more people will die each year from the additional air pollution. If the US has 10% more electric vehicles powered on the average US electricity mix, 1,617 more people will die every year from the extra pollution. Twice as many. But of course, electricity from renewables like solar and wind creates energy for electric cars without CO2. Won't the perceived rapid ramp-up of these renewables make future electric cars much cleaner? Unfortunately, this is mostly wishful thinking. Today, the US gets 14% of its electric power from renewables. In 25 years, Obama's Energy Information Administration estimates that number will have gone up just 3 percentage points to 17%. Meanwhile, those fossil fuels that generate 65% of US electricity today will still generate about 64% of it in 2040. While electric car owners may cruise around feeling virtuous, the reality is that the electric car cuts almost no CO2, costs taxpayers a fortune, and surprisingly generates more air pollution than traditional gasoline cars. I'm Bjorn Lomborg, president of the Copenhagen Consensus Center.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
"97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real." How many times have you heard that statement? Probably hundreds. It may seem like a compelling and scientific argument against fossil fuels, but it's one of the most illogical, unscientific arguments you can make. To see how, let's use this form of argument for another controversial product, vaccines. An anti-vaccine person approaches you and says, 97% of doctors say that the side effects of vaccines are real. What would you say in response? You'd probably say, yeah, but the benefits far outweigh the side effects. By saying that 97% of doctors agree that vaccine side effects are real without mentioning any of the benefits of vaccines, the anti-vaccine activist is trying to get you to look at the potential dangers of vaccines out of context. When fossil fuel opponents say 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real, they are doing the same. Yes, using fossil fuels for energy has a side effect, increasing the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Okay, but what about the upside? In the case of fossil fuel, that upside is enormous. The cheap, plentiful, and reliable energy that makes modern life possible, and at a scale no other energy source can match. So how significant is the side effect? This raises another problem with the statement, 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is real. It tells us nothing about the meaning or magnitude of climate change, whether it's a mild, manageable warming or a runaway, catastrophic warming. This is an example of the fallacy of equivocation, using the same term in different, contradictory ways. If someone were to say 97% of doctors agree that vaccine side effects are real, what exact vaccine side effects do the doctors agree on? That a certain number of babies will get a rash, or that large percentages will get full-blown autism? Precision is key, right? But fossil fuel opponents don't want you to know the precise magnitude of climate change, because if you did, you wouldn't be scared of climate change, you would be scared of losing the benefits of fossil fuels. For example, listen to how Secretary of State John Kerry manipulates the 97% of scientists line. 97% of climate scientists have confirmed that climate change is happening and that human activity is responsible, he said in a speech in Indonesia in 2014. Later, in the same speech, he claimed that scientists agree that the world as we know it will change, and it will change dramatically for the worse. 97% of climate scientists never said any such thing. So what did the 97% actually say? It turns out nothing remotely resembling catastrophic climate change. One of the main studies justifying 97% was done by John Cook, a climate communications fellow for the Global Change Institute in Australia. Here's his own summary of his survey. Cook et al. Found that over 97% of papers surveyed endorsed the view that the Earth is warming up and human emissions of greenhouse gases are the main cause. Main cause means over 50%. But the vast majority of papers don't say that human beings are the main cause of recent warming. In fact, one analysis showed that less than 2% of papers actually said that. How did Cook get to 97% then? First, he added papers that explicitly said there was man-made warming, but didn't say how much. Then he added papers that didn't even say there was man-made warming, but he thought it was implied. A scientific researcher has a sacred obligation to accurately report his findings. Cook and researchers like him have failed us, as have the politicians and media figures who have blindly repeated the 97% claim to support their anti-fossil fuel goals. How can we protect ourselves against this kind of manipulation? Whenever someone tells you that scientists agree on something, ask two questions. What exactly do they agree on? And how did they prove it? I'm Alex Epstein, author of The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
What are two of the dirtiest words in the English language? Well, if you're concerned with global warming, as so many people are these days, the answer is obvious. The two words are carbon dioxide, or as it is known by its chemical symbol, CO2. One atom of carbon and two atoms of oxygen. If we pump much more of it into the atmosphere, the argument goes, we're going to alter the climate, catastrophically. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, CO2 emissions from fossil fuels, which constitute 85% of our energy use, must be reduced to zero by 2100. If we don't save ourselves from ourselves, we're toast. That's the claim. Here's what's strange, though. All life is carbon-based, and the carbon for all that life originates from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. All of the carbon in the fossil fuels we are burning for energy today was once in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide before it was consumed by plankton in the sea and plants on the land. Coal, oil, and natural gas are the remains of those plankton and plants. that have been transformed by heat and pressure deep in the Earth's crust. In other words, fossil fuels are 100% organic and were produced with solar energy. Sounds positively green. If there were no carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth would be a dead planet, period. Talk about catastrophic climate change. Take away CO2 and you'd have it. And yet the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has deemed this essential ingredient for life a pollutant. But how can something that makes life possible be bad? Before I deal with that question, let's get clear on our terms. It has become common to refer to the emissions from burning fossil fuels for energy as carbon emissions. That is entirely misleading. Carbon dioxide is not carbon. Carbon dioxide is a colorless, odorless, tasteless gas which is an indispensable food for all living things. Can you have too much of it? In theory, yes. That's what climate alarmists say is happening now. CO2 levels are getting too high. Are they right? Well, if we look at the big picture, we find something surprising. For most of the history of life on Earth, carbon dioxide has been present in the atmosphere at much higher levels than it is today. During the Cambrian explosion, when multicellular life first came on the scene, CO2 levels were as much as 10 times higher than they are today. From a big picture perspective, we're actually living in a low carbon dioxide era. The optimum level of CO2 for plant growth, for example, is 4 to 5 times what is currently found in our atmosphere. That's why greenhouse growers worldwide actually inject additional CO2 into their greenhouses. They want to promote plant growth. Likewise, higher CO2 levels in the global atmosphere will boost food and forest productivity. That will come in handy, since by mid-century, we will have to feed 8 to 10 billion people. In fact, we're already seeing the positive effects of increased carbon dioxide now. Satellite measurements have noted the greening of the Earth as crops and forests grow due to our higher levels of CO2. It turns out that carbon dioxide are not dirty words after all. We should celebrate CO2 as the giver of life that it is. I'm Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at prageru.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
Hi everybody, Stefan Molyneux from Freedom in Radio. Hope you're doing well. So a question from a listener, Free Atheist, writes in and says, I know this has nothing to do with the video, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on climate change. I heard in one of your videos you said that not all scientists agree. I would suspect that not all scientists would agree when some of them are being bribed hundreds of thousands of dollars to say it's not real or that humans aren't causing it. Do you think the reason you're against it doesn't have to do with evidence, but the fact that the left supports it and you're against the left? So I understand the question. I would respond first and foremost by saying that there's lots that the left advocate that I also support. The left generally is skeptical to empire building and aggressive foreign policies and invasions and interventions and so on, which the right generally is a little bit more supportive of, and I'm with the left on that. The left is strong criticisms of corporate bailouts and banker bailouts and so on, which I also agree with. The left is very skeptical and critical of the unholy relationship between corporations and the state, which I fully agree on. And the left is pretty secular, and I am an atheist, so the fact that the left supports something does not make me innately hostile to it. That would be kind of pinball reactionary time rather than clear thinking time. So I'll tell you the thoughts that I have, or one particular analogy that I find very helpful with regards to climate change, and hopefully this will help make sense of my position, which obviously I think is a reasonable position, otherwise I'd change it. So for those who don't know, I graduated with a graduate degree in history. I was really focused on the history of philosophy. And I then got a job, naturally, as a programmer at a stockbroking trading company. And it was quite eye-opening to sort of live the COBOL-based Wall Street experience every day. And, it taught me a lot about hard work. It taught me a lot about accountability. It taught me a lot about how you have to replace phones when traders break them in anger. And it taught me a little bit about corruption and greed. It's not the whole reason behind that field, but it's obviously a part, as it is a part of most of the human experience. So when it comes to climate change, the important thing, as I've said in many videos, is not to create arbitrary categories. I do not view any group of human beings as above corruption. And this doesn't mean that climate scientists are corrupt. Please understand, I'm not sort of jumping to that conclusion. Let me just sort of give you an analogy that tells you at least where I'm coming from and the reasons why. Priests can be corrupted. Politicians can be corrupted. CEOs can be corrupted. The ring will corrupt just about everyone. And power corrupts. I am with Lord Acton on that, where he said power tends to corrupt. Absolute power tends to corrupt. Absolutely. And because we have a kind of pyramid-structured society, we got a hierarchy, we got people at the top who have lots of power, who order around hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, who have massive amounts of weaponry and guns and a prison industrial complex. We're kind of in this taser-based pseudo-social contract, cattle-prodding, herding society where lots of force is used to order people around all the time. Everybody who has a good idea thinks that good idea ought to become a law and be used to attack people who disagree with them and send them to prison or threaten them with fines, with the result being they go to prison if they don't pay the fines, should they decide to act on their conscience against the busybody do-gooding impulses and control freakism of the self-appointed moralizers of the species. So, because we live in this pyramidic structure where we put a small number of people in charge of a huge number of lives and massive amounts of resources, we can only justify that or really survive it psychologically if we believe that there's a group of people who are uncorrupted by power. Now, the voluntarist, or I would say the philosophical approach to society, is to recognize that nobody is immune to power. Therefore, you cannot have a centralized agency of near universal force at the center of society, because it will corrupt and destroy just about everybody who comes in contact with it. And those who it doesn't corrupt and destroy, it keeps around as pets of supposed honesty in order to present a more moral veneer to the general population. So once you recognize and accept the basic truth that power corrupts, then you give up the fantasy that you can create an exclusionary group of magical human elves who are uncorrupted by power. Now, once you accept that, well, that opens you up to some really clear thinking about how society should be organized, which is it should spontaneously self-organize in the absence of coercive force and a centralized violent power known as the state, or a centralized indoctrinating power known as religiosity or whatever. So that's the reality. And we do have this fantasy that scientists are somehow, white-coated other beings from other dimensions, incorruptible by power, solely dedicated to the unself-interested pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, for the beneficiary of mankind, and so on. They are the new priests. This is the way that priests used to be viewed, and then that sort of fell by the wayside for a lot of people. And now we have scientism as sort of like the new religion, and it has pretty similar relationship to priests with the government, in that the priests justified the government by saying the king was appointed by God, and to disobey the king was to disobey God, and you couldn't really break that. And now we have scientists who support the power of the state. It's very, very similar in terms of its relationship to power. This doesn't mean that I'm anti-science. I'm incredibly pro-science. I think the scientific revolution and the scientific methodology is one of the greatest gifts. The science, reason, science, philosophy, and the free market are the great gifts that intellectuals have given to the world, but we would not want to mistake government science for voluntary science. So I'm going to give you an analogy. It's going to be an extended analogy, and the reason for this analogy is to break you of the illusion that scientists are above corruption. And so I want you to picture, if you will, it's a very kind, I want you to picture a group of stockbrokers. You can make them bankers, like whichever one of the financial elite 1% gets your goat the most. It's fine with me. But I'll just call them stockbrokers. And stockbrokers create something called the economy rate. I mean, it's just a made-up measure, right? It's an economy rate. And they make the case that if the economy rate goes up 1 or 2%, they should be paid massive amounts of money from the public purse, right? So that's their goal. And we'll just say ER for the economy rate. So if the economy rate goes up maybe 1 or 2%, then they can make literally hundreds of billions of dollars in bonuses and profits. Now, the stockbrokers are the ones who calculate this economy rate, this ER. Now, they can also adjust the ER as they want. So if the ER doesn't match the numbers that they want, then they can apply a bunch of variables to it and again massage it and get it to go the direction that they want. So first of all, these stockbrokers make predictions. And first they say, well, the ER is going to go down and it's going to be really bad. And but if you give us money, we'll find a way to make the ER go back up. And everyone freaks out and panics, and then the ER doesn't go down. And then they say, oh, wait, actually, we've adjusted our variables. The ER is in fact going to go up and keep going up. But if you give us lots of government money, then we will stop this disaster from happening. And then the ER doesn't go up. And then they say, well, you know what? The ER is going to go either up or down or both. And that way we should have a huge amount of money. So they convince everyone of all of this, and the government, through the taxpayers through the government, start pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into the pockets of these stockbrokers because they're frightened of this number that is recorded and adjusted by the stockbrokers, which they first predicted would go down, then predicted would go up, and then just said, well, it's going to change. So they start making their billions of dollars, and they produce a graph which says, okay, here's what we think is going to happen. It's going to go kind of up a little bit, and then like a hockey stick, it goes right up very, very quickly. And everybody freaks out and gives them more, billions and billions of dollars. And then what happens is somebody gets the source code for the hockey stick graph and finds out that because of a programming design or programming error or whatever you call it, it turns out that no matter what numbers you can put in random numbers, you're still going to get the same kind of hockey stick graph. But this kind of just falls by the wayside and people don't question the basic thing. So these stockbrokers then say, okay, well, we think that the economic rate, the economy rate, the ER, is going to go up. Yeah, we're down on the upside, so to speak. We really believe it's going to go up. And they say it's going to go up hugely over the next 20 years. And then what happens is it kind of doesn't go up. And so what happens is they start adjusting the numbers. And they say, well, you know, if we take the earlier numbers for the ER and we push them down, like we used to report them as high, if we push them down, then it makes this side of the ER numbers, like over the last 20 or 30 or 40 years, it makes them look like they're going up if we push the earlier ones down. And they just started applying a bunch of adjustments. And a lot of times they don't release the source data, and a lot of times they don't even tell people what the adjustments that are being made are. And these stockbrokers continue to make billions of dollars from the public purse. And they're in control of the numbers, and their models don't match the results. And nothing comes true. But they keep saying it's about to come true, and they keep putting out numbers. And then they create outlandish things that then end up being completely discredited relatively quickly. Now, let's say that these stockbrokers, who are making hundreds of billions of dollars as a whole off of this manipulation of these ER numbers from the public purse, let's say that because, you know, if you jiggle with the numbers and you defraud people in the stockbroking profession, you are liable for criminal penalties, right? You can go to jail. In Iceland, you probably will. And let's say that this wasn't the case for these stockbrokers, though. Let's say that the stockbrokers were praised by the government and the government and the president himself opined that the stockbrokers were entirely correct, and anybody who questioned the stockbrokers, their self-registered, self-manipulated numbers, or their intentions, or their goals, or their honesty, or their incorruptibility, anybody who questioned this was a very, very bad guy. And in fact, a couple of stockbrokers even said, well, those who question our data should be sent to prison. And let's say all of this was going on, that the mainstream media praised all the stockbrokers, that the president and the government praised all the stockbrokers, that Oscar-winning documentaries were made about how right all these stockbrokers were. Let's say that anyone who refused to change the numbers or said, I don't really think that we have the right to consume hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money by adjusting these numbers when there's such a clear amount of financial incentive to do so. Now, let's say anyone who expressed skepticism about the motives and the methodologies of these stockbrokers who have yet to make a solid, consistent prediction, but always push the horizon of their predictions a little further down the road and adjust the numbers to match them, and are at some point very open about adjusting these numbers. Let's say that the stockbrokers' emails back and forth openly talked about adjusting the numbers to fit the models. And let's say anyone who questioned, like any one of these stockbrokers who said, whoa, hey, hang on a sec, I'm not sure this is exactly science. Wait, I'm not sure this is exactly great for the economy as a whole. I don't know that it's fair. There's significant problems with the methodology. Let's say any stockbroker who dared to say that would be attacked and receive vicious attacks in the media. Their reputations would be attacked. They would lose funding for their projects. Their careers might be ended. And they would be castigated as medieval anti-scientists and so on, anti-stockbrokers or something like that. And so the upside is, if you kind of go with the flow, there's hundreds of billions of dollars in the kitty for you, and the praise of everyone and the respect of everyone, and you'll get your grants approved, you'll get your projects funded, and your career will go tickety-boo. But if you question, as a stockbroker, any of the methodologies that are going on in this area, you are attacked, you might get fired, your career will be, you might even be investigated, and you might have to deal with that and all that sort of mess. So if we think about this in terms of stockbrokers, who are claiming that the numbers are going to go in some particular direction, this ER number, that they themselves calculate and they themselves adjust. And if they adjust it the right way, they gain the praise of everyone. Their reputation is wonderful. Their careers are doing great. They're invited to all the right parties. They get to go on wonderful junkets overseas. And if they question it, well, they're attacked and denigrated and could be fired and lose their careers and so on. So if this was the case with stockbrokers, would you conceivably think that there might be some potential for corruption? Would you think that maybe, just maybe, paying stockbrokers hundreds of billions of dollars for numbers that they generate and that they can manipulate at will, which have proven to be false relative to their estimates for decades, would you think that this maybe would be a situation where the stockbrokers might not act with the sterling top-drawer, top-shelf level of perfect integrity? Would you be suspicious at all? Would you be skeptical at all of everything that these stockbrokers said, or at least some of the things? And if everyone said, oh, you see, 97% of these stockbrokers agree that the stockbrokers are correct, and it turns out that that number was completely fabricated, but it keeps getting repeated. And if the stockbrokers, when talking about what they're doing, never pointed out the basic conflict of interest, that their careers were dependent upon them agreeing with this hypothesis in general, and their funding was dependent upon them agreeing with this hypothesis in general, this would be a conflict of interest that you would pretty much be required to do in the private sector. Like if you're a business writer and you're writing about a company, you have to say, well, I own 5 shares in this company or whatever. And that, of course, that failure to disclose conflict of interest is sort of at the roots of Gamergate, but that's probably a topic for another time. Not a short topic either, but so if you understand that there would be some reason to at least be skeptical about these stockbrokers, given that hundreds of billions of dollars and careers and everything were on the line and so on, it would be reasonable to be skeptical about these stockbrokers or these bankers if this was the situation. So in the same way, it is reasonable to be skeptical of the scientists. And scientists, shockingly or not, they are not pure of heart robots sent from the future. They are human beings. And what do human beings do? Human beings respond to incentives. If you pay people to do something, they will generally do more of it. If you attack or denigrate or cost people money for doing something, they will generally do less of it, right? What is it that people say? Well, if you want to cut down smoking, just put massive taxes on cigarettes and that will drive down the smoking rate. And if you want more green energy, then you subsidize it. And what will happen is more people will start to research and produce green energy. So taxes, i.e. negative consequences, and subsidies, i.e. positive consequences, are regularly trotted out as wonderful ways to adjust human behavior. And they are. It works. It doesn't work for everyone all the time, but it works very well in general. I mean, that's taxes, right? Feel like paying your taxes? Okay, you don't go to jail. So that's the entire basis of the system, is threats and rewards. And think of heaven and hell. In the theological sphere, it's kind of the same approach. So given that we know that threats and rewards fundamentally adjust and are largely responsible for a significant majority of human decisions, the fact that these stockbrokers, aka climate scientists, and the media and the politicians and so on, the fact that these people massively benefit from the thesis and are radically punished for departing from the thesis tells you everything that you need to know about motivation, because scientists are people, they respond to incentives. Of course, governments love climate change because it distracts people from things like fiat currency, national debt, internal dislocations, widening gaps between rich and poor, crumbling public schools, half-destroyed infrastructure, you name it. You can distract people from it by keeping them in a state of constant fear and agitation. When their amygdala is activated and they're in a state of constant fight or flight, they gravitate towards a hierarchical society, right? People who are relaxed and happy want egalitarianism. People who are frightened and defensive need a strong leader, or at least that's their belief. That's what they need. It's kind of the way that the brain works. So if you can keep people in a state of constant fear and agitation, they will tend to gravitate towards a hierarchical structure, which very much benefits those at the top of that hierarchy. And climate change is one of these things that has the effect of heavily and significantly expanding political power. And there are significant ways, even if the thesis turns out to be true. And again, please understand, I'm not a scientist. I cannot judge all of the theses and all of the data and all of the manipulations of the data. I am in the same way I can't figure out exactly what goes on with the LIBOR rate scandal, and I can't figure out exactly what goes on in the Fed because it's not audited and so on. But there are principles still which we can bring to bear on complex technical subjects where we don't have to go and get a PhD in climate science in order to figure out what's going on. I don't need to have an MBA in finance in order to understand that something pretty hinky and suspicious is going on in the banking community as a whole. I don't need a PhD in political science to know that there's something decidedly distasteful morally going on with modern governments. So yeah, scientists are people, they respond to incentives. And anybody who thinks otherwise is creating an artificial category of heart-shiny warriors of perfect integrity who can never be corrupted by any influence. And that is a dangerous fantasy. I mean, it's very beneficial for those who are corrupt and wish not to be judged, but it is very dangerous for you and for the future. So political power benefits in the same way the kings benefited from the priests saying that the kings were necessary and virtuous and to obey the king was to obey God. Politicians very much benefit from the scientists saying there's a giant insolvable problem, or a giant problem that only massive expansions of government power can solve. And of course, the green energy companies benefit hugely. The media benefits hugely by playing on the Mother Gaia fetish of the people as a whole. And so it is an unholy blend, all driven by the initiation of force, an unholy whirlpool of negative incentives and positive incentives for doing negative things. There's significant evidence that you could spend $100 billion putting out a bunch of sea-spraying ocean ships that would spray salt up into the atmosphere, which would put salt in the clouds and reflect back a whole bunch of light, and thus would negate the effects of global warming. And now the global warming complex The scientific/political global warming industrial complex is funded to the tune of a little over $350 billion as of a couple of years ago. So less than a third of that in 1 year would solve the whole problem. But of course, the whole point is not to solve the problem of global warming. Another way to solve global warming, of course, is simply for governments to stop borrowing money. See, but if governments stop borrowing money, that diminishes their power, and what governments like to do is expand their power and influence. That's what they do. They are the cancer of society. They expand until they kill the host, and then you have to start again from the rubble. And so if governments weren't able to borrow money, or if governments simply went back on a gold standard or some basket of commodity standard and limited the amount of currency that they were able to grow, well, immediately there would be a huge drop in consumption, because all debt is an increase in present consumption at the expense of future consumption. And the U.S. is currently in debt to the tune of a little over $19 trillion, and that is, a year and 3 months or a year and 4 months worth of the U.S. economy as a whole. So the entire industrialized United States has borrowed as much as over a year of its entire output, which means that it has basically consumed an extra year and a quarter, year and a third of output in the world by deferring its debt until later. And so if you simply were to cut government spending, and if you were simply to if the government would only spend throughout the world the money that it took in, global warming and a wide variety of other environmental issues would be immediately solved. But of course, that's not what governments want. That they want the ability to bribe frightened people with their own money, or in fact the money of their children. And so you don't hear these solutions like, let's put around the kitty, raise $100 billion, and we can solve the problem with sea salting. Or the solution is to limit government power, stop its ability to borrow and print money, and therefore reduce the consumption of people in the here and now, which means less environmental predation and so on. The degree to which fiat currency drives environmental predation is very obvious, but of course people on the left don't like to talk about limiting government spending, because they kind of like government spending, which tells you that they really don't give a shit at all about the environment at all. They're just using the environment as a big giant green club to make people bleed the red of socialism and communism in the long run. So those are my thoughts about it. Again, it could turn out to be entirely true. It could turn out to be entirely false. Most likely it's going to be somewhere in between. But I have every reason to be skeptical, knowing what I do about economics and incentives. And if the category called stockbrokers and this scenario that I laid out before you, of them creating and controlling a number which netted them hundreds of billions of dollars a year in bonuses, if you don't think that would corrupt people, then you are deluded. And you are dangerously deluded, because you're going to hand power to people on the delusion that they are somehow incorruptible. And of course, the only people who would demand that you never think of them as incorruptible are the woefully, shamefully, and soul-destroyingly corrupt. Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoy these conversations, please go to freedomainradio.com/donate to help out the show. All the very best. I'll talk to you soon.
The only constant is change. That's true about life, and it's true about the climate. The climate has been constantly changing since the Earth was formed 4.6 billion years ago. For example, in just the past 2,000 years, we have seen the Roman warm period, when it was warmer than today. Then came the cooler Dark Ages, followed by the medieval warm period, when it was at least as warm as today. Then we had the Little Ice Age that drove the Vikings out of Greenland, and most recently, a gradual 300-year warming to the present day. That's a lot of changes, and of course, not one of them was caused by humans. During the past 400,000 years, there have been 4 major periods of glaciation, meaning that vast sheets of ice covered a good part of the globe, interrupted by brief interglacial periods. We are in one of those periods right now. This is all part of the Pleistocene Ice Age, which began in earnest 2.5 million years ago. It's still going on, which means that we are still living in an ice age. That's the reason there's so much ice at the poles. 30 million years ago, the Earth had no ice on it at all. So then what about carbon dioxide, the great villain of the global warming alarmists. Where does that fit into this picture? Not as neatly as you might think. Temperatures and carbon dioxide levels do not show a strong correlation. In fact, over very long time spans, periods of hundreds of millions of years, they are often completely out of sync with one another. Over and over again, within virtually any time frame, we find the climate changing, for reasons we do not fully understand. But we do know there are many more factors in play than simply the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. Factors such as the shape and size of the Earth's elliptical orbit around the Sun, activity from the Sun, and the amount of wobble or tilt in the Earth's axis, among many others. Even the relatively short 300-year period from the peak of the Little Ice Age to the present has not been steady. The latest trend has been a warming one, but it began nearly a century before there were significant carbon dioxide emissions from burning fossil fuels. And there has been no significant warming trend in the 21st century. Contrary to media headlines, the trend over the past couple of decades has been essentially flat. Meanwhile, human-caused CO2 emissions are higher than ever. About 25% of all the CO2 emissions from human sources have occurred during this period of no net warming. So what are we in for next? Will the temperature resume an upward trend? Will it remain flat for a lengthy period? Or will it begin to drop? No one knows, not even the biggest, fastest computers. All the information I've presented, the increases, decreases, and plateaus in temperature over the ages and into the last centuries, is available to anyone who wants to seek it out. Yet to state these simple facts is to risk being called a climate change denier. Not only is that absurd, it's mean-spirited. It's absurd because no one, not even the most fervent skeptic, denies that the climate is changing. And it's mean-spirited because to call someone a climate change denier is to intentionally link them to people who deny the Holocaust. So maybe it's time to stop the name-calling. Predicting the climate, one of the most complex systems on Earth, with thousands of inputs, many of which we don't understand, isn't an exact science or anything close to it. Maybe it's just a tad arrogant to suggest that we can predict the weather or the climate or just about anything 60 years from now. The science is not settled. The debate is not over. The climate is always changing, it always has, and it always will. I'm Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at prageru.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
I'm an atmospheric physicist. I've published more than 200 scientific papers. For 30 years, I taught at MIT, during which time the climate has changed remarkably little. But the cry of global warming has grown ever more shrill. In fact, it seems that the less the climate changes, the louder the voices of the climate alarmists get. So let's clear the air and create a more accurate picture of where we really stand on the issue of global warming, or, as it is now called, climate change. There are basically three groups of people dealing with this issue. Groups 1 and 2 are scientists. Group 3 consists mostly at its core of politicians, environmentalists, and media. Group 1 is associated with the scientific part of the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC Working Group 1. These are scientists who mostly believe that recent climate change is primarily due to man's burning of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas. This releases CO2, carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere, and they believe this might eventually dangerously heat the planet. Group 2 is made up of scientists who don't see this as an especially serious problem. As the group I belong to, we're usually referred to as skeptics. We note that there are many reasons why the climate changes: the sun, clouds, oceans, the orbital variations of the Earth, as well as a myriad of other inputs. None of these is fully understood, and there is no evidence that CO2 emissions are the dominant factor. But actually, there is much agreement between both groups of scientists. The following are such points of agreement. 1. The climate is always changing. 2. CO2 is a greenhouse gas without which life on Earth is not possible, but adding it to the atmosphere should lead to some warming. 3. Atmospheric levels of CO2 have been increasing since the end of the Little Ice Age in the 19th century. 4. Over this period, past 2 centuries, the global mean temperature has increased slightly and erratically by about 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. But only since the 1960s have man's greenhouse emissions been sufficient to play a role. 5. Given the complexity of climate, no confident prediction about future global mean temperature or its impact can be made. The IPCC acknowledged in its own 2007 report that, quote, the long-term prediction of future climate states is not possible, end quote. Most importantly, the scenario that the burning of fossil fuels leads to catastrophe isn't part of what either group asserts. So why are so many people worried, indeed panic-stricken, about this issue? Here's where Group 3 comes in: the politicians, environmentalists, and media. Global warming alarmism provides them, more than any other issue, with the things they most want. For politicians, it's money and power. For environmentalists, it's money for their organizations and confirmation of their near religious devotion to the idea that man is a destructive force acting upon nature. And for the media, it's ideology, money, and headlines. Doomsday scenarios sell. Meanwhile, over the last decade, scientists outside of climate physics have jumped on the bandwagon, publishing papers blaming global warming for everything from acne to the Syrian civil war. And crony capitalists have eagerly grabbed for the subsidies that governments have so lavishly provided. Unfortunately, Group 3 is winning the argument because they have drowned out the serious debate that should be going on. But while politicians, environmentalists, and media types can waste a lot of money and scare a lot of people, they won't be able to bury the truth. The climate will have the final word on that. I'm Richard Lindzen, Emeritus Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at MIT for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
What if I told you that someone had developed an energy source that could help us solve our biggest environmental challenges, purify our water and air, make our cities and homes more sanitary, and keep us safe from potential catastrophic climate change? What if I also told you that this energy source was cheap, plentiful, and reliable? Well, there is such a source. You probably know it as fossil fuel. Oil, natural gas, coal. But wait, don't fossil fuels pollute our environment and make our climate unlivable? That, of course, is what we're told, and what our children are taught. But let's look at the data. Here's a graph you've probably never seen: the correlation between use of fossil fuels and access to clean water. More fossil fuel, more clean water. Am I saying the more that we have used fossil fuel, the cleaner our water has become? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. In the developed world, we take clean water for granted. We turn on a tap, and it's there. But getting it there takes a massive amount of energy. Think of the man-made reservoirs, the purification plants, the network of pipes. In the undeveloped world, it's a much different story. They lack the energy, so they lack clean water. More fossil fuel, more clean water. The same is true of sanitation. By the use of cheap, plentiful, and reliable energy from fossil fuels, we have made our environment cleaner. Take a look at this graph. More fossil fuel, better sanitation. Okay, what about air quality? Here's a graph of the air pollution trends in the United States over the last half-century, based on data from the Environmental Protection Agency. Note the dramatic downward trend in emissions, even though we use more fossil fuel than ever. How is this achieved? Above all, by using anti-pollution technology, powered by fossil fuel, oil, natural gas, and coal. But even without modern pollution control technology, fossil fuel makes our air cleaner. Indoor pollution, caused by burning a fire inside your house, cabin, hut, or tent to cook and keep warm, was a deadly global problem until the late 19th century, when cheap kerosene, a fossil fuel byproduct, became available in America and Europe. Indoor pollution is still a major issue in the developing world today. The best solution? Fossil fuel. And now we come to the biggest fossil fuel concern of all, global warming. On this very sensitive topic, we need to get our terms straight. There is a big difference between mild global warming and catastrophic global warming. We can all agree on that, right? The issue isn't, does burning fossil fuel have some warming impact? It does. The issue is the climate warming dangerously fast? In 1986, NASA climate scientist James Hansen, one of the world's most prominent critics of the use of fossil fuels, predicted that if current trends are unchanged, temperatures would rise 2 to 4 degrees in the first decade of the 2000s. But as you can see from this graph, since 2000, the trend line is essentially flat, little or no warming in the last 15 years. That's probably why we hear much less talk about global warming and much more talk about climate change. Has this climate change made our world more dangerous? The key statistic here, one that is unfortunately almost never mentioned, is climate-related deaths. That is, how many people die each year from a climate-related cause, including droughts, floods, storms, and extreme temperatures. In the last 80 years, as CO2 emissions have rapidly escalated, the annual rate of climate-related deaths worldwide has rapidly declined by 98%. The reason is that the energy from fossil fuel has allowed the developed world to build a durable civilization, one highly resilient to extreme heat, extreme cold, floods, storms, and so on. The developing world, where natural disasters can still wreak terrible havoc, would like the chance to do the same. But to do that, they will need a lot more energy. The cheapest, fastest, and easiest way to get that energy is from fossil fuels. In sum, fossil fuels don't take a naturally safe environment and make it dangerous. They empower us to take a naturally dangerous environment and make it cleaner and safer. I'm Alex Epstein of the Center for Industrial Progress for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
For all future stewards of the earth, and that's all of us, here's a quick quiz. What is the most renewable and sustainable material with which to build our homes? How can we turn some of the CO2 we're putting into the atmosphere into an asset? And how can we make the world more beautiful and green? The answer to all these questions is trees. Trees make up about 90% of all the living biomass on Earth, and forests serve as home to the majority of species on the planet. We use thousands of products, many every day, that come from trees. Some are obvious, like wood and paper, and many not so obvious, like microcrystalline cellulose, a key ingredient in many medicines. Anyway, who doesn't love trees? Yet trees, especially in the last few decades, have become very controversial. People are divided into two broad camps. One group sees trees as a critical source of renewable material and of renewable energy. This group generally favors planting trees and making use of the many products derived from them. The other group emphasizes the value of forests as ecosystems to provide a protected habitat for threatened species. This group prefers to see forests off limits to commercial use. The arguments between these two groups can get pretty heated. But here's the good news. If we do it right, we can use our trees and enjoy them too. Before I explain how, I need to define two terms. The first is forestry, which means the creation, management, and use of forests. The second term is deforestation, which means the permanent loss of forests. There are two widespread misconceptions about forestry. The first misconception is that forestry, as practiced by the forest industry, is responsible for deforestation. We may think that when we buy wood from a lumber yard, we are causing a bit of forest to be lost somewhere. But what we're really doing is sending a signal to the marketplace to plant more trees, to produce more wood, to supply the demand in the lumber yard. It is no different from any other renewable crop. It's just that trees take longer to mature than annual farm crops. The giant paper company Boise Cascade is just as much in the business of planting trees as it is in harvesting them. The key point is it's not the harvesting of trees that causes deforestation. Deforestation is the result of harvesting and then not replanting a forest or not letting it grow back naturally, which it would do if just left alone. Deforestation sounds like a bad word, and it can be, but usually it's not. All it means is that after the trees are harvested, the land is used for a different purpose. The largest cause of deforestation is agriculture, the creation of new farmland. But farming is important. After all, the world has 7 billion people to feed. Another reason for deforestation is to make way for towns and cities. Manhattan was once a great forest. Now it's a great city. The second misconception about forestry is the tendency to judge landscapes by how they look to our eyes. We easily make the mistake of using our sense of what is beautiful and what is unsightly to judge the ecology of the land. This results in repulsion at the sight of a recently logged landscape because it looks ravaged, destroyed, and unsightly. We don't react this way to a landscape of pasture with sheep peacefully grazing, or a wheat field waving in the wind, yet both are examples of deforestation. Where there once was a biodiverse natural forest, we now have a ranch or a farm. In other words, we judge the book by the cover and equate beauty with ecological health and unsightliness with destruction of nature. These impressions have led many environmentalists to support cutting fewer trees, as if our forests are disappearing. But they're not. There is the same area of forest in the US and Canada today as there was 100 years ago. If anything, it's growing. This despite the fact that the population has tripled. But the professional environmentalists are never satisfied. They behave as if every tree should be protected and that the products they yield are unnecessary. This is badly misguided. The correct position, from a purely environmental perspective, is to grow more trees, the world's most abundant renewable resource, and use more wood. We can do both. In the end, we're all tree huggers. I'm Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at prageru.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
When you turn on the lights in your house, or plug in your smartphone charger, or even charge your electric car, do you know where your power is coming from? Electricity is something we don't think about very often until we don't have it, or the cost of it goes way up. In the United States, there are a number of different sources of energy. The biggest sources of energy are fossil fuels like coal and natural gas. Together, they account for 2/3 of the electricity we use. Nuclear power, which is the third biggest source, accounts for almost 20%. And at the smaller end of the scale, hydropower, which comes from things like the Hoover Dam, is responsible for 7% of power generation. Wind power accounts for 4%, and solar for less than 1%. We don't just use electricity at home. Businesses and factories all use electricity to make goods and provide services. When they have cheap electricity, it results in lower costs on products we buy, and the boost can help create more jobs. Depending on what part of the country you live in, the mix of energy sources can look very different. If you live in the Midwest, you likely get more than 65% of your electricity from coal. If you live in the Northwest, the biggest source of electricity is hydropower. And if you live in the Northeast, you get the bulk of your electricity from natural gas and nuclear. So when you hear that people want to raise the cost of using fossil fuels to make electricity and force people to switch to even more expensive options like wind and solar, realize that it will have a very real effect on your pocketbook and the economy. And if the switch to renewables is too fast, we could even get to the point where the costs could skyrocket, or there isn't enough power to go around.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. For more from informationstation.org, click here. For more PragerU videos, visit prageru.com or click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
I'm an atmospheric physicist. I've published more than 200 scientific papers. For 30 years, I taught at MIT, during which time the climate has changed remarkably little. But the cry of global warming has grown ever more shrill. In fact, it seems that the less the climate changes, the louder the voices of the climate alarmists get. So let's clear the air and create a more accurate picture of where we really stand on the issue of global warming, or, as it is now called, climate change. There are basically three groups of people dealing with this issue. Groups 1 and 2 are scientists. Group 3 consists mostly, at its core, of politicians, environmentalists, and media. Group 1 is associated with the scientific part of the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC Working Group 1. These are scientists who mostly believe that recent climate change is primarily due to man's burning of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas. This releases CO2, carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere, and they believe this might eventually dangerously heat the planet. Group 2 is made up of scientists who don't see this as an especially serious problem. It's the group I belong to. We're usually referred to as skeptics. We note that there are many reasons why the climate changes: the sun, clouds, oceans, the orbital variations of the Earth, as well as a myriad of other inputs. None of these is fully understood, and there is no evidence that CO2 emissions are the dominant factor. But actually, there is much agreement between both groups of scientists. The following are such points of agreement. 1. The climate is always changing. 2. CO2 is a greenhouse gas without which life on Earth is not possible, but adding it to the atmosphere should lead to some warming. 3. Atmospheric levels of CO2 have been increasing since the end of the Little Ice Age in the 19th century. 4. Over this period, past 2 centuries, the global mean temperature has increased slightly and erratically by about 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. But only since the 1960s have man's greenhouse emissions been sufficient to play a role. 5. Given the complexity of climate, no confident prediction about future global mean temperature or its impact can be made. The IPCC acknowledged in its own 2007 report that, quote, the long-term prediction of future climate states is not possible, end quote. Most importantly, the scenario that the burning of fossil fuels leads to catastrophe isn't part of what either group asserts. So why are so many people worried? indeed panic-stricken about this issue. Here's where Group 3 comes in: the politicians, environmentalists, and media. Global warming alarmism provides them, more than any other issue, with the things they most want. For politicians, it's money and power. For environmentalists, it's money for their organizations and confirmation of their near religious devotion to the idea that man is a destructive force acting upon nature. And for the media, it's ideology, money, and headlines. Doomsday scenarios sell. Meanwhile, over the last decade, scientists outside of climate physics have jumped on the bandwagon, publishing papers blaming global warming for everything from acne to the Syrian civil war. And crony capitalists have eagerly grabbed for the subsidies that governments have so lavishly provided. Unfortunately, Group 3 is winning the argument because they have drowned out the serious debate that should be going on. But while politicians, environmentalists, and media types can waste a lot of money and scare a lot of people, they won't be able to bury the truth. The climate will have the final word on that. I'm Richard Lindzen, Emeritus Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at MIT for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
Let's talk about climate models. Specifically, let's talk about the climate models that attempt to predict the future temperature of the planet. But before we do, it's important that you know a little bit about me. I'm a physicist. I taught at Columbia University and then at Princeton for 5 decades. I've published over 200 peer-reviewed scientific papers. I have co-authored several books, including one of the first on how carbon dioxide emissions, CO2, affects the climate. I served as the director of the Office of Energy Research at the U.S. Department of Energy. And before that, I invented the sodium guide star, which is still used on most big astronomical telescopes to measure and correct for atmospheric turbulence, that is, for the unpredictable movement of air and water. This turbulence blurs the images of stars and other space objects. One more thing. I care deeply about the environment. We live on a beautiful planet. I want to keep it that way. I've spent a lot of time working to do just that. In short, I know a lot about the Earth's atmosphere and climate. I also know a lot about long-term predictive climate models. And I know they don't work. They haven't worked in the past. They don't work now. And it's hard to imagine when, if ever, they'll work in the foreseeable future. There's a common-sense reason for this. Aside from the human brain, the climate is the most complex thing on the planet. The number of factors that influence climate, the sun, the Earth's orbital properties, oceans, clouds, and yes, industrial man, is huge and enormously variable. Let me try to narrow this down. For the purposes of illustration, let's just focus our attention on water. The Earth is essentially a water planet. A major aspect of climate involves the complicated interaction between 2 very turbulent fluids, the atmosphere, which holds large amounts of water, think rain and snow, and the oceans, which cover fully 70% of the Earth's surface. We can't predict what effect the atmosphere is going to have on future temperatures because we can't predict cloud formations and the convection of heat, oxygen, salt, and other quantities that pass through the oceans, not to mention weather cycles like El Niño in the tropical Pacific, make predicting ocean temperatures an equally difficult business. We can't predict either side of the atmosphere-ocean equation, but we can say this with certainty. Water in all its phases has huge effects on atmospheric heating and cooling. Compared to water, H2O, carbon dioxide, CO2, is a minor contributor to the warming of the Earth. It's devilishly difficult to predict what a fluid will do. Trying to figure out what 2 fluids will do in interaction with each other on a planetary scale over long periods of time is close to impossible. Anyone who followed the forecast of Hurricane Irma's path in the late summer of 2017 should understand this. First, the models predicted a direct hit on Miami and the east coast of Florida. Then, defying these predictions, the hurricane suddenly veered to the west coast of Florida. In other words, even with massive amounts of real-time data, the models still could not accurately predict Irma's path 2 days in advance. Does any rational person believe that computer models can precisely predict temperatures decades from now? The answer is they can't. That's why over the last 30 years, one climate prediction after another, based on computer models, has been wrong. They're wrong because even the most powerful computers can't solve all the equations needed to accurately describe climate. Instead of admitting this, some climate scientists replace the highly complex equations that describe the real-world climate with highly simplified ones. They're computer models. Discarding the unmanageable details, modelers tune their simplified equations with lots of adjustable inputs, numbers that can be changed to produce whatever result the modelers want. So if they want to show that the Earth's temperature at the end of the century will be 2 degrees centigrade higher than it is now, they put in the numbers that produce that result. That's not science. That's science fiction. I'm Will Happer, Emeritus Professor of Physics at Princeton University for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Is the world going into a water crisis? It certainly seems that way. The U.S. government predicts that by 2025, 60% of the world's landmass and 40 of our 50 U.S. states will experience water shortages, some of them extreme. The U.S. intelligence community sees worldwide water shortages as a major national security risk. Water scarcity helped trigger the Syrian civil war and has been a key reason why Africans have migrated in large numbers to Europe. More of this can be expected. But there is cause for optimism, and it comes from a very unlikely place, a country in the middle of a desert. That country is Israel. Compelled by necessity and powered by remarkable technological innovations, Israel has become the world's water superpower. By reusing wastewater, by making desalination affordable, by rethinking irrigation, and by developing an array of sophisticated water conservation techniques, Israel not only has a sufficiency of water, but an abundance of it. What Israel has done, other nations can do too, including its Mideast neighbors. And while it's a lot to hope for, cooperation on water issues could become the basis for cooperation on other issues as well. For Israel, an obsession with water is not new. The word water appears 600 times in the Hebrew Bible. For over 2,000 years, daily prayers for rain in the land of Israel have been a part of traditional Jewish ritual. For the founders of the modern state of Israel, water was not only a daily concern, but a paramount question of future survival. Vast quantities of water would be needed for the millions of immigrants who would make their way to the new country. Without plenty of water, economic growth would be impossible. But where was the water going to come from? It was a daunting challenge, but one which Israel overcame. Today, while other nations, even ones with far more natural water resources, struggle with water management, Israel has a surplus of usable water. The desert, as Israel's founders dreamed, is blooming. Not only does the country supply its own population with an array of fruits and vegetables, but it exports billions of dollars worth of produce to nations around the world. So how does a small country with little annual rainfall, with only one freshwater lake, and with no major rivers do this? It begins with a nothing wasted attitude that extends from the government to private industry to farming to consumers. Israel charges its citizens the market price for water, no subsidies. You can have as much water as you want, but you have to pay for it. And when you pay for something,
you tend to be more careful with how you use it. This also extends to the nation's infrastructure. In virtually every country, massive amounts of water are wasted every year in leaky pipes. Israel has developed technology that tells it when and where a pipe is leaking so that it can be fixed immediately. This not only saves water, but it saves homeowners and industry money on their water bills. The biggest user of water in Israel and everywhere is agriculture. To get maximum use of its water, Israel developed the revolutionary farming technique known as drip irrigation, the process of applying micro amounts of water to individual plants at their roots. This is much more water efficient than the traditional method, still widely used around the world, of flood irrigation, flooding fields with water. Israeli scientists have also developed drought-resistant crops that need less water to grow. Sewage is usually thought of as a nuisance, but in Israel it is now a highly valuable resource. Israel takes nearly all of its sewage, treats it to an ultra-pure level, and then reuses it in agriculture. No other country utilizes sewage as comprehensively as does Israel. Israel has also pioneered the use of desalination, turning seawater into drinking water. Once it was thought to be prohibitively expensive. No longer. Israel built 5 giant desalination plants along its Mediterranean coast that together provide the equivalent of 80% of the water piped into Israeli homes. Putting all of these practices and techniques together, Israel has grown into a water superpower as well as a global center of water innovation. As the world grows drier and thirstier, those who want solutions will look to a little country in the middle of a desert for answers. Israel is ready with them. I'm Seth Siegel for Prager University.
Bom dia, eu hoje vou fazer um vídeo pequeno só por causa de duas coisas que eu vi na televisão, onde estava a passar à beira de um familiar meu que estava a ver televisão. Eu normalmente não vejo televisão, e estou a tentar ver se livra-se da televisão convencional, né? A televisão transmitida, a televisão por cabo, a televisão por antena cá em casa. Mas não é isso, duas coisas que pequenos assuntos, e eu vou tentar ser o mais breve possível, que é novos impostos aos carros que poluem mais. Quando nós sabemos que, e se virem este gráfico, os europeus são os que poluem menos, no entanto, somos nós que pagamos mais impostos, e agora vêm novos impostos para carros que supostamente poluem mais. Nós sabemos que o aquecimento global é um mito. Nós sabemos que a questão dos incêndios não tem nada a ver com o aquecimento global, tem a ver com o Estado cortar nos recursos dos bombeiros constantemente, para depois dar esse dinheiro em imigrantes. Se vêem este gráfico, os europeus são os que poluem menos, seguidos dos Estados Unidos da América, depois são os chineses e os indianos, e o que fica no meio são os outros países. Não é? E se tiverem dúvidas qual é a verdadeira motivação e coisa para os incêndios, reparem, no lado dizem para os europeus pararem terem filhos se não querem, e o mesmo jornal diz que para virem mais pretos e mais pretalhada da África e muçulmanos do Norte da África, dizendo que há um problema, não é? O mesmo jornal. Outra coisa que eu queria falar a gostar dos incêndios não tem nada a ver com o clima, tem a ver com haver incêndios no verão. É perfeitamente normal, e acontece em Portugal desde a Idade Média, muito antes de sequer a era industrial ter começado. E é óbvio que o clima muda. Ninguém está a dizer que climate climate change é um mito no sentido de que o clima muda. Há 10 mil anos havia, por exemplo, há 10 mil anos, onde é agora a Holanda, havia uma parede de gelo de 1 km de altura. O que é um mito, e é isso que eles devem perceber, o trocadilho que eles fizeram, o que é um mito é o clima mudar por causa dos seres humanos. É isso que é falso. E aí é o tal truque dos tais, 97% dos cientistas concordam. 97% dos cientistas concordam que o clima muda. Mas apenas 3% é que concorda com o facto de que é provocado pelos seres humanos, ou que os seres humanos têm um impacto significativo. Muito bem os europeus, não é? Basta ver outra vez este gráfico. Onde eu já venho. Vão olhando para este gráfico. Vocês estão a ver este gráfico. A Europa é o que gasta menos. Os Estados Unidos ainda gastam só ligeiramente mais. Os países gastam mais da Índia e a China. E falta a África, que polui muito mais. Eles aqui esqueceram-se de meter a África, que polui muito mais que China ou Índia juntos. Aqui acho que não se engana. Poluição. Não é? E é claro que é óbvio. Para quem tem uma inteligência, tem um QI superior à temperatura da sala, da casa, da sala ou da casa. É óbvio, para quem tem uma inteligência ou um QI superior à inteligência, à temperatura, um QI com um número superior à temperatura da casa, que isto não tem nada a ver com clima ou coisa, tem a ver com transferir dinheiro, clima ou o ambiente ou melhorar o mundo, tem a ver com transferir dinheiro das pessoas, dos brancos, dos europeus, de nós, transferir do nosso dinheiro, das nossas mãos para as mãos do Estado, e das mãos do Estado uma boa porcentagem desse dinheiro transferir para membros da extrema esquerda e para a partilhada, e para os imigrantes e para os pretos, e é óbvio, não tenham dúvida disso, que não é preciso ser um gênio para perceber isso. Basta ter um QI superior, um QI superior à temperatura da casa durante o inverno. Constantes transferências de dinheiro. Não só nós pagamos ISP, uma tonelada de impostos uma tonelada enorme de impostos, uma tonelada enorme de impostos na conta da eletricidade. Agora, e mais uma enorme quantidade de impostos nos carros. Agora ainda vou aumentar os impostos nos carros. Anda por aí uns gajos que têm sido pagos por Jorge Soares, quero dizer que o facto de eu não acreditar, não acreditar, eu tenho a certeza que este macaco está aqui, dizer que o facto de eu não acreditar no aquecimento global provocado pelos seres humanos faz com que diz que nós, os conservadores, ou pessoas da direita, ou pessoas antiglobalistas, como vocês querem chamar, metem sentimentos à frente de factos. Não, por acaso, a esquerda é que mete sentimento à frente de factos. Não é? A esquerda que acredita que existe 23 genders, 23 sexos, 23 tipos de sexos, de genders, não é? Que acreditam que se um homem disser que é uma mulher, é automaticamente uma mulher, ou se uma mulher disser que é um homem, é automaticamente uma mulher. A esquerda é que tem sentimentos. Pronto, depois mais tarde eu vou fazer um vídeo sobre o clima, e este vídeo vai ser rápido, por isso eu vou passar a outra coisa que me chateia também bastante, que é o Estado português paga pela geringonça, não é? Quer dar aos imigrantes portugueses, não é? Aos portugueses que foram para outros países, até 6.500 euros. Que imenso dinheiro. Não é? À escala do Estado, não é? Qualquer cêntimo é muito, porque o Estado não tem dinheiro. O Estado não gera dinheiro. Todo o dinheiro que o Estado tem que, de alguma maneira, pedir aos impostos. E eu lamento as pessoas que tiveram mesmo que eu lamento as pessoas que tiveram que emigrar para a Alemanha ou para a Noruega ou para a Inglaterra. Eu compreendo isso. Para começar, muitos deles nem sequer são portugueses mesmo. Havia qualquer coisa que muitos imigrantes com o título de imigrantes na Europa nasceram no Brasil, ou em Angola, ou em Moçambique, ou pelo menos são filhos de angolanos, coisas. 5% dos imigrantes Não é? E se quiserem ver, eu mostro-vos aqui o coisa aqui. Deixa eu ver se encontro. Deixa eu ver se encontro. Eu não sei se vou conseguir encontrar. Agora não consigo encontrar, mas 5%. Há primeiro começar estes 5% que nem sequer são portugueses. Nem sequer são portugueses, simplesmente nasceram num sítio qualquer, emigraram para Portugal, emigraram o tempo suficiente para ganhar a nacionalidade, que é uma coisa estúpida, que nós também temos que resolver isso um dia destes, e depois emigraram para, e depois, logo a seguir, emigraram para Londres, Inglaterra, né? Londres, Reino Unido, não é? Noruega e por aí adiante. Mas depois também nós temos demasiados arquitetos, por exemplo, né? E a culpa das pessoas, também a culpa é das pessoas que têm um curso que não tem saída, e muito antes de acabar o curso, muito antes de entrar no curso, já estão a planear emigrar. Eu tenho ali uma conversa de duas pessoas num sítio em que estava alguém perguntou, então, está a acabar o curso? Sim, e disse, eu não quero trabalhar aqui em Portugal, eu quero ir trabalhar para fora. Se tu tens o coisa e sabes que o curso que tu tens, nós temos demasiados arquitetos. Sei lá, que muitos foram para a Noruega. Demasiados arquitetos para um país tão pequeno. Um país bastante pequeno, ou portátil. Eu prefiro dizer que é um país portátil. E mesmo para um país grande. E para um país que não tem assim tantas construções civis e que está numa recessão desde 2007, não é? E que provavelmente não vai sair daqui enquanto o PNR não ganhar alguns assentos, e a esquerda, incluindo o PSD, porque o PSD é de esquerda, depois como o Marmelo Rebelo de Sousa disse. Pronto, o Estado não tem dinheiro. Esse dinheiro dos 6.500 euros que vão dar aos imigrantes para regressar, e não se esqueçam que 5% nem sequer são portugueses, cerca de 5%, pode ser um bocadinho mais, um bocadinho menos, é dinheiro que vem dos nossos bolsos. E para falar nisso também estão tão preocupados com o ambiente, isto faz mal ao ambiente, não é? As viagens de avião e tudo mais polui, não é? Todos os cortes compensam. Pronto, e para já era tudo. Precisava descarregar um bocadinho. Muito obrigado.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from RealClimateScience.com, setting the record straight about climate. In my previous video, I discussed extreme heatwave fraud from the Union of Concerned Scientists. In this video, I extend and quantify that analysis. I've developed some new graphing tools which allow me to simultaneously analyze every single day since 1895. More about that later, but this video shows the first results from those new tools. It's been hot the last few days in the Midwest, and the press is making a field day of it. Heatwave 2019, massive heatwave blamed for at least 6 deaths. Heatwave to expand from Plains Midwest to East this week. Look at all that hot pink. Records follows last day of heatwave bakes Midwest. Dangerous heatwave scorches millions in parts of the U.S., at least 1 dead. And here's the really good stuff. National Geographic. Off-the-charts heat to affect millions in U.S. in coming decades. Senior climate scientist at Union of Concerned Scientists says Midwest will begin to experience days that are so hot they're off the charts. And the same story from the Cleveland scene. Unaddressed climate change will skyrocket number of days with extreme heat. So there it is. Unless you give up your car, your meat, your lifestyle, your income, your vacations, everything else we depend on fossil fuels for, you're going to burn up. And it's right there. Concerned scientists say so. Who could argue with concerned scientists? After all, they're scientists, and they're concerned. Now let's look and see if there's any validity to these claims by National Geographic and the Union of Concerned Scientists. Yesterday was the hottest day of the year in the Midwest. The peak temperature was 97 degrees, and the average maximum temperature was 91.7 degrees. Compare this with July 14th, 1936, which was the hottest day on record in the Midwest. The average afternoon temperature that day in 1936 was 106 degrees, which was almost 15 degrees hotter than this year's hottest day. Those temperatures in 1936 were genuine off-the-charts heat, and carbon dioxide levels were very low at the time, only about 310 parts per million. So what National Geographic and Union of Concerned Scientists are trying to tell us is that we need to lower CO2 levels to avoid the sort of heat which we had when we had lower CO2 levels. It makes absolutely no sense. This graph plots the average temperature for every single July day in the Midwest since 1895. It's sorted from coolest to hottest. The coolest July day since 1895 in the Midwest was about 70 degrees, and the hottest was 106 degrees on July 14, 1936, which we've already discussed. This year's hottest day in the Midwest was nothing extraordinary at all. In fact, it was not much above the median temperature for all July days since 1895. This is a histogram once again for all July days in the Midwest since 1895. The center of the histogram is right around 85 degrees, and this year's hottest day was about 91.6 degrees. Actually pretty amazingly cool for a hottest day of the year. This next graph shows every single July day since 1895 in the Midwest, except this time instead of showing the average temperature, it shows the peak temperature on each day. This graph is even more remarkable because it shows that the hottest day in 2019 was not much above the average July day for every single day since 1895. This year's heat wave was completely unremarkable, not much above the average July day in the Midwest. And this is the histogram for the peak temperature on all July days in the Midwest since 1895. You can see that this year's peak temperature of 97 degrees was very close to the median for all July days since 1895 in the Midwest. In other words, remarkably cool. I should mention too, while we're looking at this histogram, that these gaps are not real. It's some sort of artifact of rounding error. But that doesn't have any impact on the median, which is what we're looking at for this analysis. This graph shows the average July daily maximum temperature at all Midwest United States Historical Climatology Network stations since 1895. You can see that July afternoon temperatures have dropped several degrees in the Midwest since the 19th century, and they're way down since the 1930s. The only recent year which was hot was 2012. This year has been just about average since 1895, but with cool air moving into the Midwest for the rest of the month, it will probably drop quite a bit before the month is over. And this graph shows the percent of days above 90 degrees, 95 degrees, 100 degrees, 105 degrees, and 110 degrees for every year since 1895. You can see that July used to be much hotter in the Midwest prior to 1940, and that recent years have been among the coolest on record. Now let's look at the New York Times from July 1936 to see what a real heat wave looks like. New York Times, Saturday, July 11th, 1936. 30 die here in New York City in 100-degree heat. Western crops cut 40%. 127 people felled in city area. Civic and commercial activities crippled on third day of heat wave. 10 drownings reported. Toll in nation put at 421 dead. 75 WPA women felled by heat. Indiana highway pavement buckled by the heat. That's pretty amazing. And then a list of the deaths and prostrations in New York City. A huge list. So we've looked at the actual historical data now, which shows that heat has declined sharply in the Midwest since the 1930s and since 1895. And what National Geographic and the Union of Concerned Scientists are claiming has no scientific basis whatsoever. As CO2 has increased, the amount of hot days has declined sharply in the Midwest and in the rest of the United States. There is no scientific basis to their claims. As CO2 has increased, the amount of heat has decreased. The Union of Concerned Scientists is not doing science, they're committing fraud. Obviously, they have some other agenda which has nothing to do with science. This massive fraud needs to be stopped before they do some real damage. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science and propaganda for a long time.
Hi, everybody. Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio back for round 2 with Alex Epstein. He's the president and founder of the Center for Industrial Progress, and he is the author of a book titled that may shock you. No, it's not the prequel to 50 Shades of Grey. It is The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. He's an expert on energy and industrial policy. You can go to industrialprogress.com and alexepstein.com for more on his information. Thanks so much, Alex. Great to chat with you again.
Hey, good to be here.
All right. So, global warming, climate change, global cooling, acid rain. We're going to solve it all today. And I just sort of wanted to start off by... You and I both have a history with objectivism, and one of the great concepts in objectivism is this idea of the package deal, that if people can get you to agree to one thing, they can smuggle in a whole bunch of other stuff that you've never even considered, and then say, well, you must agree with it all. And I find with global warming, we'll call it global warming. I know that some people are calling it climate change now, but that just seems climate is an analogy for change anyway, so it seems kind of redundant. But when people talk about global warming, there seems to be these series of dominoes that go down, which is so do you accept that CO2 is something that can add to the heat in the atmosphere or trap heat? And, there are greenhouses. I mean, I think we all accept that that is the case. And if you accept that that is the case, then it must be mostly driven by human industrial activity. It must be entirely catastrophic. And the only thing that can possibly save us is granting massive new powers to governments. And it seems to me that that's kind of a series of dominoes that we should resist the natural falling down of, because they don't follow one after the other. I mean, I'm sure in your conversations you run up against this package deal before. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I think it's helpful just with, and I'll explain later if you want why I think global warming is a much better term than climate change. I think climate change is particularly manipulative, but even if you just take global warming, I'll just say, can you recognize that there would be a difference between mild global warming, which people have generally desired over history, and runaway global warming, which means that there's this out of control temperature increase that then leads to all these other consequences. And usually people will say yes. And then I'll say, well, why do you use the term equivocally, which is, equivocation and package deal are very similar kinds of ideas. You're using the term two different ways. So I was debating somebody at Harvard last week, and I deliberately made this point. You have to distinguish between moderate climate change or catastrophic. And right after I said that, she just threw around the term climate change in about 15 different degrees of severity, some of which would be not severe at all, and some of which would mean the end of the world. We should go to nuclear war against China, right, for emitting. No, I mean, seriously, they say that degree of severity. So whether people know the term package deal or not, I think it's helpful in any conversation to insist on precision. And the more you insist on precision, the more the whole global warming hysteria breaks down, because you're taking something that's not very consequential and you're acting as if it's extreme. But if you examine it, it's just not all that consequential. So as far as the package deal goes, breaking it down is really important. I mean, there's no question that CO2 is produced by human beings. There's no question that it has increased over the past, say, 50 or 70 years. And there's no doubt that it has a warming factor in the atmosphere. As far as that goes, I mean, anybody who would deny that is having trouble tying their shoelaces and getting out of the door in the morning, so I don't have any particular issue. I would say that just one thing is that it has a warming influence when in isolation. So if you isolate it, you can show it. That doesn't mean that in the broader atmosphere it has warming. And because part of the catastrophic theory is that somehow the mild warming that happens when you isolate it somehow transmogrifies into this catastrophic warming, which you can't rule out of context. But for the same reason, you couldn't rule out that CO2 would somehow be countered by a cooling influence. So somebody might say, well, there's been a, quote, pause in warming in the last 18 years. Maybe the CO2 ends up being nothing. So the point is we have to be clear on what we know and what we don't know. And what we know is that in isolation, it has this mild warming influence, mathematically, which is called logarithmic, which means it's a decelerating influence. And then in the atmosphere, we have to be open to a lot of different possibilities. But the base case possibility would be it has a decelerating warming influence in the atmosphere. And that's what it seems to have had.
So decelerating means that it's not linearly dose dependent, right? Like, so the more CO2 you add, for every additional molecule of CO2 you add, you get that much less warming compared to the previous. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's just kind of like after 55 or 60 miles an hour, pressing down on your gas pedal, every millimeter you press it down doesn't add the same amount of speed. Otherwise, you'd take off like a rocket ship at some point. You get diminishing returns. So each molecule of CO2 gives you diminishing warming returns.
Right. Now, a lot of people, of course, also, and when I first got into this stuff, I was curious, just like everybody who's interested in the world and the future and so on. There were a few things that troubled me about the data collection and the methodologies. Just very briefly, of course, the idea that scientists know what the temperature is objectively around the world is one of these things that it kind of seems believable, like you look at the TV and they tell you what the temperature is. It's actually a lot more slippery than people think that it is when it comes to just gathering temperatures around the world. A lot of the stations that were set up were not close to large heat sources in the past. You know, the urban heat effect. As cities spread, it has an effect on this. And of course, a lot of the environment around as a whole has changed. So even just gathering the data is a challenge, and I think that the people who are doing the mathematical calculations for the global warming scenarios accept this because they have to apply a bunch of factors to try and take into account the inaccuracy of the data relative to the objectivity of the requirement, right? You don't want to measure, close to a city it's hot, right?
Yeah, I think it's helpful to just start from a common sense perspective and ask, what are we trying to do here? What is the problem? What is the concern that we're allegedly talking about global mean temperature? Why are we talking about all this stuff just as normal citizens? And I think it's helpful to frame why there is a concern and what exactly it is, and then including, is there such a thing as a global temperature? Does that matter to us? And then how do we measure it? And then all these kinds of things about how do buildings get in the way of that. So I would start out by saying this. Here in my mind is the issue. Fossil fuels, which is hydrocarbons, so these combinations of hydrogen and carbon, so coal, oil, natural gas, the fuels that power the vast majority of industrial civilization have a byproduct, CO2, that has a certain warming influence on the atmosphere. That, in my view, is the issue, the object of study. So you've got, on the one hand, you've got the fuels that power our civilization for very good economic reasons. We're not forced to use them. We choose to use them because they're the best way of providing energy for billions and billions of people. They have a warming influence. They have a byproduct that has a warming influence, at least when taken in isolation. So great. So that's the situation. So then the legitimate kind of concern is, how significant an influence is that? Is it negative? Is it positive? Is it major? Is it minor? And by the way, you should also study the plant growing influence of the CO2 as well, if you're being even-handed and humanistic about it. So the baseline guess, especially if you see how mild an effect CO2 has when isolated, is that there is nothing remotely consequential enough to justify restricting hydrocarbon use, because hydrocarbon use is the fundamental of the Industrial Revolution and the civilization that turned our life expectancy from 30 to 75 or 80. And then if you think about it in just another common sense way, you think about, well, just empirically, common sense wise, has our ability to deal with climate diminished since we started using hydrocarbons, or has it increased? And in a common sense way, right now I'm in a cold place, Chevy Chase, Maryland, which is where my parents are. I'm here for Thanksgiving. I normally live in Laguna Beach, which is generally a warm place. But in either of those locations, I can see, wow, this industrial civilization makes either of these climates livable. It makes Alaska livable. It makes swampy Florida livable. It makes Texas livable. We have mastered every climate imaginable due to this fossil fuel powered civilization. So your base case is, not only are these fossil fuels essential for life, but they're essential for dealing with any climate. And without this caliber of energy, without this kind of civilization, every climate is dangerous. So this is just a common sense thing that anybody has access to. And yet our entire discussion of this defies all common sense, because when we talk about climate, we don't talk about the safety of human beings or the obvious fact that we've mastered it and are safer than ever. We talk about this one thing this CO2, and then we make up these doomsday scenarios, and we've been doing it for 35 years, and none of them have been coming true, and yet we keep imagining that changing the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere from 0.03% to 0.04% must be this Armageddon. And so I submit, if we're just looking at it from a common sense basis, there's something else motivating this besides an objective concern for human life. So I'm happy to talk about, is there such a thing as global temperature? How do we measure it? But the whole debate is skewed against any kind of common sense concern for human life. And one clue as to what's actually driving it is that the people driving this concern are people with a concern for eliminating human life, which would be the Green Movement, who for decades and decades and decades have been advocates of fundamentally what they call population control, which means forcible population reduction in the name of unaltered nature. So our kind of basic assumption would be, maybe it's not that the CO2 is so damaging to humans, and maybe it's not that fossil fuels aren't so good, because they obviously are good. Maybe it's that they just think it's wrong for us to change the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, because it's wrong to change anything. That would be the assumption.
Oh, well, this is, yeah, I mean, this goes way back to a fundamental delusion of urban dwellers, which is that nature is an Ansel Adams picture. You know, it's beautiful, you want to go out and hug it, you canoe through it, and, you know, maybe you got to swat a few bugs, but it's pristine. I mean, it's all the way back to, like, the Garden of Eden, the Rousseauian noble savage, this idea that we have fallen from our oneness with nature, and I don't know, I mean, I grew up in a city, obviously, and when you go and visit nature for camping, it's lovely. I mean, it's beautiful. But if you got to stay, well, you're in a whole different world of hurt. And I think one of the things that conditioned my environmental thoughts was the fact that after high school, I worked for a year in the bush. I was in a tent all the way through the Canadian winter. I was gold panning, I was prospecting, I was saving money up to go to college. And, you know, if you spend a lot of time in nature, you really, really learn to love civilization. And I think people who bungee in and they go like whitewater rafting and then they go to the Adirondacks or whatever, they go do these hikes, they have this idea that nature is some beautiful, pure, wonderful thing. But nature, kind of a sociopath, it'll kill you as soon as it'll look at you. It'll stuff bugs up your nose, it will make your head melt. You know, animals will jump out and claw you to death, and bugs will give you illnesses all over the place. I mean, nature is a great place to visit, and it's easy to sentimentalize it when it's far away from your lived daily experience and when you have technology shielding you from the effects of nature. But ever since we've sort of got out of the Middle Ages, like in the Middle Ages, there was no sentimentality about nature. There was no green movement in the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages was an entire desperate desire, like watching a ferret trying to get out of an aquarium. The Middle Ages was this incredibly desperate desire to get as far away from nature as humanly possible, which is why when there was an industrial revolution and people were like, are you kidding? I can get off the farm and go and live in soot? I'm there, because the farm is horrible and nature is horrible. Famine, plague, pestilence, death at every turn. Throughout the Middle Ages, like 5 to 10% of the European population on average would starve to death. It was god-awful. Sorry, end of rant. I just sort of wanted to point out that there is this sentimentality, you know, when Al Gore lives in a 12,000 square foot house using the electricity consumption of a small town, nature is a pretty cool place. But boy, if you got to go out and spend a lot of time there, kind of makes you itchy and ill.
Yeah, I think that's 100% on point, and that makes it even more bizarre from a human perspective. And I'm going to keep emphasizing this because my contention is that the Green Movement is not considered concerned with human well-being. They're concerned with minimizing human impact, which means minimizing human presence. And so this goes to, if you study nature from a human perspective, your number one concern is to change it. Right? And even with climate, you want to change climate. If you could, you should prevent Superstorm Sandy. And on a local level, we engage in climate change all the time to the benefit of billions of people, right? We change the climate inside our homes. We make it, when it's cold, we make it warm. When it's warm, we make it cold. We're constantly engaged in this kind of change, and it's fundamentally a virtue. So it's bizarre that if we have this byproduct that causes some change, our first kind of impulse is, oh, well, let's throw out all the fossil fuels that make our life possible because we might be changing something. And without even investigating the measurements. Note that it's not climate catastrophe people are afraid of, it's climate change, which is the idea.
Chance to make your voice heard. Tommy Robinson is a political prisoner, but we're not just standing for Tommy. There are many other people who have been dragged in by the authorities, not because they have committed any crime, but because they have spoken out for truth. And this fight for freedom, this great fight for freedom that we are engaged in, will not be ignored. and it will not fail. On Saturday, the 3rd of August, we're going to gather in central London. We're going to gather in central London to stand for freedom, for justice, and for truth. And we're going to stand against the establishment who are trying to steal our freedoms from us. They're trying to steal freedom of speech. They're trying to steal freedom of conscience. They're trying to steal freedom of religion. They're even trying to change the way you think. And they're also trying to steal freedom of assembly. And we will assemble on the 3rd of August at a place of our choosing. And this will be your chance to stand with Tommy, to stand for freedom, for justice. The 3rd of August, 2019. See you all there. On the 3rd of August, the fight back for freedom starts. On the 3rd of August, conscience, they're trying to steal freedom of religion. They're even trying to change the way you think. And they're also trying to steal freedom of assembly. And we will assemble on the 3rd of August at a place of our choosing. And this will be your chance to stand with Tommy, to stand for freedom, for justice, and for truth. Make sure that you're in central London on the 3rd of August, 2019. See you all there. On the 3rd of August, the fight back for freedom starts. On the 3rd of August, we're standing. We're standing for Tommy Robinson. It's your chance to make your voice heard. Tommy Robinson is a political prisoner, but we're not just standing for Tommy. There are many other people who have been dragged in by the authorities, not because they have committed any crime, but because they have spoken out for truth. And this fight for freedom, this great fight for freedom that we are engaged in, will not be ignored, and it will not fail. On Saturday, the 3rd of August, we're going to gather in central London. We're going to gather in central London to stand for freedom, for justice, and for truth. And we're going to stand against the establishment who are trying to steal our freedoms from us. They're trying to steal freedom of speech. They're trying to steal freedom of conscience. They're trying to steal freedom of religion. They're even trying to change the way you think. And they're also trying to steal
I'm Pikachu, and I love you. I need an owner. Will you catch me? Will you be my kid? Please, I am a lonely Pikachu. I need an owner. Please, I love you.
Well, doggy, as Uncle Jed Clampett used to say on the Beverly Hillbillies. Another day, another unfortunate incident, with the ultimate culprit being climate change. For instance, earlier this month, an Air Canada jet experienced such severe turbulence that it left 35 people injured. So was it an air pocket? Wind shear? Nope. It was the skies becoming more turbulent, according to some experts, due to climate change. And as climate change accelerates, so too will turbulence. Something that I think has been around since the Wright brothers. Oh, evidently it's been a very bad year for those suffering from allergies too. Why? You guessed it, climate change. And red alert, did you know Toronto is on the verge of becoming North America's version of Venice? That was the premise of a cover story in Toronto Life based on, well, a couple of really bad rainy days back in 2013. So it is that thanks to climate change, Torontonians will soon be commuting via gondola. No solo mio. Yes, we are now at a point where everything dire is being blamed on climate change. Indeed, I recently heard one progressive radio talk show host
fret over our inaction on the climate change file, given that, quote, "We've been talking about climate change for decades," end quote. Have we really been talking about climate change for decades? In the 70s, the worry was the advent of another ice age. It was acid rain in the 80s, global warming in the 90s. It's only recently we started using the whiz-bang catch-all term climate change, which covers off all the bases in terms of weather and patterns, be they cooling or warming. Brilliant! That means the environmental Cassandras can never be backed into a corner when presented with facts. Anyway, if you can't beat them, join them, I say. So I've come up with 3 cause and effect theories pertaining to potential climate change. First, did you know that unemployment causes climate change? The rationale? Someone with less disposable income will likely buy cheaper groceries, which leads to the consumption of more baked beans, which leads to more flatulence, which ultimately results in climate change. Theory number 2, climate change causes diabetes. You see, when it gets really, really hot, people will have to quench their thirst with pop, and pop is sugary, ergo diabetes due to climate change. And theory number 3, climate change will cause the crime rate to soar. Look, no one wants to be too hot or too cold on planet Goldilocks. We want things just right. And when the wind chill rattles your teeth or the humidex turns you into a sweaty Betty, well, people get mad, mean Mayman mad, mean Mayman killing mad. Just as gridlock leads to road rage, extreme weather shall lead to climate rage. Hey, I think I just coined a new term. Someone get me the phone number for the trademark office. Of course, there's a solution for all these problems. Taxation. So it is that in order to curtail climate change, I am predicting the passage of a big bean tax, a pop tax, and in a modern rethinking of the swear jar, a bad behavior tax. Thanks ever so much for your time, dear viewers. But if you think this commentary totally sucked, don't blame me. Blame climate change. For the Rebel.media, I'm David the Menzoid Menzies. Hey folks, if you like this video, please like and subscribe and never miss another Rebel video.
Hello, this is Tony Hiller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is titled, Arctic Refuses to Melt as Ordered. That was actually the name of my first climate article, which was published in the Register in 2008. So let's review what's happened in the Arctic over the last 11 years since I wrote that article. The press is all full of great stories again today. Arctic summer melt shows ice is disappearing faster than normal. Climate change is causing strange events in the Arctic, research shows. Ice covering Arctic Ocean disappearing faster than normal. And here's the bottom line. Record Arctic ice melt may be even worse for another icy end of the planet. Well, we really messed things up, didn't we? We made all the ice melt, and now we're all going to die in an icy end to the planet. The article implies that it's happened before. I wonder when the last icy end to the planet occurred. Well, we better look at the data and see what's going on. This is a graph of Arctic ice extent from the Multi-Agency Sea Ice Index, going back to their start of records in 2006. You can see that the ice extent increases every winter, and then it decreases in the summer, and it makes a nice cyclical waveform which repeats every year. Most years it does about the same thing, but the year 2012 was very interesting because it had both the highest winter extent and the lowest summer extent. The easier line to understand is the 365-day mean, shown as the thicker blue line across the center. This line doesn't have seasonal variations in it, and you can see that ice extent has remained about the same since the start of records in 2006. It wiggles up a little bit during high years and wiggles down a little bit during low years, but for the most part there hasn't been any significant change in Arctic sea ice extent since 2006. You can also see that the two lowest years were 2012 and 2007. That was a long time ago. Now let's compare it against expert forecasts made since I wrote my 2008 article. Expert Arctic polar ice cap may disappear this summer, March 1st, 2008. The polar ice cap in the Arctic may well disappear this summer due to the global warming, Dr. Olav Orheim, head of the Norwegian International Polar Year Secretariat, said on Friday. And there's the arrow showing the date he predicted. Well, Dr. Orheim has a very long and impressive title attached to his name, so he must know what he's talking about. And here's another one from National Geographic News, June 20th, 2008. Arctic warming has become so dramatic that the North Pole may melt this summer, report scientists studying the effects of climate change in the field. Well, National Geographic is very authoritative. They must know what they're talking about. The ice must be gone. And here's my favorite from the official news agency of Britain, the British Broadcasting Corporation. Swimmer aims to kayak to the North Pole, 30 August 2008. This year, for the first time, scientists predict that the North Pole could briefly be ice-free, and that has inspired Lewis Pugh to try to find a way through. There you have it. Scientists say the North Pole could be ice-free. What a great opportunity to kayak to the North Pole. Well, Lewis Pugh made it about 20 miles, turned around, and went back because there was no way to get through the very thick ice between Svalbard and the North Pole. Fast forward to 2012. Could all Arctic ice be gone by 2012? Satellite images say it might be. By Seth Borenstein, Associated Press. This week, after reviewing his own new data, NASA climate scientist Jay Zwally said, at this rate, the Arctic Ocean could be nearly ice-free at the end of summer by 2012, much faster than previous predictions. The Arctic is screaming, said Mark Suri, senior scientist at the government Snow and Ice Data Center in Boulder, Colorado. There you have it, our top scientists predicting an ice-free Arctic in 2012. They must have been right. And the Arctic ice is screaming, where's your humanity? Give up your car, give up your meat, give up your lifestyle. Stop this ice from screaming. And there's the same story in National Geographic News. Arctic sea ice gone in summer within 5 years. Seth Borenstein, December 12, 2007. An already relentless melting of the Arctic greatly accelerated this summer, a sign that some scientists worry could mean global warming has passed an ominous tipping point. And here's another story from the BBC. Arctic summer is ice-free by 2013. Their latest modeling studies indicate that northern polar waters could be ice-free in summers within just 5 to 6 years. Professor Maslowski told an American Geophysical Union meeting that previous projections had underestimated the processes now driving ice loss. So given that fact, you can argue that maybe our prediction of 2013 is already too conservative. And then Professor Peter Wadhams of Cambridge University said, in the end, it will just melt away quite suddenly. And here's a very definitive article from the Sierra Club Canada, why Arctic sea ice will vanish in 2013. Well, the Sierra Club really cares about the planet and the Arctic, so send them money and prevent this 2013 catastrophe from occurring. And here's another one from Nobel laureate Al Gore. Polar ice cap may disappear by summer 2014.
Another new study to be presented by U.S. Navy researchers later this week warns it could happen in as little as 7 years. 7 years from now. In the last few months, it has been harder and harder to misinterpret the signs that our world is spinning out of kilter.
This guy won the Nobel Prize. He must really know what he's talking about. Our world is spinning out of kilter and the ice has been gone for 5 years. And here's the very scientific projection from the Naval Research Lab, which Nobel laureate Gore based his forecast on. And here's another 2015 ice-free forecast from Professor Peter Wadhams of Cambridge University again, reported in The Guardian. And The Guardian really cares about the planet, so I would listen to them and take them seriously. Another 2015 ice-free Arctic forecast from journalist Mark Hartsgaard. This guy really cares about the planet a lot, and he really knows what he's talking about. And here's another one from Peter Wadhams at Cambridge University. His 2012 and 2015 forecast didn't work out too well, but he wasn't discouraged. He just pushed his forecast back to 2017 or 2018. And now comes the most important forecast of all from Dr. James Hansen of NASA. He was the guy who started the global warming scare before Congress in 1988. Let's see what he said. Tuesday, June 24th, 2008, by Seth Borenstein, AP Science writer. Hansen, echoing work by other scientists, said that in 5 to 10 years, the Arctic will be free of sea ice in the summer. So that means the Arctic is going to be free of sea ice sometime between 2013 and 2018. Representative Ed Markey, Democrat, Massachusetts, committee chairman, said, Dr. Hansen was right. 20 years later, we recognize him as a climate prophet. Well, this guy's a prophet. He must know what he's talking about. The Arctic must be free of sea ice now. But the best forecast was from President Obama's science advisor, John Holdren, in 2009. If you lose the summer sea ice, there are phenomena that could lead you not so very long thereafter to lose the winter sea ice as well. And if you lose that sea ice year-round, it's going to mean drastic climate change all over the hemisphere. That was an amazing prediction. The North Pole gets no sunlight for 6 months, and yet somehow it was going to stay above freezing for that entire 6-month period. This guy was a presidential science advisor, so he must be really smart. And Obama was a really smart guy too, they tell me. So throughout this entire period, there's been no significant change in Arctic sea ice extent. Nothing is happening in the Arctic. Now I'm going to flip through the ice-free forecast very quickly. Keep your eye on the red arrow. 2008, 2008, 2008, 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2015, 2018. They just keep pushing the arrow to the right, yet nothing is happening in the Arctic. Nothing is changing. However, there was a time when the Arctic was ice-free, and that was 6,000 to 7,000 years ago when Stonehenge was being built. Atmospheric CO2 levels were very low at the time, so we can say with 100% certainty that Arctic sea ice extent has no correlation with atmospheric CO2. We can also say with 100% certainty that climate scientists have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to predicting Arctic sea ice. Just keep pushing their forecasts back. And every single day we see new stories about the Arctic melting down and how the planet's going to die and polar bears are going to die and the world's falling apart. And it's all just complete nonsense. Here's a graph of what's really going on in the Arctic. The blue line is Reykjavik, Iceland temperatures going back to the year 1900. You can see that temperatures around Iceland rose dramatically from 1920 to 1940, and then they fell dramatically into the late 1970s, and since the late 1970s they've risen dramatically again. Climate alarmists always claim that satellite sea ice records began in 1979. That's not true, but it was the coldest year on record in Iceland, so of course since then the ice has diminished. The red line is the Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation, an ocean circulation pattern which I'm going to talk about more in a minute. So let's see what was going on in the Arctic around 1940 at the peak of this big temperature spike. December 17, 1939, glaciers melting over Greenland. All the glaciers in eastern Greenland are rapidly melting. It may without exaggeration be said that these glaciers, like those in Norway, face the possibility of a catastrophic collapse. It was very warm in 1939, and the Arctic was rapidly melting. Here's another story from the New York Times, October 19, 1958. The changing face of the Arctic. Some scientists estimate that the polar ice pack is 40% thinner and 12% less in area than it was a half century ago. That even within the lifetime of our children, the Arctic Ocean may open, enabling ships to sail over the North Pole. It sounds like something the New York Times would say now, but that was written 60 years ago. Although the idea that a solid ice sheet covers the central Arctic has lingered stubbornly in the popular fancy, the northern cap of ice worn by our planet is actually a thin crust, on the whole only about 7 feet thick, over an ocean 2 miles deep in places. The ice thickness now is about 2 meters or 7 feet thick, so it's about the same as it was 60 years ago. It's unfortunate that New York Times writers don't read their own newspaper because they might actually learn something if they did. But 3 years later, there was a dramatic change. New York Times, January 30th, 1961. Scientists agree world is colder. An assembly of specialists from several continents seems to have reached unanimous agreement on only one point. It's getting colder. And by 1970, we were into a full-blown ice age scare. Saturday, July 18th, 1970, the New York Times. U.S. and Soviet press studies of a colder Arctic. The United States and the Soviet Union are mounting large-scale investigations to determine why the Arctic climate is becoming more frigid, why parts of the Arctic sea ice have recently become ominously thicker, and whether the extent of that ice cover contributes to the onset of ice ages. Chicago Tribune, March 2nd, 1975. It's getting colder. Brr, new ice age on way soon. Washington. In the last decade, the Arctic ice and snowcap has expanded 12%, and for the first time in this century, ships making for Iceland ports have been impeded by drifting ice. Does that 12% expansion of the Arctic ice cap sound familiar? Well, it should. There's that same 12% number in the 1958 New York Times article. That was how much the Arctic ice cap had decreased prior to 1958. So the ice decreased 12% prior to 1958, and then it increased 12% by 1975. It's almost like the climate is cyclical. Now let's go back and look at the Iceland graph again. It was very warm around 1940, and the glaciers were disappearing, and the ice was disappearing, yet carbon dioxide levels were very low at the time. And then as carbon dioxide levels increased, the Arctic got much colder. So sometimes Iceland temperatures go up, sometimes they go down, but it has nothing to do with increasing carbon dioxide levels. But what it does correlate with very closely is the Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation. When the ocean circulation turns warm, the Arctic gets warm. When it turns cold, the Arctic gets cold. And the next time the Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation gets cold again, then we'll get cold in the Arctic again, and the ice will increase. But what climate alarmists do is they start their graphs in 1979, right in the coldest year, and they say, the Arctic is warming up and the ice is melting, and it's all your fault. This obviously isn't true. If they were actual scientists, they would admit that they were wrong, but they'll never do that because they're not scientists, they're propagandists. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been playing back the curtain on junk science and propaganda for a long time.
Estou aqui perto de Maldivas, hoje é dia 20. Agora não estou a lembrar muito bem que dia da semana é que é. Acho que é 24. O tempo está.
Mixed with half-assed pretension of sleepy people late at night, which is exactly what late-night conversations end up being like. I mean, I had plenty of conversations like this about space and religion, and I'm sure many of you had as well. That said, the game doesn't really build up to anything, which is pretty much the point, but if you really want to have your mind blown by some incredibly smart and insightful shit, you probably won't find it here. Then again, I did like the dialogue. I think it's pretty cool to see a game try and recreate late-night talks, and in my opinion, they did a pretty good job. Now, besides the dialogue, the game also heavily relies on atmosphere, and whether or not it's a faithful representation of driving around late at night, it's certainly something. First of all, the radio. Just like the dialogue, the voice on the radio is very vague. Like, lots of things said feel like they could have greater meaning, but they probably don't. Which, in my opinion, works for the kind of vibe the game is going for. Also, the DJ's voice is absolutely perfect for this sort of thing too. The guy has just the right amount of and I'm watching you vibes to make.
India wants to use flesh-eating turtles to rid the Ganges of decomposing bodies. With scientific prowess like that, I can see why Republicans want to turn our country into a colony of Greater Asia. If you don't want bodies lining the Mississippi, cadavers flowing down the Columbia, you're probably a racist bigot. Today's story takes us down the street from the White House to the U.S. Capitol, where Republicans...
Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is titled, No Evidence That Climate Scientists or Journalists Have Any Integrity. There's some amazing new propaganda out this week. Climate change, we haven't experienced anything like this in the past 2,000 years. Climate scientists writing in the journal Nature have found there is no evidence for globally coherent warm and cold periods over the last 2,000 years prior to industrialization. That's significant because climate change deniers have sometimes pointed to epochs like the so-called Little Ice Age or medieval warm period, to argue that the current global warming is one among multiple similar global climate events. So what the article is saying is that only climate deniers believe in the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Now let's look at who some of these climate deniers are. Well, this is the 1990 IPCC report. And there it is, the medieval warm period, much warmer than the present, with the Little Ice Age in between. So the world's leading climate scientists all agreed 30 years ago that there was a medieval warm period and Little Ice Age. And these are the people who are now being called climate deniers. And here's a 1981 article from James Hansen, the world's #1 climate alarmist, once again showing a medieval warm period, a Little Ice Age, and current temperatures lower than the medieval warm period. So now we know he's just a climate denier. One of the favorite tactics of climate alarmists to try to get rid of the medieval warm period is to claim that it only occurred in England. But that simply isn't true. This is from 1975 in the New York Times. The isotopes also reflect the long-term climate changes. A remarkable finding reported in the May 1st issue of Nature is that trends in Greenland for the period 850 to 1700 AD closely match the British record for 1100 to 1950. California tree rings show a climate record similar to the one in Britain. So the medieval warm period was global, and in fact those 3 locations are the same places which James Hansen used in his study. And here's another article from the New York Times, January 22nd, 1934. Changing climate indicated in Arctic. And it goes on to describe how Vikings living in Greenland disappeared in the cold during the Little Ice Age, and how Vikings who farmed Greenland during the medieval warm period were buried in graves which later got punctured by tree roots. This is in places in Greenland where the ground is now perpetually frozen and there's no trees, so obviously it was much warmer in Greenland when the Vikings farmed there. Here's another story by Hubert Lamb of the British Meteorological Office. He was described as Britain's top weather historian. He spent much of his career studying the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Here's what he said. By the year 1000 AD, Norsemen were sailing between Iceland and Greenland throughout the year without the hazard of ice floes, and Greenland's Baffin Bay was free of ice. Well, Baffin Bay is now frozen over for at least 9 months a year. It was getting warmer. In the 12th century, there were many vineyards in southern England, but by 1300 it became very cold, with a much shorter growing season for crops, resulting in harvest failures and famines in Europe. Here's another story from 1923. There were no glaciers in Europe during the Middle Ages. Since the Middle Ages, there has been a considerable fall in the maximum summer temperature. And the glaciers in Glacier National Park gained most of their mass during the Little Ice Age. These modest glaciers varied in size, tracking climatic changes, but did not grow to their Holocene maximum size until the end of the Little Ice Age, around AD 1850. As I always point out, glaciers don't lie, but climate scientists do. There definitely was a Little Ice Age. Also worth remembering that Hannibal crossed the Alps with African elephants in places which would be completely impassable now. Another line of evidence is sea level. This is Pevensey Castle in southeast England. It's now about a mile away from the ocean. But when the Romans and Normans occupied the castle, it was almost completely surrounded by water, which formed a natural moat around the castle. And this is the current Google Earth image. That natural moat is gone, and now the castle is a mile away from the seashore. So when the castle was built, there was no town there. This was all ocean around this side of the castle. So basically, every climate scientist in the world knew about the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Those scientists are now being called climate deniers by the press. So what happened to the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age? Well, Dr. David Deming from the University of Oklahoma tells us. This is his testimony to Congress. I had another interesting experience around the time my paper in Science was published. I received an astonishing email from a major researcher in the area of climate change. He said, "We have to get rid of the medieval warm period." Let's watch his testimony now.
All right, we'll start with you, Dr. Deming, and thank you for being here from the great University of Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and distinguished guests, Thank you for inviting me to testify today. I am a geologist and geophysicist. I have a bachelor's degree in geology from Indiana University and a PhD in geophysics from the University of Utah. My field of specialization in geophysics is temperature and heat flow. In recent years, I have turned my studies to the history and philosophy of science. In 1995, I published a short paper in the academic journal Science. In that study, I reviewed how borehole temperature data recorded a warming of about 1 degree Celsius in North America over the last 100 to 150 years. The week the article appeared, I was contacted by a reporter for National Public Radio. He offered to interview me, but only if I would state that the warming was due to human activity. When I refused to do so, he hung up on me. I had another interesting experience around the time my paper in Science was published. I received an astonishing email from a major researcher in the area of climate change. He said, quote, "We have to get rid of the medieval warm period," unquote. The medieval warm period was a time of unusually warm weather that began around 1000 AD.
This video is about heatwave
until a cold period known as the Little Ice Age took hold in the 14th century. Warmer climate brought a remarkable flowering of prosperity, knowledge, and art to Europe during the High Middle Ages. The existence of the medieval warm period had been recognized in the scientific literature for decades, but now it was a major embarrassment to those maintaining that the 20th century warming was truly anomalous. It had to, quote, be gotten rid of, unquote.
So you received that email in 1995 about getting rid of the medieval warm period, and by 1998, Michael Mann had erased it, just as climate scientists said they were going to do. Michael Mann is an extremely dishonest person, and he's also completely delusional. Here's some tweets he made last year. We're not nearing a constitutional crisis, we're there. Our nation is under assault by a dangerous coalition of hostile interests and enablers.
To make
Trump,
sure that
Russia,
you're only paying
Putin,
$2 a
Kelly,
gallon gas.
Nunes, Ryan. We must defend
Just like
our
we heard
nation
about it
by
in the
any
last
means
election,
available.
just like we've heard about it for the last
And here's a
30
very
years.
timely one down at the
And you
bottom.
know what the
Trump,
essence of their plan
congressional
is going to be, which
Republicans
is
and right-wing
step
media
1, drill,
telegraphed
step
this
2, drill,
development
step
with
3,
their heated
keep
rhetoric
drilling.
and actions
Now,
over the past 2
if there's
weeks.
one thing I know about
Now we
New
know what
Hampshire,
this was
it's that
about.
your political
Mueller won't
politics
just make a
are
case for
pretty
obstruction. Collusion with Russia
pretty sharp.
seems likely and RNC likely implicated.
You
Michael Mann
know
is
that we
paranoid and
can't
delusional
just
and makes
drill
very
our
strong
way
statements
to
about
lower
things he
gas prices.
understands nothing about.
There are
And he's
no quick
projecting his
fixes or
dishonesty
silver
onto
bullets.
other people.
If somebody
He's made
tells you
huge
there are,
amounts
they're
of
not
money
telling you the
pushing
truth.
the global warming scam. Trying to rewrite history is standard operating procedure for climate scientists. And then they try to bully people into accepting their fraudulent activities. And as I keep pointing out, climate science is not a science. It's an organized crime syndicate, and the press is complicit. The organization of this scam is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of it. The article on the left is from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and the article on the right is from the British Broadcasting Corporation. Note the tremendous similarities between these two articles. An obscure junk science story appears in a journal, and then it gets blasted out by news agencies all over the world. Official banner, headline on top. Climate change, we haven't experienced anything like this in the past 2,000 years. And the BBC version. Climate change, current warming unparalleled in 2,000 years. Then below it is the photograph intended to deceive. The ABC photo has a picture of the sun, which has been hot for as long as I can remember. Then they have a yellow sky, which is somehow associated with heat. And then the airplane, which is producing CO2 and causing the heat. Now which one would you believe is heating the Earth? This airplane or this giant fusion reactor in the sky? I'm going to go with the sun. Now let's look at the BBC propaganda photo. It's a glacier calving into the ocean. It looks like the ice is slumping and must be due to global warming, right? But it has nothing to do with warming. Glaciers are rivers of ice. They flow down from the high country. When they reach the sea, they fall off into the ocean and form icebergs, like the giant iceberg which broke off of a glacier and destroyed the Titanic in 1912. And then down below the junk science propaganda photo, we have very similar characteristics once again. A block of bold text in both articles, and then below that some smaller text. The style of the propaganda is identical. The headline, the junk science photo, the little bit of bold text below it. This is obviously a highly coordinated propaganda campaign. And this massive blast of heatwave propaganda is released in July, right when it's going to deceive the most people. So it's an obscure journal article which is sent out in headlines all over the world. The formatting of the propaganda is almost identical in different news agencies. This is not independent journalism. It's a highly organized crime syndicate. It bears no resemblance to independent journalism. The global warming scam is not about science, it's not about journalism, it's about propaganda. It's about scaring people, particularly children, into giving up their lifestyle, their freedom, and their money. The use of children for propaganda is an age-old tradition. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science, propaganda, and organized crime for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is about the very real climate crisis of 1936. The week of July 7th through the 14th of 1936 was the hottest week on record in the United States and much of Canada. The pink dots on this map show everywhere which got over 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 degrees Celsius that week. Much of this area, including up into Canada, got over 110 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 43 degrees Celsius. And this was at a time when atmospheric CO2 levels were very low, below 310 parts per million. So people who claim that hot weather is associated with higher levels of carbon dioxide are either ignorant or dishonest. From July 7th through the 14th, 1936, every state reached 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 states reached 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and 16 states reached 110 degrees Fahrenheit or 43 Celsius. Those states were California, South Dakota, Arizona, Illinois, Indiana, North Dakota, Iowa, Kentucky, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Missouri, Montana, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Kansas, Minnesota, and Ohio. South Dakota reached 115 degrees Fahrenheit, and California was over 120 degrees. The worst of the heat wave was over the Midwest, and this next graph shows the average July 7th through 14th maximum temperature at all Midwest U.S. Historical Climatology Network stations going back to 1895. As you can see, temperatures have generally declined over the last 120 years, but 1936 was an unbelievably hot year. The average Midwest temperature that week was 103 degrees Fahrenheit, which was 10 degrees higher than the second hottest year, which occurred in 1921. Even more incredible is the percentage of hot days in the Midwest. This graph shows the July 7th through 14% of days above 95 degrees Fahrenheit, or 35 Celsius, at all Midwest U.S. Historical Climatology Network stations. During that week in 1936, almost every single temperature reading taken in the Midwest was over 95 degrees. The previous record was just over a third of days above 95 degrees Fahrenheit, so 1936 was completely unprecedented. And it was a similar story for 100-degree days. More than 3/4 of the temperature readings taken in the Midwest that week were over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which completely obliterated the previous record. This animated GIF shows the progression of the heat wave during that week. I'm going to let it run a few times so you can watch it for yourself. Remember, these purple dots represent temperatures over 100 degrees, and many of them were over 110 degrees. You can see the heat wave expanding and reached its peak area around July 10th. But actually, the hottest weather occurred on July 14th. And it wasn't just that week in 1936 that was extremely hot. This is the temperature anomaly map from the U.S. Weather Bureau for July 1936. You can see that the whole country was blistering hot. It was 12 degrees above normal in the central part of the country. For the entire month of July and the entire summer of 1936, it was the hottest on record in the United States. People were dropping dead from the heat in the United States and Canada. According to this account, 12,000 people died from the heat in 86 cities in 1 week. The New York Times reported on July 7, 1936, heat rising to 119 degrees. North Dakota temperatures set all-time records in fourth severe day. 31 cities are over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Illinois highways blow up. The Queenslander reported on July 16, 1936, that it was the worst drought in history. The drought, which already has become one of the major catastrophes in American history, has entered on its second month. The Chicago Tribune reported 112-degree temperatures in Chicago. Can you imagine the mass hysteria which would occur if that happened now? This year has been the wettest on record in the United States, but in 1936 they were having a terrible drought, and millions of people had to abandon their homes and move to California. It was a very real climate crisis, and we had very real climate refugees in 1936. The press didn't have to make up fake stories about a climate crisis because everybody was living through it, and they could see it right in front of their faces. On July 9, 1936, New York City set their all-time hottest temperature of 106 degrees Fahrenheit. This graph shows the hottest temperature per year in New York City going back to 1895. You see that 1936 was the hottest, and since then hottest temperatures have been declining, with recent years being among the coolest. I've been mostly focused on the United States so far, but the situation was very bad in Canada too. Hundreds of people were dying there, and Manitoba reached 112 degrees Fahrenheit. They didn't need someone like Catherine McKenna to go around making up stories about a climate crisis, because people were dying in the streets in Canada, and they could see it for themselves. It was extremely hot, and the effects on humans was very real. Thousands and thousands of people were dying in the heat. Double feature movies became very popular during the 1930s because movie theaters were one of the few places that had air conditioning, so people would go to the movie theater and stay there all afternoon to escape the heat. But heat and drought weren't the only things going on in 1936. There was lots of other incredible extreme weather that year. February of 1936 was coldest on record in the United States and much of Canada, too. North Dakota set their all-time coldest temperature record in February of 1936, and their hottest temperature just a few months later in July. I already showed you the U.S. Weather Bureau temperature anomaly map for the United States for July 1936, which was very red. Well, here's the same map for February of 1936, which was extremely cold. Temperatures were more than 20 degrees below normal around Montana and western Canada. But the extreme weather of 1936 wasn't just limited to extreme heat, extreme droughts, and extreme cold. We also had some of the worst floods in U.S. history that year. A few weeks after the record cold of February 1936, around St. Patrick's Day, the United States had massive floods over much of the eastern half of the United States. This was downtown Pittsburgh on March 21, 1936. The water was about 10 feet deep. My grandfather was in a business meeting in downtown Pittsburgh that day, and he had to be evacuated by boat. March 20th, 1936, all eastern America under floodwaters. Terrible dust storm rages in the west. President signs appeal as capital flooded. 100 cities and 14 states affected. The White House had to be sandbagged in order to keep the waters of the Potomac out. But the bad weather of 1936 wasn't just heat, drought, cold, and floods. Some of the worst tornado disasters in U.S. history also occurred that year, just a few weeks after the flooding. Third worst disaster, tornado in USA, over 500 dead, April 17, 1936. The death roll as a result of the tornado over 6 southern states has exceeded 500, while the badly injured total 1,727. Here's a picture showing some of the damage in downtown Gainesville, Georgia. Tornado areas bearing dead, 201 in Mississippi City and 183 in Georgia, 33 missing. April 11, 1936. The United States was hit by record heat, record cold, record drought, record floods, and record tornadoes. But the U.S. is just 2% of the Earth's surface. What was going on in the rest of the world that year? July 25, 1936. Typhoon sweeps Japanese island. 741 killed or missing. A typhoon swept the island of Kyushu, inundated 2,000 homes and damaged crops. Those killed and missing number 741. October 14, 1936, Philippines typhoon, 400 reported dead, fear of a rice shortage. February 22, 1936, a Queensland tornado, township ravaged. December 9, 1936, 300 dead, Anatolian floods, 50,000 people homeless, Angora, Turkey. More than 300 were drowned and 1,000 were injured. There were 50,000 persons homeless. Thousands of men, women, and children were wandering terror-stricken and practically unclothed in an effort to escape from the floods. And on the same day in the Philippines, thousands of Filipinos are missing in northeast of Luzon Island as a result of the most disastrous flood in the history of the Philippines. So the Philippines was having their worst flood in history, and South Africa was having their worst drought in history. February 27, 1936, cattle dying in hundreds. Transvaal's most terrible drought in living memory, Johannesburg. Cattle have been dying in hundreds. Farms have become desert wastes. Farmers are facing ruin and actual starvation. And thousands of square miles of land are without a single blade of grass in northern Transvaal through the worst drought in living memory. And meanwhile, terrific gales were lashing Europe and Britain. Phone services dislocated. 1936 was a very real climate crisis in the United States, in Canada, and over much of the rest of the world. So how does the press respond to this? Well, they ignore it and they make up fake stories about heat waves in other countries. The Washington Post says, global warming led to scorching heat in Europe. Leaders must take it seriously. The Washington Post printed this article on the same day when much of Europe was having record cold. So let's look at the heat wave, which the Washington Post says is due to global warming. The red line here is temperatures in Paris this year, and the blue line is temperatures in Paris in 1947, going from June 1st through the end of summer. As you can see, the pattern has been very similar this year as it was in 1947, but temperatures were hotter in 1947 than they were this year during both of the heat waves. In 1947, CO2 levels were very low, and this year's pattern is almost identical to 1947. It's pretty obvious that carbon dioxide is not having any effect on Paris heat waves. But the Washington Post lies about almost everything in support of one political agenda or another. This is a graph of the highest temperatures recorded in Paris every summer going back to the year 1900. And the hottest temperature this year is 98 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see that many years in the past were hotter than they were this year. The hottest year was 1947 when Paris reached 105 degrees, which was 7 degrees warmer than this year's highest temperature. And in 1900 it was 101 degrees, which is 3 degrees warmer than this year's highest temperature. People suffered tremendously during the 1930s from the Depression, the heat, the drought, the floods, the tornadoes, and the looming war with Germany. Steinbeck wrote about this poignantly in his novel The Grapes of Wrath. You would think that government climate scientists like those at NASA would want to understand what caused the extreme weather of the 1930s, but they don't. Instead, what they do is they simply erase it. This animation flashes back and forth between the 1998 version of NASA's U.S. temperature graph and the current version. You can see how they've erased the heat of the 1930s and made the present hotter. They've turned a long-term cooling trend into a long-term warming trend by simply altering their own data. The most prominent government climate scientists, the ones whom the press always talk to, are not actual scientists, and they're not interested in climate or science. They're political consultants who are paid to push an agenda. Our children deserve better. They deserve to know about real American history. They deserve to know that none of these fake climate actions which politicians are talking about are going to have any impact on the weather. These politicians are not going to stop heat waves, droughts, floods, tornadoes, or any other kind of extreme weather. The worst of which, like heat waves and droughts, were much more common in the past than they are now. They can confiscate people's money, their cars, their energy supplies, their lifestyles, and we're still going to have extreme weather just like we had in 1936. The whole climate crisis is a total scam, and we need to do everything we can to stop the politicians and fake scientists who are pushing it. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science and propaganda for a long time. climate. This video is titled, No Evidence That Climate Scientists or Journalists Have Any Integrity. There's some amazing new propaganda out this week. Climate change, we haven't experienced anything like this in the past 2,000 years. Climate scientists writing in the journal Nature have found there is no evidence for globally coherent warm and cold periods over the last 2,000 years prior to industrialization. That's significant because climate change deniers have sometimes pointed to epochs like the so-called Little Ice Age or Medieval Warm Period to argue that the current global warming is one among multiple similar global climate events. So what the article is saying is that only climate deniers believe in the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Now let's look at who some of these climate deniers are. Well, this is the 1990 IPCC report. And there it is, the medieval warm period, much warmer than the present, with the Little Ice Age in between. So the world's leading climate scientists all agreed 30 years ago that there was a medieval warm period and Little Ice Age. And these are the people who are now being called climate deniers. And here's a 1981 article from James Hansen, the world's #1 climate alarmist, once again showing a medieval warm period, a Little Ice Age, and current temperatures lower than the medieval warm period. So now we know he's just a climate denier. One of the favorite tactics of climate alarmists to try to get rid of the medieval warm period is to claim that it only occurred in England. But that simply isn't true. This is from 1975 in the New York Times. The isotopes also reflect the long-term climate changes. A remarkable finding reported in the May 1st issue of Nature is that trends in Greenland for the period 850 to 1700 AD closely match the British record for 1100 to 1950. California tree rings show a climate record similar to the one in Britain. So the medieval warm period was global, and in fact those 3 locations are the same places which James Hansen used in his study. And here's another article from the New York Times, January 22nd, 1934, Changing Climate Indicated in Arctic. And it goes on to describe how Vikings living in Greenland disappeared in the cold during the Little Ice Age. And how Vikings who farmed Greenland during the medieval warm period were buried in graves which later got punctured by tree roots. This is in places in Greenland where the ground is now perpetually frozen and there's no trees. So obviously it was much warmer in Greenland when the Vikings farmed there. Here's another story by Hubert Lamb of the British Meteorological Office. He was described as Britain's top weather historian. He spent much of his career studying the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Here's what he said. By the year 1000 AD, Norsemen were sailing between Iceland and Greenland throughout the year without the hazard of ice floes, and Greenland's Baffin Bay was free of ice. Well, Baffin Bay is now frozen over for at least 9 months a year. It was getting warmer. In the 12th century, there were many vineyards in southern England, but by 1300 it became very cold, with a much shorter growing season for crops, resulting in harvest failures and famines in Europe. Here's another story from 1923. There were no glaciers in Europe during the Middle Ages. Since the Middle Ages, there has been a considerable fall in the maximum summer temperature. And the glaciers in Glacier National Park gained most of their mass during the Little Ice Age. These modest glaciers varied in size, tracking climatic changes, but did not grow to their Holocene maximum size until the end of the Little Ice Age, around AD 1850. As I always point out, glaciers don't lie, but climate scientists do. There definitely was a Little Ice Age. Also worth remembering that Hannibal crossed the Alps with African elephants in places which would be completely impassable now. Another line of evidence is sea level. This is Pevensey Castle in southeast England. It's now about a mile away from the ocean. But when the Romans and Normans occupied the castle, it was almost completely surrounded by water, which formed a natural moat around the castle. And this is the current Google Earth image. That natural moat is gone, and now the castle is a mile away from the seashore. So when the castle was built, there was no town there. This was all ocean around this side of the castle. So basically, every climate scientist in the world knew about the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Those scientists are now being called climate deniers by the press. So what happened to the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age? Well, Dr. David Deming from the University of Oklahoma tells us. This is his testimony to Congress. I had another interesting experience around the time my paper in Science was published. I received an astonishing email from a major researcher in the area of climate change. He said, "We have to get rid of the medieval warm period." Let's watch his testimony now.
We'll start with you, Dr. Deming, and thank you for being here from the great University of Oklahoma.
Members of the committee and distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to testify today. I am a geologist and geophysicist. I have a bachelor's degree in geology from Indiana University and a PhD in geophysics from the University of Utah. My field of specialization in geophysics is temperature and heat flow. In recent years, I've turned my studies to the history and philosophy of science. In 1995, I published a short paper in the academic journal Science. In that study, I reviewed how borehole temperature data recorded a warming of about 1 degree Celsius in North America over the last 100 to 150 years. The week the article appeared, I was contacted by a reporter for National Public Radio. He offered to interview me, but only if I would state that the warming was due to human activity. When I refused to do so, he hung up on me. I had another interesting experience around the time my paper in Science was published. I received an astonishing email from a major researcher in the area of climate change. He said, quote, "We have to get rid of the medieval warm period," unquote. The medieval warm period was a time of unusually warm weather that began around 1000 AD and persisted until a cold period known as the Little Ice Age took hold in the 14th century. Warmer climate brought a remarkable flowering of prosperity, knowledge, and art to Europe during the High Middle Ages. The existence of the medieval warm period had been recognized in the scientific literature for decades, but now it was a major embarrassment to those maintaining that the 20th century warming was truly anomalous. It had to, quote, be gotten rid of, unquote.
So you received that email in 1995 about getting rid of the medieval warm period, and by 1998, Michael Mann had erased it, just as climate scientists said they were going to do. Michael Mann is an extremely dishonest person, and he's also completely delusional. Here's some tweets he made last year. "We're not nearing a constitutional crisis, we're there. Our nation is under assault by a dangerous coalition of hostile interests and enablers. Trump, Russia, Putin, Kelly, Nunes, Ryan. We must defend our nation by any means available." And here's a very timely one down at the bottom. Trump, congressional Republicans, and right-wing media telegraphed this development with their heated rhetoric and actions over the past 2 weeks. Now we know what this was about. Mueller won't just make a case for obstruction. Collusion with Russia seems likely and RNC likely implicated. Michael Mann is paranoid and delusional and makes very strong statements about things he understands nothing about. And he's projecting his dishonesty onto other people. He's made huge amounts of money pushing the global warming scam. Trying to rewrite history is standard operating procedure for climate scientists. And then they try to bully people into accepting their fraudulent activities. And as I keep pointing out, climate science is not a science. It's an organized crime syndicate, and the press is complicit. The organization of this scam is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of it. The article on the left is from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and the article on the right is from the British Broadcasting Corporation. Note the tremendous similarities between these two articles. An obscure junk science story appears in a journal, and then it gets blasted out by news agencies all over the world. Official banner, headline on top. Climate change, we haven't experienced anything like this in the past 2,000 years. And the BBC version. Climate change, current warming unparalleled in 2,000 years. Then below it is the photograph intended to deceive. The ABC photo has a picture of the sun, which has been hot for as long as I can remember. Then they have a yellow sky, which is somehow associated with heat. And then the airplane, which is producing CO2 and causing the heat. Now, which one would you believe is heating the Earth? This airplane or this giant fusion reactor in the sky? I'm going to go with the sun. Now let's look at the BBC propaganda photo. It's a glacier calving into the ocean. It looks like the ice is slumping and must be due to global warming, right? But it has nothing to do with warming. Glaciers are rivers of ice. They flow down from the high country. When they reach the sea, they fall off into the ocean and form icebergs. Like the giant iceberg which broke off of a glacier and destroyed the Titanic in 1912. And then down below the junk science propaganda photo, we have very similar characteristics once again. A block of bold text in both articles, and then below that some smaller text. The style of the propaganda is identical. The headline, the junk science photo, the little bit of bold text below it. This is obviously a highly coordinated propaganda campaign. And this massive blast of heatwave propaganda is released in July, right when it's going to deceive the most people. So it's an obscure journal article which is sent out in headlines all over the world. The formatting of the propaganda is almost identical in different news agencies. This is not independent journalism. It's a highly organized crime syndicate. It bears no resemblance to independent journalism. The global warming scam is not about science, it's not about journalism, it's about propaganda. It's about scaring people, particularly children, into giving up their lifestyle, their freedom, and their money. The use of children for propaganda is an age-old tradition. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science, propaganda, and organized crime for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is about heatwave hype and superstition. The goal of climate alarmists is to create primal fear. Fear of drowning and fear of burning up are two of their most commonly used tools. So when we get a few days of hot weather like we had in Europe earlier this week, the alarmists come out in force. Paris breaks all-time high temperatures, deadly heatwave shatters records across Europe. UK's hottest day ever as Europe broils in record heat. Europe's record-breaking heat wave in photos. Wow, you can see heat in pictures now? So let's look at the actual temperatures in Paris this year and compare them to another very hot year, which was the summer of 1947. The blue line is temperatures taken at the Paris-Le Bourget airport from June 1st through the end of August in 1947. The red line is temperatures taken at the same location so far this summer. It's fascinating how similar the temperatures are. We see a spike here, spike here, spike here, spike here, spike here in both years. At this point, though, they've diverged. Paris has become quite cool, whereas in 1947 the heat wave persisted for weeks. But on June 25th, Paris did indeed break their all-time heat record by 1 degree over 1947. But it should be obvious to everyone that there's nothing statistically or scientifically significant about the fact that it got a little bit hotter on one day. The other two heat waves were hotter in 1947, and the rest of July was much hotter in 1947. What happened on July 25th is that there was a very strong storm off to the west and there was high pressure off to the east, and this funneled hot air from Africa up through Paris and London. The heat was very short-lived. Now the storm has moved over England and France and it's become quite cool there. But this is important. Look at the direction of the wind from the south to the north. Now let's look at the location of the airport. The airport is located right in central Paris, right in the middle of a huge urban heat island. And as the winds moved from south to north across this urban heat island, they undoubtedly heated up. Thus, this year was a little bit warmer than the peak in 1947, but it has nothing to do with carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide levels were very low in 1947, yet temperatures were very similar. Unfortunately, temperatures from the airport are missing for the very hot year of 2003, but other locations in France have them. This graph shows temperatures from Gordon in southwest France. The blue line is 2003 and the red line is 2019. There was a tremendous 10-day heat wave in 2003, which is not going to occur this year. Forecast temperatures are much cooler this year. So as you can see, 2003 was much hotter across the summer than this year, which is supposedly record heat. This year wasn't even close to 2003. But facts don't matter to the press. They have an agenda to produce propaganda. Now let's look at another hot year in Europe from a time when CO2 levels were very low, 1911. This graph shows the peak temperatures in France and Germany for every day from July 6th through September 14th, 1911. As you can see, they had a tremendous heat wave which lasted for more than 2 months. Most days were over 90 degrees or 32 C during that period. Compare that to this year where there were just a few days of hot weather. The 2-month-long 1911 heat wave killed more than 40,000 people in Paris. And it was also extremely hot in London. It was 95 degrees in the shade today in London. Last month was the most rainless July for 50 years. Owing to the heat wave in Paris, the deaths during the last fortnight have totaled 588, above the normal number at this time of year. This is dated August 11th, 1911. Here's another article from August 1911. Terrible heat wave. Over 1,000 deaths in Germany. Great heat in England. Large numbers of deaths in Paris. And at the bottom it says heat and drought in America. So it was hot in America too. And in fact, the 2 hottest days on record in the northeastern U.S. both occurred during the summer of 1911. This graph shows the 25 hottest days on record in the northeastern U.S. And as you can see, almost all of them occurred a long time ago, with carbon dioxide levels below 350 parts per million. The last really hot days they had in the northeastern U.S. occurred 8 years ago in 2011. July 4th, 1911 was the hottest July 4th on record in the United States, with 100-degree temperatures shown by these purple dots from California up into New England. Here's an article from Baltimore, July 5th, 1911. Fierce heat persists. Toll of death grows. Many fatalities reported in other cities of the country. New England scorches under temperatures of 100 to 104 degrees. But the interesting thing about 1911 is that it wasn't just hot in the summer. May was also extremely hot that year. The blue line shows peak temperatures in the Northeast every day from May 11th, 1911 to May 30th, 1911. And as you can see, it was over 90 degrees every single day but one during that period. Now compare that to this year, which is shown in the red line. As you can see, 1911 was much hotter, actually about 10 degrees hotter, but the press won't be talking about that. Every single day during that 3 weeks in May was hotter in 1911 than this year, and supposedly this year is the hottest year ever. This map shows temperatures in the Northeast on May 22nd, 1911, with the purple dot showing temperatures of above 100 degrees. It's pretty incredible to think that Maine was above 100 degrees in May of 1911. If we had temperatures like that now, climate scientists would say with great certainty that temperatures like that were impossible without high CO2 levels. But CO2 levels were very low in 1911. Climate scientists who keep trying to show cause and effect relationships between CO2 and heat wave have no evidence to support their theories. Here's a New York Times article discussing the May heat wave. Chicago, May 27. The cool wave promised by the Weather Bureau failed to develop today, and the thermometer almost equaled its record of yesterday, registering 93 degrees at 3 o'clock. 7 deaths were recorded, making a total of 15 who've died from the heat of the last 3 days. There was actually a lot of interesting stuff in that day's New York Times. There were some interesting photographs of women baseball players. But we're not done with 1911 yet. There was also a record heat wave at the end of January and the beginning of February that year. On February 1st, 1911, it was 93 degrees in Oklahoma and Texas, 86 degrees in Kansas, 84 degrees in Missouri, 75 degrees in Illinois, and 71 degrees in Indiana. February 2nd, 1911, flowers blooming in Texas. An unprecedented heat wave may cause loss of fruit crop. At Fort Worth, 93 degrees. Obviously, there was something going on in the year 1911 which was causing heat waves all year long across the United States and Europe. And we can say with absolute certainty that it was not carbon dioxide, because carbon dioxide levels were very low in 1911. The great physicist Richard Feynman said, "It doesn't matter how beautiful your theory is. It doesn't matter how smart you are. If it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong." Climate scientists who attribute heat waves to carbon dioxide are wrong. And if they were actual scientists, they would want to understand what the real cause of heat waves is. But instead, they just try to hide years like 1911 by altering the temperature data. But I don't think they can bring back the 40,000 dead people in Paris from the 1911 heat wave by altering data. Now let's look at another year from that period, 1913. From July 8th through July 14th, 1913, temperatures at Greenland Ranch, California were 128, 129, 134, 129, 130, 131, and 127. The 134 degrees on July 10th, 1913 was the hottest temperature ever recorded on Earth. And the United States has not recorded a temperature above 130 degrees for decades, but they had 3 of them that week. That was part of another tremendous heat wave across the United States. On July 1st, 1913, there were 100-degree temperatures shown by the pink dots from California up into Maine. July 3rd, 1913, 81 dead heat wave toll. Chicago's hospitals filled with persons stricken in streets. Temperature is 102 degrees. The summer of 1913 was record hot, but that wasn't the only extreme weather in the United States that year. The winter of 1913 brought floods to the Ohio River Valley, which were the worst on record. Hundreds of thousands of people were left homeless. This is a postcard from 1913. Dayton, Ohio, during greatest flood in world's history in 1913, you can see that the streetlights are almost underwater. Here's some more pictures from that flood. Look at this horse in Hamilton, Ohio. And Houston, Texas also had tremendous flooding in 1913. Here's another heat wave in Europe in 1923. August 11th, 1923, French record broken. Exceptional heat is being experienced in the southern counties of England and many parts of the continent. The shade temperature yesterday reached 124 degrees at Seville in Spain, 111 degrees at Toulouse, France, which is a record. The sun temperature in many Spanish towns reached over 140 degrees. Obviously, this record heat was not caused by carbon dioxide, because carbon dioxide levels were very low at the time. Now let's look at one more very hot year from that time period, 1896. July 18th, 1896, intense heat. The heat in England is unusually great. Numerous cases of death from sunstroke are reported, including a sentry at Marlborough House, the town residence of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. In Spain, the heat is intense and numbers of birds have been killed by it. The current Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, announced last week that we only have 18 months left to solve global warming, but I haven't heard about any of his sentries dying in the heat this year. India also had record heat in 1896. They had temperatures in the shade ranging from 114 degrees to 123 degrees, the same temperatures that were claimed this year to be a record. And here's another article about the July heat wave in Europe. Numerous cases of sunstroke. Birds dropped dead in Spain. Phenomenal heat is being experienced this summer both in England and on the continent. In England, numerous cases of sunstroke have occurred. January of that year, 1896, was the hottest month on record in southeast Australia. The New York Times reported that it was 127 degrees in the shade in Adelaide, and temperatures that month were incredibly hot almost every single day. Temperatures in the hottest parts of New South Wales approached 130 degrees and were over 120 degrees on many days during January 1896. So we already know that temperatures were extremely hot in 1896 in Europe, India, and Australia, and was also incredibly hot in the United States. Nearly 1,500 people died in the heat in New York City during that summer. And prior to 1896, Europe had many terrible heat waves and droughts. The history of the world droughts goes back to the year 627, when in France and Germany thousands of human beings died of thirst. In the year 1000, the rivers of Europe dried up and heaps of fish were left to putrefy and spread the plague that followed. In 1123, the Rhine River dried up in Alsace. During the Battle of Bella in 1260, more men died from heat than wounds. In 1303 and 1304, the Rhine, the Loire, and Seine rivers ran dry. In 1779, many persons in Bologna were stifled. Shops all over Europe were closed for months. And in 1821, a plague of mice came with intolerable heat. More than 200,000 persons died from heat in France. It's obvious that heat, drought, and extreme weather has nothing to do with carbon dioxide levels. All of these heat waves and droughts occurred with carbon dioxide levels very low. So we can state with 100% certainty that lowering carbon dioxide levels will not prevent these events from happening in the future. People who believe that lowering CO2 levels will prevent these sort of events in the future are engaging in superstition, not science. Climate alarmists imagine that a low CO2 world looks like this. But science is based on evidence, not superstition. And the evidence shows us that a low CO2 climate looks more like this. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science and propaganda for a long time.
Hallo, aquecimiento global. Hallo, aquecimiento global. Tanta nube, tanta aquecimiento global. Tanta pretala. Tanta aquecimiento global. Tanta aquecimiento global. En pleno rollo. En pleno rollo y tanta aquecimiento global. Tanta aquecimiento global.
Tanto aquecimento global. Tanto calor. Tá tanto calor que eu até preciso vestir um casaco grosso. Tá lá. Tá dando calor que eu até tenho que usar um fato grande.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from RealClimateScience.com, setting the record straight about climate. John Dillinger, the gangster, was gunned down in Chicago on this date 85 years ago by federal agents. He was an early victim of climate change. Let me explain why. Here's the front page of the Albuquerque Journal from July 23, 1934. Dillinger killed in Chicago. Desperado walks into gun trap of U.S. officers. Let's take a closer look at that. He's shot down in front of theater where he had been attending melodrama. Curious crowd sees the end of Notorious Badman and a blaze of gunfire. So why was he in the movie theater that day? Well, the other stories on the page give us a clue. Deaths in heatwave reached 278. Unprecedented toll of life during past 7 days. All sections. Crops ruined in many parts of the country. Chicago has 101 degrees. Movie theaters were one of very few places which had air conditioning in the 1930s, so people who could afford it would go to the movie theater and stay there for as long as they could to escape the heat. My mother grew up in New York in the 1930s, and she told me that was the reason why they invented double feature matinees, because people would come in to escape the heat. The 1930s was by far the hottest decade on record in the United States. No other decade came even close. So let's see what temperatures were like in the United States on July 23, 1934, the day John Dillinger was gunned down. The purple dots show locations which were over 100 degrees on that date. As you can see, almost the entire Midwest was over 100 degrees. In fact, it was the 9th hottest day on record in the Midwest. The Midwest has only had 14 days since 1895, which averaged over 100 degrees, and they all occurred in 1901, 1934, and 1936. They've never had another day in the Midwest which averaged over 100 degrees. So I put a red star on the dot representing July 23, 1934. And it wasn't just a one-day heat wave, it was an incredible protracted heat wave. In fact, from July 19, 1934 to July 26, 1934, Mexico, Missouri was over 110 degrees every single day. Let's look at those temperatures. July 19th, 112. July 20th, 116. July 21st, 115. July 22nd, 112. July 23rd, 112. July 24th, 114. July 25th, 114. July 26th, 113. Temperatures like that in the Midwest are completely incomprehensible now. To put this in perspective, the Midwest almost never gets above 100 degrees anymore, much less 110. And here's a graph of every single 110 plus degree reading in Missouri since 1895. Missouri has had a total of 40 days since 1895 over 110 degrees, and all but one of them occurred before 1960. The last one was in 1980. And every single one of these hot days occurred with carbon dioxide levels below 350 parts per million. Climate scientists say that we need to reduce carbon dioxide levels to prevent hot days, but obviously that's not true, because we had a lot more hot days when carbon dioxide levels were lower. So one of the aggravating factors of the extreme heat in 1934 was that there was a record drought across the United States. About 80% of the country was in drought. This was by far the worst drought in the history of the United States, and it occurred at very low CO2 levels. So once again, climate scientists claiming that we need to reduce CO2 levels to prevent drought is obviously total nonsense. John Dillinger, who went into the movie theater to escape the heat, wasn't the only victim of climate change in the 1930s. In fact, millions of people fled the Midwest and the Great Plains in order to escape the heat and drought of the 1930s. They moved to California and became farm workers. John Steinbeck wrote about this poignantly in The Grapes of Wrath. High school kids used to walk into the gun trap of U.S. officers. Let's take a closer look at that. He was shot down in front of theater where he had been attending melodrama. Curious crowd sees the end of Notorious Bad Men in a blaze of gunfire. So why was he in the movie theater that day? Well, the other stories on the page give us a clue. Deaths in heatwave reached 278, unprecedented toll of life during past 7 days, all sections. Crops ruined in many parts of the country. Chicago has 101 degrees. Movie theaters were one of very few places which had air conditioning in the 1930s, so people who could afford it would go to the movie theater and stay there for as long as they could to escape the heat. My mother grew up in New York in the 1930s, and she told me that was the reason why they invented double feature matinees, because people would come in to escape the heat. The 1930s was by far the hottest decade on record in the United States. No other decade came even close. So let's see what temperatures were like in the United States on July 23, 1934, the day John Dillinger was gunned down. The purple dots show locations which were over 100 degrees on that date. As you can see, almost the entire Midwest was over 100 degrees. In fact, it was the 9th hottest day on record in the Midwest. The Midwest has only had 14 days since 1895, which averaged over 100 degrees, and they all occurred in 1901, 1934, and 1936. They've never had another day in the Midwest which averaged over 100 degrees. So I put a red star on the dot representing July 23, 1934. And it wasn't just a one-day heat wave, it was an incredible protracted heat wave. In fact, from July 19, 1934 to July 26, 1934, Mexico and Missouri was over 110 degrees every single day. Let's look at those temperatures. July 19th, 112. July 20th, 116. July 21st, 115. July 22nd, 112. July 23rd, 112. July 24th, 114. July 25th, 114. July 26th, 113. Temperatures like that in the Midwest are completely incomprehensible now. To put this in perspective, the Midwest almost never gets above 100 degrees anymore, much less 110. And here's a graph of every single 110 plus degree reading in Missouri since 1895. Missouri has had a total of 40 days since 1895 over 110 degrees, and all but one of them occurred before 1960. The last one was in 1980. And every single one of these hot days occurred with carbon dioxide levels below 350 parts per million. Climate scientists say that we need to reduce carbon dioxide levels to prevent hot days, but obviously that's not true, because we had a lot more hot days when carbon dioxide levels were lower. So one of the aggravating factors of the extreme heat in 1934 was that there was a record drought across the United States. About 80% of the country was in drought. This was by far the worst drought in the history of the United States, and it occurred at very low CO2 levels. So once again, climate scientists claiming that we need to reduce CO2 levels to prevent drought is obviously total nonsense. John Dillinger, who went into the movie theater to escape the heat, wasn't the only victim of climate change in the 1930s. In fact, millions of people fled the Midwest and the Great Plains in order to escape the heat and drought of the 1930s. They moved to California and became farm workers. John Steinbeck wrote about this poignantly in The Grapes of Wrath. High school kids used to read this back in the days when children were actually taught history. But now school children are taught propaganda rather than history, so they don't hear about this. And if they are taught about the Dust Bowl of the 1930s, what they're taught is that it was farmers' fault, that the farmers caused this. The theory being that bad farming practices led to the heat and drought of the 1930s. While it's true that farming practices may have aggravated the dust, it certainly wasn't the cause of the Dust Bowl. There was a massive drought around the United States and in fact around the world in 1934, and blaming the victims is really a horrible thing to do. But fairly typical for progressives, they've been blaming the victims for as long as I can remember. Let's see what was going on in other places besides the United States in 1934. Cairns Post, February 3rd, 1934. World heating up. ice dissolving at poles. Sea level will rise 40 feet. Los Angeles Times, December 30th, 1934. Whole world in freak weather year of 1934. Cold, heat, drought, and flood set new marks. Unprecedented extremes recorded in every corner of the earth. Even climate has changed in spots. Wow, so those farmers in the Oklahoma Panhandle caused worldwide freak weather. Climate alarmists obviously can't blame carbon dioxide for the freak weather of 1934, so instead they blame farmers. So let's see what scientists said in 1934. This is from that same LA Times article. How science accounts for berserk elements. Assigned reasons varied from spots of the sun to concurrences of meteorological cycles. This berserk weather, record heat, and worldwide drought is what climate alarmists now describe as the stable climate of low CO2. And they say that if we lower CO2 levels, they can bring us back to the lovely climate like we had in 1934. Now let's look at what the chief meteorologist of the U.S. Weather Bureau said about the weather in 1934. Worldwide drought is seen likely. Weatherman admits there is something wrong and that no one knows why. By Joseph Kinser, Chief Meteorologist, U.S. Weather Bureau. Washington, June 21st, 1934. What is wrong with the world's weather? Is a question I've been asked many times in the past few weeks. It's much simpler to describe what is happening than try to tell why, for the truth is that no one knows why. It is quite possible that the entire world is headed for a dry period. We've known for many years that periods of high temperature and droughts go together. We do not know whether the drought causes the high temperature or the high temperature causes the drought. It's like the question, which was first, the chicken or the egg? And here's another story from Australia, June 4th, 1934. World drought. Farmers' ruinous losses. Almost universal disaster. Europe revives pagan rites. And that's what England looked like in the summer of 1934. England has just experienced the worst drought for nearly 100 years. Sydney Morning Herald, Friday, January 19, 1934. Heat wave in 3 states. Bushfires in South Australia. Party trapped by flames. Severe dry spell sweeps over country, his longest on record. Unparalleled in duration, scope, and intensity, the drought now covering 3/4 of the United States will breed upon itself until some major climatic disturbance occurs to break it up. So this horrible climate of the 1930s is what climate scientists now call the stable climate, which they want to bring us back to. You would think that climate scientists would want to try to understand and explain the extreme weather of the 1930s, but they do something completely different. They erase it. This is the NASA U.S. temperature graph from 1998, and they correctly show 1934 as being by far the hottest year on record in the United States, and 1998 being much cooler. Now let's look at the current version of the same graph. Look what they did. They cooled 1934 way down and warmed 1998 way up to make 1998 warmer than 1934. I'm going to flash back and forth between the two graphs a few times so you can see what they did. 1998 version, 2019 version. 1998 version, 2019 version. 1998 version, 2019 version. They turn cooling into warming. This is straight out of Orwell's Ministry of Truth, rewriting the past. Once again, I'll make the point that these people are not scientists. They're propagandists pretending to be scientists. Actual scientists want to understand the past, not rewrite it. In 1934, gangsters like John Dillinger were easy to identify by the way they dressed. And they still are in 2019. We just have a different type of gangsters now. They dress in white lab coats, but basically they're running the same racket. They say, nice little climate you got there. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to it. Instead of extorting money with direct threats of violence like Chicago gangsters did, these people are extorting money with threats of climate violence. They're running a protection racket just like Chicago gangsters. I've talked to people in the climate science community who are perfectly aware of the fact that climate alarmism is largely nonsense. But they justify their dishonesty with excuses like, well, we need to lower CO2 levels to prevent ocean acidification anyway. Or another one is, well, we need to to transition to green energy anyway to save the environment. Both excuses are complete nonsense. One of the reasons I do this is to prevent green energy from destroying our environment. These climate scientists are just rationalizing their bad behavior with even worse excuses. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science, propaganda, and organized crime for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is titled The 10 Key Graphs Behind the Climate Scam. This is a graph of the growth of atmospheric CO2 over the last 50 years. As you can see, the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere has been increasing exponentially and uninterrupted. And I've annotated on here the different climate treaties which have occurred during that time: Montreal, Kyoto, Copenhagen, and Paris. As you can see, these climate treaties have no impact on the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Regardless how you feel about the relationship between CO2 and climate, these climate treaties are completely useless. The reason that CO2 is increasing exponentially is because every type of fossil fuel usage is also increasing exponentially. Coal has the largest share of fossil fuel usage and is also increasing the fastest. Oil usage is increasing rapidly, and so is natural gas. Civilization depends on low-cost, reliable energy, and coal, oil, and natural gas provide it. So let's look at the impact of this increase in CO2. Agricultural productivity is increasing exponentially at every country in Europe. Same story in the United States. Agricultural yields are increasing exponentially and reaching records year after year. And the same story in South America for every type of grain. Not surprisingly, hunger and malnutrition is decreasing rapidly around the world. The amount of people living in extreme poverty has also plummeted around the world. Illiteracy has also plummeted around the world. Life expectancy has increased sharply, and death rates from natural disasters have plummeted over the past century. NASA shows that the world is getting greener as a result of the increase in carbon dioxide. So the lesson here is that increased carbon dioxide and increased availability of low-cost energy is very good for the human race. So how does the Washington Post react to all this good news? Well, they say the world's going to end in 12 years. And that was 6 months ago, so now it's only 11 and a half years. And the New York Times says we need to panic over climate. In 1841, Charles Mackay wrote this book, Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. He said, "Men, it has been well said, think in herds. It will be seen that they go mad in herds, while they only recover their senses slowly and one by one." We don't need to get rid of fossil fuels. We need to get rid of the insanity behind the climate change scam. Regardless of all the ridiculous theories and data people produce about global warming, the world is just getting to be better and better for humans to live. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science and propaganda for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is titled Rapidly Growing Glacier Ended His Skepticism. At the end of 2016, the Washington Post ran this article. With enough evidence, even skepticism will thaw. Petermann Ice Shelf, Greenland. Andreas Muncho had his doubts about whether warming temperatures were causing one of the world's great platforms of ice to melt and fall apart. He even stood before Congress in 2010 and balked on whether climate change might have caused a mammoth chunk of ice 4 times the size of Manhattan to break off from this floating 300 square mile shelf. The University of Delaware oceanographer said he wasn't sure. He needed more evidence. But then the Petermann Ice Shelf lost another 2 Manhattans of ice in 2012, and Muncho decided to see for himself, launching a project to study the ice shelf intensively. He was back again in late August, no longer a skeptic. It was hard not to be a believer here at 81 degrees north latitude, where Greenland and Canada very nearly touch. The surface of the bumpy and misshapen ice was covered with pools and puddles, in some cases frozen over, but with piercing blue water underneath. Streams carved through the vast shelf, swelling into larger ponds or even small lakes. So the story is that Andreas Munchau traveled to the Petermann Glacier at the end of the summer in 2012 and started a research project there. And what he's seen since the end of summer in 2012 has ended his skepticism. So let's look at satellite imagery to see what's happened at the Petermann Glacier since the end of summer in 2012. All of the images I'm going to show you are from the NASA website. This circle shows the location of the Petermann Glacier way up in northwest Greenland. And this image shows the ice edge at the end of summer in 2012 when Munchau started his research. So based on the Washington Post article, it would be safe to assume that the ice edge has retreated since 2012. But the exact opposite has happened. The glacier has grown about 1 kilometer per year since 2012 and now extends about 6 or 7 kilometers further than it did at the end of summer in 2012. I'm going to loop through this animation a few times so you can see the growth year over year. That's 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and now. 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and now. So the Washington Post article was trying to convince the readers that the glacier is falling apart, when the exact opposite is happening. It's grown quite a bit since Munchau started his research. Nobody should be surprised that the Washington Post is lying, because they lie about almost everything. But there's other things about this which I find particularly disturbing. Why haven't other scientists in the academic community called out this nonsense? Why is it up to me to go do 5 minutes of research on the NASA website to find out what a big lie this whole story was? The corruption in climate academia is obviously very deep. Now let's talk a little bit about the science of glaciers. This is one of the favorite types of imagery of climate alarmists. They show pictures or videos of walls of glacial ice falling off into the ocean. This is known as glacial calving, and the Washington Post article mentioned big calving events at the Petermann Glacier in 2010 and 2012, right before Munchau started his research. But does glacial calving really have anything to do with climate change? Let's take a look at that. Glaciers are rivers of ice. Nearly 600 billion tons of snow falls on Greenland every year. In order for the ice to stay in equilibrium, all of that snow has to eventually return to the sea. There's 3 ways that can happen. One is evaporation. Another is the surface of the snow melting and the water flowing off to the sea. And the third and most common way this happens is the ice flows to the sea as a glacier, then calves off into the ocean. Basically, the glacial ice is doing the same thing as a river, except it flows much more slowly than liquid water. Saying that this giant waterfall of ice is due to global warming would be as ridiculous as saying that a huge waterfall flowing into the sea was due to a drought. What we're seeing here is not an indication of a retreating glacier, rather it's the indication that there's lots and lots of snow falling in the interior and it's flowing down to the sea. Large amounts of glacial calving like this is an indication of a very healthy glacier. There's always been lots and lots of large glaciers calving off into the ocean around Greenland and making large icebergs. Everybody should know this. In 1912, the Titanic crashed into one of these huge icebergs which calved off from a glacier, and most of the people on the ship died. Everybody knows that story. So why are the Washington Post and Andreas Munchau claiming that large icebergs calving off from the Petermann Glacier in 2010 and 2012 an indication of climate change? That simply isn't true. And even more disturbing, why are they claiming that the Petermann Glacier has shrunk since the calving event in 2012 when it's actually grown very rapidly? The Petermann Glacier has grown almost 3 feet per day since Munchau started his research at the end of summer in 2012. We should all be very concerned about the fact that our so-called free press and scientists in academia are lying to us in such a bold and obvious fashion. And why is it left up to people like me outside of academia to set the record straight? The climate situation is indeed very alarming and is indeed a crisis, but it's not the climate itself that's the problem, it's the people who are pushing this scam. What is their agenda behind this big lie? Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. Potholer has just released a video in response to my previous video, which debunked his Ice Age claims. My original video included long clips of Potholer. Hello, this is Tony Heller from RealClimateScience.com, setting the record straight about climate. Potholer has just released a video in response to my previous video, which debunked his Ice Age claims. My original video included long clips of Potholer, and his response included long clips of me. Obviously, we can't keep doing that, so I've condensed this video down to just very small relevant segments. I'm going to show how his response relied on appeals to authority and generally avoided any discussion of actual science. So let's start with some real science. Let's talk about the causes of Ice Age cycles. Milankovitch was a Serbian astronomer who early in the last century came up with a very plausible theory for the causes of Ice Age cycles. Let's go over the basics of that now. In this discussion, I'm going to focus on the northern hemisphere because that's where most of the Earth's land is located, and that's really where ice ages occur. The southern hemisphere is dominated by oceans, and ocean temperatures don't change that much, so they're buffered away from the worst impacts of ice ages. This image shows what Earth's orbit looks like now. Note that Earth's orbit is elliptical, not circular. It's currently winter in the northern hemisphere, and looking at this diagram, we can see why. The Earth has a 23-degree tilt to its axis, and the northern hemisphere is currently tilted away from the sun. Most of the Earth's sunlight is currently going to the southern hemisphere, and a smaller amount's going to the northern hemisphere. This deficiency in the northern hemisphere is what's causing the cold temperatures in winter. It may seem counterintuitive to people in the northern hemisphere, but Earth is also at its closest point to the sun, which we reached on January 3rd. So it's not our distance from the sun which causes winter, it's the tilt of the Earth. But distance from the sun is very important for determining climate. Because Earth's orbit is elliptical, in the current configuration we get a short, mild winter and a long, mild summer. Let me explain. Because Earth is closest to the sun in January, we get a relatively mild winter with a relatively large amount of sunlight. If January occurred over here at the furthest distance from the sun, we would have a very cold winter. Also note that because of Earth's elliptical orbit, we get a short winter and a long summer. If the Earth was over here during January, we would get a very long winter and a short summer. And that's exactly what happens during ice ages. If the Earth was over here during January, there would be minimal sunlight and we'd be having a very long winter. This would cause ice to start accumulating at around 65 degrees north. Ice is white and it reflects sunlight away from the Earth, so we start getting ice accumulating. The ice is reflecting sunlight away from the Earth, and then during the short summer we don't have enough time to melt all the ice. This keeps going on year after year. More ice, less sunlight, short summer. Ice doesn't have time to melt. The ice edge keeps expanding towards the equator. During the last ice age, the ice came all the way down to Kentucky, and Chicago and New York were more than a mile deep under ice. Milankovitch calculated that the 65-degree latitude was critically important for this, and that variations in sunlight at that latitude are about 25% between glacial cycles and interglacial cycles. I'm going to repeat these numbers now. Milankovitch calculated that at 65 degrees north, which is a critical latitude, we get a 25% variation in sunlight between glacial cycles and interglacial cycles. I want you to remember these numbers because in a minute I'm going to show you how Potholer tries to deceive you. But first, let's look at some nice images from Indiana University describing the Milankovitch cycles. One factor is the elliptical nature of Earth's orbit. Sometimes it's more circular, sometimes it's more elliptical, and this is very important. Another factor is the axial tilt. This is also very important. Remember that winter wouldn't occur if we didn't have a tilt to the Earth's axis. The axial tilt varies between 24.5 degrees and 21.5 degrees. It's currently about 23 degrees. The greater the tilt, the more severe winters are going to be. The third part of Milankovitch cycles is precession. Earth actually wobbles like a top. This is what causes the change in seasons over time. Currently, Earth is close to the sun during the northern hemisphere winter, but in 10,000 years, Earth will be furthest from the sun during the northern hemisphere winter. So once again, right now, Earth has short, mild winters and long, mild summers. But in 10,000 years, it'll be the opposite. We'll have short, hot summers and long, cold winters. This next quote from the Indiana University webpage is very important. Let's read it. It's of primary importance to explain that climate change and subsequent periods of glaciation resulting from the following three variables is not due to the total amount of solar energy reaching Earth. The three Milankovitch cycles impact the seasonality and location of solar energy around the Earth, thus impacting contrasts between the seasons. Let me repeat this again, and note that the bold letters here are Indiana University's bold letters, not mine. Ice ages are not due to the total amount of solar energy reaching the Earth. It's variations in the seasonality and location of the solar energy which causes the ice ages. Now let's listen to Potholer's appeal to authority and see how he tries to deceive you about the causes of ice ages.
I'll go through his claims in chronological order. Here's the first one. I cite and show the study they came from. This is from my video, Does CO2 Lead or Lag Global Warming? A paper by Morais et al. Shows that insulation has varied by only 0.7 watts per square meter over the last 160,000 years. In other words, the tiny amount of forcing due to the Earth's orbit wasn't enough to defrost miles of thick ice covering a large part of the planet. Researchers have calculated that they aren't large. And again, it's not my theory. Professional researchers know very precisely what these orbital variations are, and they can calculate within given margins of error how much they affect the energy budget of the Earth. Of course, Tony can speculate that it's much bigger or much smaller. He's free to imagine any figures he likes. But researchers can't do that. They have to go with what the measurements and calculations show. And as a science reporter, I can't do that either. I have to accurately report their results.
So I'm sure you heard his appeal to authority about how he's quoting professional researchers. Let's look closely at his claim from the professional paper he's citing. The total insulation received by Earth has varied by less than 0.7 watts per meter. But this is junk science. As I just pointed out from the Indiana University website, total solar insolation is irrelevant. Remember what Indiana University said. The ice ages are not due to the total amounts of solar energy reaching the Earth. It's unfortunate that the researchers in Potholer's professional
We might have to take care of my genes. Hey, you just finished my creepy telepathic murder thought. Oh, it must be a soulmate thing. Unless it's a weird cousin thing. So we'll be good either way, right? Sweetie. Get over here, you. God, just try and stop me. Well, I can't wait till tonight. I have got some naughty things planned. You certainly piqued my interest. I still can't believe he dragged me to a childhood home. Some stupid bucklesmith no one's ever even heard of. Yeah, who cares about flying back to Idaho? I never told you his name. Son of a bitch. Why do you have to act that way? He knows I hate how he gets on road trips. It almost seems like he wanted you to storm off. But we're going to the same place. There's no reason why he'd want to ditch me. And suddenly, Lily remembered that a week ago I helped Robin look for her long-lost locket. But it was gone. Then Lily told me the locket actually got stashed in my pencil box. But when I opened it, the locket wasn't there. Good, because that one gets trouble. How? It's just a friendly innocent wedding gift. It's not innocent. Ted, you think if you can get that locket to... I can trust you on this. Can I? Promise me you aren't about to do that. Bitch. Tem autonomia, mas repara, o que o pivô está ali é embalar notícias, não é? Ele está a saber, está a pôr a negra. E é prestável. Sempre aliado, ninguém pode perder o Soares. Uma sexta às 10h10 no Fox Comedy. Não é só para funcionários. Venha experimentar o novo BMW 330e híbrido.
He said something, and this is important. He said something that no presidential nominee has ever said. Democrat or Republican, nobody has ever said this. He refused to say that he would respect the results of this election, and that is a threat to democracy.
You can anticipate we're going to be hearing a lot about how people have these magic three-point plans to make sure that you're only paying $2 a gallon gas. Just like we heard about it in the last election, just like we've heard about it for the last 30 years. And you know what the essence of their plan is going to be, which is step 1, drill, step 2, drill, step 3, keep drilling. Now, if there's one thing I know about New Hampshire, it's that your political bull detector is pretty keen. It's pretty sharp. You know that we can't just drill our way to lower gas prices. There are no quick fixes or silver bullets. If somebody tells you there are, they're not telling you the truth.
Hello, this is Tony Heller from RealClimateScience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is titled, Hurricanes Don't Lie, But Climate Scientists Do. Data from NOAA shows that the number of hurricanes striking the U.S. has dropped sharply since the 1880s. The red line is the 20-year mean of annual hurricane strikes in the United States. In the 1880s, the U.S. used to average more than 2 hurricane strikes per year, and now it's down to more like 1.5. This graph shows the number of hurricanes to strike the U.S. per year during the tenures of different presidents. While Grover Cleveland was president in the 1880s, the U.S. averaged more than 3 hurricane strikes per year. Tied for second were Rutherford B. Hayes and William Howard Taft. They both averaged more than 2.5 hurricanes per year during their presidency. The president with the fewest hurricane strikes per year was Barack Obama. And if you remember, he healed the planet in 2008, so this isn't surprising. And there's also been a decline in major hurricanes over the last 70 years. A major hurricane is defined as having sustained winds greater than 110 miles per hour. Major hurricanes peaked in the United States in the 1940s at nearly 1 per year. But since the 1940s, they've dropped off sharply, and we recently had a 10-year period with no major hurricanes striking the United States, the only time that's ever happened. This is the exact opposite of what experts predicted 30 years ago, who said we were going to have much stronger hurricanes. Here's an article from 2015, U.S. and longest hurricane drought in recorded history. No major hurricanes rated Category 3 or higher have struck U.S. soil during the past 9 years, a new study finds. And here was another hurricane drought story from Scientific American. Hurricane drought hits a new record. A hurricane has not appeared in the Gulf of Mexico in almost 3 years. Jason Samnow from the Washington Post Capital Weather Gang was terrified by the lack of hurricanes in the United States. Jason Samnow, Capital Weather Gang, August 4th, 2016. The U.S. coast is in an unprecedented hurricane drought. Why this is terrifying. A major hurricane hasn't hit the U.S. Gulf or East Coast in more than a decade. Wow, that sounds pretty scary. I can certainly see why Jason was terrified. But when we did finally get a major hurricane hitting the United States after the longest hurricane drought in history, the Washington Post of course blamed it on President Trump. The Washington Post later reported that last year was the first year on record with no violent tornadoes in the United States, but they definitely did not give President Trump credit for that. So for the Washington Post, no hurricanes is terrifying, but when a hurricane finally does come, it's President Trump's fault. If you're going to blame the hurricane on President Trump, it also seemed fair to give him credit for the lack of violent tornadoes last year. The Washington Post does say that the world is going to end in 12 years, however. The decline in hurricanes hasn't just been in the United States. They've seen the same thing in Australia. This graph is from the Australian Bureau of Meteorology. Yellow shows non-severe cyclones and red shows severe cyclones. You can see that they've both dropped since the 1970s. On Christmas Day 45 years ago, Darwin, Australia was destroyed by Cyclone Tracy. 90% of the houses were ruined, and the city was left uninhabitable for about a year. The always reliable Guardian reported in 1974, space satellites show a new ice age coming fast. Time magazine said, another ice age. Telltale signs are everywhere, from the unexpected persistence and thickness of pack ice in the waters around Iceland to the southward migration of a warmth-loving creature like the armadillo. The Washington Post reported, colder winters held dawn of new ice age. Scientists see ice age in the future. And the Washington Post also reported, U.S. scientists sees new ice age coming. The world could be as little as 50 or 60 years away from a disastrous new ice age, a leading atmospheric scientist predicts. Dr. Rasul of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in Columbia University says that. You better bundle up because 50 years from 1971 is coming up in just 2 years. 42 top American and European investigators met at Brown University, and they were a little more conservative. They sent a letter to President Nixon warning of a new ice age in about 100 years. And Science News had this great cover showing glaciers plowing through Manhattan. The ice age cometh. I started college at Arizona State University in 1974, and they had the all-time record heat wave of 18 straight days over 110 degrees from June 12th to June 29th. It didn't really feel like an ice age to me. Here in Boulder, the two leading climate scientists at the National Center for Atmospheric Research also warned about global cooling. Stephen Schneider and Walter Orr Roberts warned of food shortages. Underlying Schneider's ideas on food shortages the knowledge that the world is moving into a period of cooler temperatures. Australia had their worst hurricane in 1974, and the U.S. had its worst tornado outbreak. On April 3rd and 4th, 1974, the U.S. had 148 twisters in 24 hours. So now let's get down to the main focus of this video. A really interesting statistic is the number of June hurricanes making landfall in the United States. The U.S. hasn't been hit by a hurricane during June since carbon dioxide levels reached 350 parts per million. The last hurricane to hit the United States during June was way back in 1986, but they were pretty common prior to then. And in 1886, the U.S. was hit by an incredible 3 hurricanes during June, all 3 of them being Category 2s. 1886 was the worst year on record for hurricanes in the United States. There were a total of 7 hurricanes, including a major hurricane which wiped the city of Indianola, Texas off the map permanently. Can you imagine the mass hysteria if we had another year like 1886? Climate scientists would say they're 100% certain that this could not have happened at lower CO2 levels, like we had in 1886. The general wisdom now behind the lack of hurricanes in June is that sea surface temperatures just aren't high enough. NOAA says the first condition for hurricanes is that ocean waters must be above 26 degrees Celsius, 79 degrees Fahrenheit. Below this threshold temperature, hurricanes will not form or will weaken rapidly once they move over water below this threshold. Water temperature isn't the only factor. Wind shear is another important factor which prevents hurricanes from occurring earlier in the season. And as the graph shows, we used to get a lot more hurricanes earlier in the season than we do now. The first June hurricane in 1886 went from June 13 to 15 and hit Texas. The second hurricane formed 2 days later and hit the Florida Panhandle. And the third hurricane formed 3 days later and hit the Florida Panhandle again. Once again, think of the mass hysteria which would happen now if the Florida Panhandle was hit by 2 hurricanes in succession, particularly during June. And remember, these were not weak hurricanes. All 3 of them were Category 2s. And now we get down into the meat of the discussion. This is the temperature anomaly map for June 1886 from the Climatic Research Unit in England. The map's a little hard to see, but this is the United States and this is the Gulf of Mexico, and they show temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico in June 1886 being well below normal. So how did we get 3 Category 2 hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico in June 1886 if the water was cold? Remember, the United States hasn't had a June hurricane in over 30 years, and according to the Climatic Research Unit, the water is much warmer now. And that's the name of this video. Hurricanes don't lie, but climate scientists do. Assuming the laws of physics haven't changed since 1886, it sure looks like these temperatures are fake. This shouldn't surprise anyone. Phil Jones from the Climatic Research Unit sent this ClimateGate email. He said we didn't have much ship data in the past. For much of the southern hemisphere between 40 and 60 south, the normals are mostly made up as there's very little ship data there. Cheers, Phil. So we know they're willing to make up data. They openly communicated to each other about this. And then they put out these very detailed maps, making it look like they have precise data. There were never any consistent standards to how these ocean temperatures were taken. Even if they did have data, the error is probably much larger than the trend they're claiming has occurred. These people are doing propaganda, not science. Prior to 15 years ago, no one even pretended to have good historical ocean temperature data. This land plus ocean graph from NASA is from 1998, and you can see they started in 1950 because they didn't believe they had good enough ocean data prior to 1950. So maybe Phil Jones time traveled back to 1886 and collected some new data, and maybe the laws of physics were different, and hurricanes didn't need warm water back then. But the more likely explanation is that this is just fake data. And one more thing which is particularly disturbing about both ocean and land temperature data from NASA. This is the most recent data from NASA. The blue line is ocean temperatures and the red line is land temperatures. They show the 20-year period from 1880 to 1899, ocean temperatures falling, while they show land temperatures rising quickly during that time. It would seem to defy a lot of meteorological rules to have a 20-year period of ocean temperatures falling and land temperatures rising rapidly. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. You could certainly get shorter periods of time with land and ocean temperatures diverging, but 2 decades just doesn't seem credible. But then again, not much in climate science seems credible. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science for a long time. Hello, this is Tony Heller from realclimatescience.com, setting the record straight about climate. This video is about some spectacular new data tampering by NOAA and NASA, why they're doing it, and what the implications are. This graph shows 3 different versions of the NASA GISS global land surface temperature anomaly. The blue line is the 2000 version, which showed about 0.5 C warming. The green line is the 2017 version, which showed about 1.5 C warming. And the red line is the just released 2019 version, which shows about 2 degrees Celsius warming. Note that the past in each successive version got progressively cooler. The past in the 2017 version was cooler than the 2000 version, and the past in the 2019 version is even cooler. And at the same time, the present is getting much warmer. Note how they increased temperatures between the 2000 and the 2017 version, and once again between the 2017 and the 2019 versions. So they've quadrupled warming mainly by cooling past temperatures and warming present temperatures. Satellites show that since the year 2000, land temperatures have warmed about 0.2 degrees Celsius. But NASA has increased land warming since the year 2000 by about 1.5 degrees Celsius. So more than 80% of the change since the year 2000 is due to data tampering, and only a small percentage is due to actual warming. Now let's look at why this is being done. This was the global temperature graph from the 1990 IPCC report. It showed that temperatures were much warmer 800 years ago when CO2 levels were very low. This was known as the medieval warm period, and it pretty much destroyed the theory of catastrophic global warming. Around the year 1995, Dr. David Deming at the University of Oklahoma, who is a geologist, received a communication that they needed to erase the medieval warm period. This was his testimony to Congress on December 6, 2006. I had another interesting experience around the time my paper in Science was published. I received an astonishing email from a major researcher in the area of climate change. He said, "We have to get rid of the medieval warm period." And once again, you can see why they wanted to get rid of the medieval warm period. If we had high temperatures when CO2 was low, that would indicate that other factors in the climate are much stronger than carbon dioxide. But the agenda was to prove that carbon dioxide controlled the climate. So in the year 1999, Michael Mann at Penn State University erased the medieval warm period and created the hockey stick graph, which is now the official document of the global warming religion. The hockey stick graph shows that temperatures cooled steadily since the year 1000, but then suddenly when carbon dioxide hit 280 parts per million, temperatures started skyrocketing. Catherine Hayhoe at Texas Tech University has extended Michael Mann's hockey stick and shown that if we keep CO2 levels above 280 parts per million, temperatures will continue to skyrocket up to, say, plus 5 degrees Celsius. She considers herself to be an evangelical Christian and a prophet of climate doom. But the problem was that in the year 2000, the NASA temperature graph really didn't look much like a hockey stick. So changes needed to be made. But to start this investigation, let's go back a little further to 1974. This was the graph from the National Center for Atmospheric Research from 1974. It showed that Earth had cooled a little bit from 1870 to 1970 and cooled very rapidly after the year 1940. That doesn't look much like a hockey stick, and neither did the 1975 National Academy of Sciences graph, which showed pretty much the same thing as the 1974 NCAR graph. Very little warming from 1880 to 1970 and rapid cooling after the year 1940 as greenhouse gases increased. These graphs were bad news for people pushing catastrophic global warming theory. So changes needed to be made. Let's look at what happened between the 2000 version of the NASA temperature graph and the 2017 version. I'm going to flip back and forth between the two versions a few times and you can see what they did. They cooled the past and they warmed the present. They cooled the past and warmed the present. In this animation, I put a blue circle at the low point of the 2017 graph and a red circle at the high point of the 2000 graph. You can see how they stretched out warming by tampering with the data. And they also erased the inconvenient warm data from the 1870s, which was just as warm as the 1970s. But the 2017 version still wasn't scary enough. So they made another round of data tampering over the last 2 years and now show about 2 degrees warming. This animation shows the red and blue circles again and shows how they increase warming from 1.5 degrees Celsius up to 2 degrees Celsius, primarily by tampering with the data since the year 2017. This graph shows the changes made to the temperatures over the last 30 years just since the 2017 version. See, they've increased recent temperatures quite a bit. When you're willing to manipulate data, you can create any result you want, and they wanted to show warming. And all of this data tampering over the last 2 years was done during a period of time when satellites showed that Earth was cooling very quickly. This is satellite temperatures over land from the University of Alabama at Huntsville since the year 2017. It shows about 0.4 C cooling during that period of time. So this rapid cooling was occurring during a time when NASA was rapidly increasing warming by altering their data. So let's look at this graph once again. NASA has created almost all of the warming by cooling the past and warming the present. Very little of it has been actual warming of the Earth's atmosphere. So what's the agenda here? People wanting to control the U.S. energy supply have been pushing this propaganda about 1.5 degrees Celsius warming being the tipping point. So the 0.5 C shown in the NASA 2000 version just wasn't adequate, and the 2017 version, which showed 1.5 C, was barely adequate. So in 2019, they've pushed it up to 2.0 C, so now they demand climate action. And the latest peer-reviewed science shows that essentially all warming over the past 140 years was due to increases in carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. So climate scientists have erased all the natural variability shown in the 1990 IPCC graph. And now we're on this hockey stick of warming, which started at 280 parts per million CO2. According to climate scientists, the climate tipping point occurred at 280 parts per million CO2. As soon as we got above 280 parts per million, temperatures started skyrocketing. And according to Catherine Hayhoe, temperatures are going to continue to skyrocket. So let's look at the implications of this. If temperatures started skyrocketing at 280 parts per million CO2, the only way we could stop it would be go back to 279 parts per million CO2. We would have to go back to 1870s levels of CO2 in the atmosphere in order to stop this catastrophe from happening. The response I'll get to this from climate scientists is that nobody's saying we have to go back to 280 parts per million, yet that's what their graph shows us we have to do. If you believe in Michael Mann's hockey stick, there's no getting around the fact that the tipping point occurred at 280 parts per million, and that the only way to stop the warming would be to go below 280 ppm CO2. My apologies for repeating this point over and over again, but it's critically important to the discussion. And let's look what happened to Earth after we passed that tipping point. This is an article from 1910. Except over a small area, it is generally understood the glaciers of the world are retreating to the mountains. The glacier on Mount Sarmiento in South America, which descended to the sea when Darwin found it in 1836, is now separated from the shore by a vigorous growth of timber. The Jakobshavn Glacier in Greenland has retreated 4 miles since 1850, and the East Glacier in Spitsbergen is more than a mile away from its original terminal. This all occurred before the year 1910. And here's an article from 1947, Warming of Climate Causes Concern. If the Antarctic regions and the major Greenland ice caps should reduce at the same rate as the present melting in the Arctic, oceanic surfaces would rise to catastrophic proportions, and people living in the lowlands along the shores would be inundated. He said that temperatures in the Arctic had increased 10 degrees Fahrenheit since 1900, an enormous rise from a scientific standpoint. The speaker was Dr. Hans Ullmann, who was considered the world's leading Arctic expert at the time. So according to the latest research, all of this 10 degrees warming in the Arctic was caused by increases in carbon dioxide, and that was before the year 1947, when CO2 levels were still very low. And here's another article from 1952. The rate of melting in the last half-century had been exceedingly rapid. The glaciers of Norway and Alaska, he said, are only half the size they were 50 years ago. The temperature around Spitsbergen is so modified that the sailing time is lengthened from 3 to 8 months of the year. The speaker was Dr. William Carlson, who was president of the University of Vermont and was considered the leading American Arctic expert. So this rapid melting and warming of the Arctic occurred when CO2 levels were not much above 280 parts per million. So if you believe that carbon dioxide controls the temperature on Earth, that means we need to get CO2 levels back below 280 parts per million. We have to go back to 279 parts per million. Glaciers were melting very rapidly before 1910 when CO2 was below 300 parts per million. So basically, climate alarmists believe that we need to go back to a pre-industrial lifestyle in order to save the planet. So now let's look at the implications of this. Billionaire Tom Steyer says that we need to make some sacrifices in order to stop droughts in Central America, which is basically the same belief which the Aztecs had about droughts in Central America. They believed that sacrifice was necessary to control them, just like Tom Steyer does now. So what the Aztecs would do is they would sacrifice people until the drought stopped. And then when the drought came back, they'd sacrifice some more, because obviously they hadn't sacrificed enough previously. Climate alarmists haven't yet gotten to the point of proposing human sacrifice, but they're already proposing that we get our plane travel limited and that we get our cars taken away from us. Climate emergency. Ireland set to ban private cars while planning mass third world migration. So what will happen is that they'll start making sacrifices, yet we'll continue to get the bad weather which we've always had. This will lead them to believe they need to make some more sacrifices. The same superstitious mentality which the Aztecs had. Superstition is when people make an imaginary link between two unrelated things. During the 16th century, people made an imaginary link between bad weather and witches. The Salem witch trials were probably the result of that, and in Europe they burned thousands of witches at the stake. The belief in the 16th century was that witches caused bad weather, just as people believe now that carbon dioxide causes bad weather. But the bottom line is that we've always had bad weather, we'll always continue to have bad weather, and most of the warming seen is due to data tampering, not carbon dioxide. And there's no way to get CO2 levels below 280 parts per million anyway, which is where the tipping point occurred according to their own graphs. This graph shows CO2 levels in Hawaii since the year 1960, and you can see that they continue to increase. The Paris Climate Accord was passed a few years ago, yet we continue to see CO2 levels accelerating. That's because the United States, Ireland, and the West don't control CO2 levels. Asia emits a lot more carbon dioxide than the United States and Europe do, and they're continuing to build lots of new coal-fired power plants. So Western countries will continue taking away their people's rights and freedoms, they'll continue making energy more expensive, yet CO2 levels will continue to accelerate. And we will still have the same bad weather which Earth has always experienced. Asian countries don't share the mindless climate superstitions of the West. There is no way that carbon dioxide is ever going to get back down below 280 parts per million, which is where Michael Mann's hockey stick shows we have to go. And the whole thing is based on junk science theory, around which data has been massively tampered to support. So who's pushing and financing this insanity? I don't have any idea, but I do know that we need to stop it. Mass superstition and fraudulent junk science has never led to good things in the past, and it certainly won't in the future. Visit Toto on the web at realclimatescience.com. He's been pulling back the curtain on junk science for a long time.
This is Abby. She and her husband, Tom, are trying to start a family while struggling to afford the high cost of living in California. Abby and Tom have been saving every penny that they can to afford the down payment on a new home, which they're hoping to move into before their first child arrives. This has been no easy task, given that homes in California are more than 2 times as expensive as they are in the rest of the country. Abby and Tom finally have enough to begin searching for a home when...
Yes, and so it is decided that all new homes must be built with solar panels.
But won't that increase the cost of the average home by $10,000? And won't the cost of inspections, cleanings, and repairs also cost homeowners an average of another $1,000 annually? And isn't California already the poorest state in the union when factoring in cost of living? Wouldn't this likely be the biggest and costliest change in the last 40 years of the CPIA's history, at a time when regular Californians are struggling horribly?
No! Now we'll never be able to afford a home.
But at least the environment will be helped?
Maybe, maybe not. Solar energy has its benefits, sure, but it has a lot of drawbacks as well. Because most energy consumption takes place at night when the sun isn't shining, lots of energy needs to be stored in batteries, which are terrible for the environment. Not only that, but it's extremely expensive. Germany, which leads the world in solar energy consumption, has some of the highest utility bills because of it, and solar still only accounts for less than 10% of their energy consumption.
I guess not everyone can appreciate the genius of our policymaking.
Hey folks, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, please check out fee.org for more educational content. Thank you.
E os outros iam para aqui, vão matando, invadindo, invadem. Eles são uma população invasora, eles não são os Zulus não são nativos daqui. E vieram os europeus é que são os nativos daqui, são a população mais antiga aqui desta zona toda da África. A zona toda da África aqui, esta zona aqui, e depois costa aqui costa aqui, costa. Houve uma altura que o território português era a costa toda aqui. Libéria! Como vocês sabem, a Libéria foi fundada pelos Estados Unidos da América quando foi o final da Guerra Civil, em que pretos que quisessem deixar de viver na América e criar o seu próprio país. Por isso, durante 10 anos, Libéria foi uma colónia, não é? Enquanto estavam a construir a cidade, escrever a Constituição e tudo mais. Foi uma colónia dos Estados Unidos da América em colaboração com França. Era uma espécie de co-colónia entre os Estados Unidos da América e França, em que foram construindo durante aqueles anos foram construindo a Constituição, construindo a capital, construindo cidades, não é? Porque se um país é recém, se um país e é um bocado compreensível, não é? É um bocado compreensível porque se é um país criado em escravos assim um bocado, não seriam provavelmente escravos, não é? Mas pessoas sem formação era uma coisa de pegarmos e fazermos um país de pessoas com zero formação, não é? Pegámos num bairro social, independentemente de ser um bairro social com pretos ou qualquer, um bairro social, um bairro de qualquer pessoas com pouca formação e simples, e simplesmente largarmos numa coisa e dizemos: se fodam, que se desmerdem, construir um país. Por isso, há 10 anos, foi governar pelos Estados Unidos da América para ajudar e foi uma maneira de livrar-se do excesso de população. Por isso, e não foi só por razões de simpatia, houve outras razões. Pronto, finalmente o governo passou para os habitantes da Libéria. E, por exemplo, a Libéria é um país que está em guerra civil dos anos 80. É só, por exemplo, um fato curioso. E é um país em que um dos métodos dados como método de guerra é papar pessoas. Canibalismo é usado como método militar.
I can't give a guarantee of the future, especially when things are going the way they are.
Subtext.
Especially if things are going the way they are, there will be a revolution in this country, I can tell you now. There will be an unled revolution. An unled revolution is the highest form of anarchy.
The Economic Freedom Fighters is basically a radical black nationalist party with Marxist leanings and is the third largest party in the parliament and has for some time demanded that white land and businesses be seized by the black majority. Its leader, Julius Malema, who was expelled from the ANC, has urged black South Africans to take the land from white invaders, or what he calls Dutch thugs. In the South African parliament, he has explained that his party wanted to unite black people.
Contrário, eles é que são invasores, eles que literalmente invadem. Só que eles também não têm grande capacidade de processar a história ou de perceber a história. Por isso, o Tommy Robinson, mas parece que o Donald Trump, parece também que eu falo um bocadinho disso, deu asilo a Tony Robinson. Agora falando nisso, por isso eles acreditam, para ele a história no passado é para aí 20 anos, é o máximo. Mas continuando.
South Africa, and to do this, it would take the expropriation of white land without compensation. And given the statements by Julius Malema, the leader of the EFF, that whites will be slaughtered unless they give up all land in South Africa, well, this sentiment is being amplified by the announcement made on the 31st of July by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa that the government will initiate a parliamentary process to enshrine in the Constitution a proposed amendment paving the way for land grabs without compensation. At stake, not only for whites but for all South Africans, is that expropriation will most likely deal a heavy blow to commercial farming in that country and precipitate a food production crisis just like the one that struck Zimbabwe when it unleashed the similar land grabs against white farmers.
Agora estamos a falar de Zimbabwe, agora o vídeo de Zimbabwe começou a falar de coisa, e agora é o vídeo.
In 1999 to 2000. Now, one of the chief talking points used by the likes of Mr. Away for land grabs with basically a radical black nationalist party with Marxist leanings and is the third largest party in the parliament and has for some time demanded that white land and businesses be seized by the black majority. Its leader,
Said the flames of Lucifer keep singeing our back bumpers as we drive through this hellish